Myriad Worlds Mall. Buy S-level talents for 9.9 yuan. S-level talent. Today's special offer, 9.9 yuan for 2. My name is Chu Feng, a transmigrant. As I stared at the faint blue mall interface in my mind, a smile crept onto my lips. Void Universe Ring. Built-in independent micro-world spanning 1,000,000 miles. Time flows up to 1:1000 speed. 9 turns golden pill. Consume it to surge cultivation. Condense golden body. Drip blood for rebirth. Chaos primordial pill. Even if the flesh is destroyed, can be reborn in the primordial chaos energy with intact memories. And the Zhou Tian Star Battle Kill Immortal Sword Formation. All these things were clearly priced, waiting for me to buy. But now is not the time to look at that. D-level talent, Alchemist Master. Life skill talent, Won't Starve. On the podium, Teacher Yang announced the results expressionlessly. Next, I glanced around. Some were ecstatic, their combat talents awakened, promising futures ahead, slaying fierce beasts, cultivating strength, even condensing golden bodies to prolong life. Some hung their heads in despair. Their talents were trash, their lives hopeless. Most people had D or E-level talents. C-level was rare, B-level? None at all. I sat in the corner, waiting for the verdict of fate. In this world, fierce beasts ran rampant. High-level fierce beasts could easily destroy a city. Nuclear weapons were useless against them. Only awakening powerful talents and cultivating into high-level warriors could confront them. Talents were divided into combat and life categories. Combat talents controlled thunder, enhanced the body, manipulated flames. Even low-level combat talents could hunt fierce beasts to gain cultivation resources. Life talents were pitiful. For example, my aunt Han Shui had an E-level kitchen talent, 0 combat power. She barely ran a small restaurant to survive because she couldn't get fierce beast meat. Business was dismal. I grew up with my aunt in hardship. I knew too well how hard it was to make money, and how difficult it was for her to support my education with that small restaurant. So I had only one wish: to awaken a combat talent, kill more fierce beasts, help my aunt expand the restaurant, and let her live a good life. Next, Chu Feng. I took a deep breath and stepped onto the podium. I placed my hand on the purple awakening stone. The moment energy surged into my body. Golden light burst forth. Dazzling golden rays covered the entire school, and everyone screamed in shock. Holy shit! Golden Legend. S-level talent. And it's a hidden S-level. Normal S-level talents don't emit such strong light. 1 in tens of millions gets an S-level. Chu Feng hit the jackpot. As the golden light faded, an info wave poured into my mind. Hidden S-level talent. Talent extreme amplification. Effect. All other personal talent effects are increased by 100%. Active skill. Other talents' effects are further increased by 100%. Simply put, talent effects are directly doubled. When actively triggered, quadrupled. 1 talent equals 4 others. If it were an attack talent, combat power would be terrifyingly immense. If a recovery talent, healing would be outrageously fast. However, Teacher Yang frowned. She looked at my talent information, her face complicated. Talent extreme amplification was indeed powerful, boosting others by at least double and up to quadruple, equivalent to turning 1 S-level into 4 S-levels. Also, talents could upgrade, potentially strengthening 10-fold or 20-fold in the future. But the problem was, I had no other talents. Warriors could indeed awaken a second talent, but only after reaching the 7th rank and awakening soul power. Before 7th rank, everyone had only 1 talent. My S-level talent extreme amplification could only strengthen other talents. Now, it only amplified loneliness. Forget 20 times, even 10,000 times. 0 multiplied by any number is still 0. Moreover, reaching 7th rank was extremely difficult and required massive resources. Without combat power, how could I hunt fierce beasts to get resources? Worse yet, even if I reached 7th rank, the second talent awakened was uncertain. What if it were a life-type talent? This S-level talent would still be useless. Teacher Yang sighed and cleared her throat. S-level talent. Talent extreme amplification. Higher-level talents cultivate faster. Work hard. Maybe you have a chance to become a 7th rank powerhouse. That was a comforting lie. I knew in my heart. Even though everyone saw my talent as S level, it was actually useless. Next, Teacher Yang's voice echoed through the classroom. After a brief silence, murmurs erupted. Isn't this the worst of the hidden talents? Awakened but can't use it. What a pity. I thought Shu Feng was going to turn things around, but he's still a dead fish. Feels even worse than life talents. 7th rank is so hard. Without combat power, it's impossible to reach that level. This talent is just trash. I stood on the podium, facing everyone's ridicule. Unfazed, because right before my eyes, a faint blue screen invisible to others was flashing. Ding! Multiverse Mall activated successfully. Talent section, Cultivation Methods section, Weapons section, Elixirs section, Daily Special, S-Rank Talent Random Pack, contains 1 S-Rank talent. Buy 1 get 1 free, plus an extra S-Rank talent as a bonus. Shock price, 9.9 Dragon Coins. Free shipping. Limited stock, only 1 left. The corner of my mouth twitched upward. 9.9. 2 S-Rank talents. And free shipping? No talents to enhance the talent extreme gigantification? Sorry, from today onward, that problem no longer exists. I stared at the virtual panel that appeared out of thin air, my heart racing wildly. Golden Finger. The classic perk of a transmigrator has finally arrived. Special offer. S-Rank Talent Random Pack. 9.9 Dragon Coins. Buy 1 get 1 free. What? I almost thought I was seeing things. An ordinary person easily earns 3,000 to 4,000 Dragon Coins a month. My aunt makes 6,000. Yet 2 S-Rank talents cost only 9.9? I pulled out a crumpled 20 yuan bill from my pocket and without hesitation clicked purchase. Purchase successful. The money in my pocket instantly changed to 10 yuan and 1 dime, and a courier box materialized in my system space. Tearing it open. Congratulations on receiving S-Rank Talent, 9 Heavens, Divine Thunder. S-Rank Talent, a Life Tide. Boom. A fierce power suddenly poured into my body. Thunder and vitality intertwined. My bones creaked, muscles wildly reshaping. Too intense. My legs buckled and I collapsed sideways. Be careful. Homeroom teacher Yang Xiaolei caught me, her eyes full of sympathy. It's okay. If you have poor talents, just stick to liberal arts. At least you won't starve in Dragon Country. She had just handed me a copy of Basic Body Conditioning Technique, then tried to take it back. Humph. She had no idea what had just happened to me. Teacher Yang. I took the cultivation method from her, corners of my mouth lifting slightly. I'm going to take the class placement test tomorrow. Are you serious? Yang Xiaolei frowned. The martial arts class really fights on the battlefield. Without combat talents, you'll die in a fierce beast's mouth. I want to try. I could feel 9 Heavens Divine Thunder roaring inside me, a power that could destroy heavens and earth. I still had talent extreme gigantification. 3 S-Rank talents combined. My combat power had multiplied many times over. Liberal arts? What a joke. I was going to hunt fierce beasts. I was going to become stronger. I was going to let my aunt live well. Yang Xiaolei sighed. Tomorrow's test is simple. Kill a 1st grade, 1st tier fierce beast, and you qualify for the martial class. But today you must break through to 1st grade, 1st tier, otherwise, no chance. 1 day breakthrough? Normal people take at least 7 days, unless aided by expensive elixirs. But I had Life Tide. Cultivation speed doubled instantly. I returned to my seat and opened the panel. Name, Shu Feng. Talents, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, S. Life Tide, S. Talent Extreme Gigantification, S. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, Heavenly Punishment Thunder, Burning the Soul, Limitless Power. Life Tide, Massive Regeneration, Cultivation Speed doubled. Talent Extreme Gigantification, Power multiplied by 4. 3 talents, offense and defense both covered, a perfect closed loop. Plus the special event. Killing fierce beasts can drop lucky bags containing dragon coins. Cultivation methods, weapons. The stronger the fierce beast, the better the rewards. A faint smile curled at the corners of my mouth. Tomorrow's test, I'm not just going to kill a fierce beast. I'm going to slaughter. My name is Shu Feng, and today is the day of my awakening. 3 S-grade talents. That's right, 3. But for now, I can't tell anyone about this. After studying my talent panel, I opened the Multiverse Mall. My God, this place has everything. Martial arts manuals, pills, forging materials, formations, dazzling and overwhelming. I casually clicked on a few. Void Universe Ring contains an independent space of millions of miles, with adjustable time flow up to 1:1000. Price: 980 billion top-grade spirit stones. 9-turn golden pill. After consumption, cultivation soars, forming a golden body, reborn even with a drop of blood. Price: 680 billion top-grade spirit stones. Chaos Primordial Pill. Physical body destroyed, but can be reborn in the primordial chaos, with all memories intact. Price: 990 billion top-grade spirit stones. I swallowed hard. Then I checked my balance. 10 yuan and 1 dime. Still dragon coins. The currency here is top-grade spirit stones, something I have never even heard of. Unaffordable, completely unaffordable. But fortunately, the mall has a daily special zone, where everything, no matter what, it only costs 9 dragon coins. This I can afford. The ordinary goods section also has some items purchasable with dragon coins. Body Forging Pill, 20,000 dragon coins. First grade Ferocious Beast Meat, 1,000 dragon coins per gene. Thunder Forging Technique, 390,000 dragon coins. Rushing Thunder Palm, 190,000 dragon coins. Thunderstorm Formula, 630,000 dragon coins. These lightning-type martial arts are perfect for me. With my 9 Heavens Divine Thunder talent, their power will definitely double. But right now, I can't afford a single one. It's alright. As long as I kill more ferocious beasts and sell their meat for money, I can save enough dragon coins. 1 gene of ferocious beast meat sells for 1,000 coins. The urgent task is tomorrow's class division exam. To hunt ferocious beasts without any cultivation or skill, that's just a death sentence. Even with 3 S-grade talents, if I encounter a beast that utterly crushes me, it's still a dead end. I need a teacher, someone to guide me hand in hand. School was over. During today's job transfer ceremony, besides my awakening of S-grade talents, someone else in the class also awakened a B-grade talent, Dragon Warrior, greatly enhancing their physique, making it the strongest combat talent in class. Congratulatory voices filled the surroundings. I paid no attention, took the book, Basic Body Forging Technique, and turned away. Tonight, I must train hard, aiming to raise my cultivation to first stage, first rank. With cultivation backing me up, I can face tomorrow with confidence. My home is in the old district of Tomato City. My Aunt Han Shui rented a small restaurant, with a simple 2-bedroom apartment upstairs. Pushing open the door, the aroma of food hit me. Braised pork, twice-cooked pork, stir-fried spicy pork, a table full. "Auntie, I'm home." I threw my backpack down and went into the kitchen to help. Han Shui was busy at the stove. Her skin was fair, her features delicate, looking like she was 18 or 19, but she was already 25. "So many dishes? Visitors today?" "No." She turned, smiling warmly. "Isn't today the day you awaken your talents? How did it go? Any good news?" I opened my mouth wanting to say, "I have 3 S-grade talents," but the word stopped at my lips. Martial artists can only awaken 1 talent. 3 is too exaggerated. If the wrong person found out, it would surely cause trouble. I decided to reveal only the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. After all, the assessment tomorrow would reveal my lightning talent anyway. As for gigantification and life rhythm, if I can hide them, I will. If I really can't, at most I'll reveal 2. Anyway, I still have a trump card. While I was thinking this, Han Shui misunderstood my hesitation. She wiped her hands and suddenly pulled me into a hug. "It's okay, any talent is fine. Even if you study liberal arts, Annie will continue to support you through university." Her voice choked up. "Martial arts are so dangerous. If you're eaten by a ferocious beast, Auntie really wouldn't know how to live alone." She hugged me tighter. I took a deep breath. A faint fragrance filled my nose. Very pleasant. But I couldn't breathe. Han Shui is a second-stage martial artist, far stronger than me, a rookie just awakening. "Auntie," I hurriedly said, "don't worry, I awakened an S-grade talent." She froze. "S-grade talent?" She looked at me in disbelief. Such a level of talent appears once in tens of millions. Once awakened, even a life-related talent can immediately elevate someone above others. "Really?" Her voice trembled. "Really? I raised my right hand. Deep blue arcs of electricity gathered at my fingertips, jumping like little snakes. With a sizzling sound, the air vibrated. Han Shui's pupils contracted sharply. As a second-stage martial artist, she clearly felt the pulse of power that caused her heart to race. Very strong. Definitely S-grade. I stared at my aunt as she hurried upstairs, a warm feeling swelling in my chest. Surprised? I smiled faintly, set the dishes on the table, and served 2 bowls of rice. Soon, my aunt came rushing down with a bankbook in hand and shoved it directly into mine. 30,000 yuan, all my savings. Take it. I was stunned. 30,000 yuan. This was the hard-earned money she painstakingly saved bit by bit. Rent for the shop, ingredients for food, my tuition. She was lucky to save 1,000 yuan a month. Not to mention, she was planning to save up 500,000 to buy this shop. Aunt, I can't take it. Martial cultivation isn't a 1 or 2 day thing. If I take the money back, will we just starve? As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed the bankbook into my palm with the strength of a rank 2 martial artist. Take it. Are you refusing your aunt? Her eyes left no room for refusal. I was silent, but in my heart, I silently vowed I wouldn't touch a single cent of this money. Once I'm strong enough, I'll personally help her buy this shop. At the dining table, a tempting aroma of meat wafted over. Beast meat. I was surprised. Isn't this 1,000 yuan per pound? It's not that expensive. Rank 1 beast meat is at most 500. My aunt smiled as she served me some meat. 500? I frowned. The World Mall clearly priced it at 1,000. Could the mall's goods be twice as expensive as outside? I quietly stored this information in my mind. After finishing the meal, I returned to my room. The energy from the beast meat burned inside me, my blood surging, my whole body burning. Now was the time. I immediately opened the basic body refining technique and began pounding my entire body in accordance with the mantra. The 9 stages of body refinement: refining skin, strengthening bones, tempering flesh, solidifying veins, unblocking organs, building marrow, circulating blood, shedding tendons, and the golden body. My goal: to enter the copper skin stage. Ordinary people needed 7 or 8 days, but I possessed 3 S-rank talents. After 2 rounds of training, my whole body felt scorching hot. The breakthrough moment had arrived. Without hesitation, colossal transformation, activate. All talent effects doubled. Life tides frantically repaired bodily damage, and my training speed soared. The next moment, my skin shimmered with a faint bronze glow, and a powerful strength surged through my entire body. Copper skin stage achieved. I clenched my fist, feeling the roaring power inside me. One punch like this could kill a cow. And it was only 11:30, plenty of time left. Keep training. If I could break through to silver skin, tomorrow's major exam would be a complete domination. But just then, gurgle. A fierce hunger swept over me like a tidal wave. I rushed downstairs, opened the fridge, and devoured all the leftovers inside. My stomach was stuffed to discomfort, but the hunger never eased. The energy density of ordinary food was simply insufficient. I still have to rely on beast meat. But beast meat cost hundreds per pound, and I only had 200 yuan left. Use my aunt's savings? Impossible. I gritted my teeth and endured the hunger back in my room. Tomorrow, if I made it into the martial arts class, they would distribute beast meat, and I'd be able to go hunting ferocious beasts. All my problems would be solved. Just then, time jumped past midnight. A system notification popped up. Today's special: 1 pound of hand-shredded mountain ox meat. Mountain ox, rank 2, ferocious beast. Shockingly low price, 9.9 dragon coins. Limited time only, buy 1 get 1 free. My eyes instantly lit up. I stared at the refreshed panel, my heart skipping a beat. It was here. Rank 2 beast meat, on special. It cost tens of thousands per pound outside, and now only 9.9 here? System, you're my real dad. Buy? I had 10 yuan and 1 dime in my pocket, leaving me with only 2 dimes after the purchase. Purchase successful. 2 plates of mountain ox meat appeared out of thin air inside my system space. With a thought, the meat dropped right in front of me. The aroma, my fingers moved involuntarily. I was clearly full just now, but this meat, maybe a little more, wouldn't hurt? Without hesitation, I grabbed piece after piece and stuffed it into my mouth. I couldn't stop. It was utterly delicious. As the beef slid down, my hunger vanished completely. The rank 2 beast meat transformed into blood energy, furiously cleansing my body. Opportunity arrived. I immediately followed the body refining techniques mantra and began pounding my body. One night passed. When I swallowed the last piece of meat, my aura suddenly surged wildly. My skin shone with a faint bronze hue, and looking closely, hints of silvery white were interlaced within. Stage 1, third level. In just one night, 2 pounds of mountain ox meat pushed me to the late copper skin stage. I was only one step away from silver skin. I casually grabbed a handmade knife from the table and sliced my arm. Only a shallow white scar remained. My defense was ridiculously strong. My strength had multiplied several times over. Now, I could kill a rank 1 level 1 ferocious beast with a single punch? Easily. And if I combined that with the 9 heavens divine thunder, a rank 1 level 6 ferocious beast would be no match. Outside, the sun rose slowly. A smile curved on my lips. Today's placement exam is mine for sure. When I went downstairs, my Aunt Han Shui was already busy in the kitchen. She woke up earlier than me every day, preparing the ingredients, and would even make my breakfast along the way. Seeing me, her gaze suddenly froze. Xiaofeng. She rushed over, hands on my shoulders, eyes fixed tightly on my skin. That faint bronze hue couldn't be hidden. Have you broken through? Yeah, first tier, triple strength. I nodded, my tone indifferent. After all, it only took one night. But Han Shui's eyes were as wide as copper bells. One night? From 0 to first tier triple strength. Her expression looked like she'd seen a ghost. From what I knew, breaking through the skin refining realm usually took at least 7 days. My speed was really a bit absurd. But she quickly recovered, gently ruffling my hair with a smile. Eat quickly. After saying goodbye to my aunt, I headed to school. Behind me, Han Shui watched my back, a trace of sorrow flickering in her eyes. My parents had died in battle against ferocious beasts. She didn't want me to follow that path. But she also knew, with my talent, there was no escaping it. All she could do was support me. Hesitating for a moment, she took out her phone and dialed a number she hadn't called in a long time. Nanjiang No. 1 High School. The classroom was quite crowded. As long as there was even the slightest hope, everyone wanted to try for the martial arts class. Even if their awakened talent was in the life category, they still wanted to take a chance. Chu Feng. A short male student came over. Zhang Kai, my classmate, had a D-grade alchemy master talent, which basically had nothing to do with combat ability. He came to ask me how to pass the class placement exam. Share some tips. I'm planning to pick the spear, an inch longer, an inch stronger, poke that fierce beast to death. He said it seriously, as if we were old friends. I was silent for a moment. No special tricks, just punch it to death. What? Zhang Kai was stunned. Bro, are you even awake? He looked at me as if I were an idiot. Fierce beasts were known for their strength and physique. Warriors of the same realm, without talent enhancement, basically couldn't beat them. For ordinary people to win against a first-level, first-stage fierce beast would be risking their lives. And I said punch it to death with one punch? To punch a fierce beast to death, you'd at least need to be 2 or 3 realms higher. When did you break through? Overnight. What a joke. He muttered to himself, but suddenly froze. His gaze locked on my neck. There, faintly, a bronze-colored glow shimmered. His pupils suddenly shrank. This is... You can't really be bronze level, can you? Zhang Kai widened his eyes, staring at the faint metallic luster on my forearm. That's right. I nodded. First stage, third level. Zhang Kai's expression instantly froze, as if struck by lightning. The next moment, he grabbed my wrist directly, pinching and examining it over and over for a full minute. Then his eyes began to shine. No flaws at all. Absolutely no flaws. He lowered his voice and leaned close to my ear. Bro, what medicine are you using? Give me one. I'll pay any price. What medicine? I frowned. I had only eaten 2 caddies of mountain beef. Stop pretending. Zhang Kai gave a I know everything expression. Even with an S-grade talent, the fastest breakthrough to bronze level takes 7 days. We only just awakened yesterday. Overnight. How could you have really broken through? You must have taken some temporary combat power booster to cheat your way through the exam, right? I shook my head. No, I didn't. Just one pill. Full price. No means no. Zhang Kai's face started darkening. After badgering me for a while, seeing that I wouldn't budge, his tone suddenly changed. I warn you, if you don't hand over the medicine, I'm reporting you for cheating. Nobody will get into the martial arts class. I didn't bother responding. The innocent have no fear of false accusations. Report me if you want. The class bell rang. Teacher Yang entered the classroom and began explaining the class placement rules. The exam content is simple. Defeat a first-level, first-stage, Tunton pig, and you can enter the martial arts class. But even within the martial arts class, there are different ranks. The first class's teacher is a 5th-stage Chozong realm expert. The 6th class only a 3rd-stage Tsuro realm. To enter the first class, you must challenge a first-level, 4th-stage fierce beast. Speaking, Teacher Yang looked toward Zheng Hao. The look said it all, B-grade dragon warrior talent, the most likely in the class to break into the first class. Zheng Hao slightly raised his chin, confident of victory. His gaze swept over me, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. In his view, though my S-grade talent sounded impressive, it didn't provide any combat power at all. We simply weren't in the same league. Move out. Teacher Yang waved a hand. The group began to move. Zhang Kai followed behind me, still chattering nonstop. Bro, stop messing with me. If you could really break through to first stage 3rd level in one day, I'd take my dad's surname. Wait, I already do. Anyway, it's impossible. Even the strongest S-grade talents need 7 days to break through to first stage, 1st level. Do you have 2 talents? No, warriors max out at 2. Could you have 3 S-grade talents? Ridiculous. I was too lazy to explain. Anyway, once we enter the testing arena, the results would speak for themselves. Seeing that I kept ignoring him, Zhang Kai finally shut up. But his gaze darkened. I could tell. He had already made up his mind. He was going to report me. And he planned to do it right when I was about to pass the exam, to pull me down in front of the entire school. He was convinced I was cheating. He wanted to see me fall hard at my peak moment. Humph. I smiled lightly at the corner of my mouth. Let him see what real strength means. I stood on the viewing stand, overlooking the circular arena below. This place was practically a replica of the Roman Colosseum. The center was a bloody battleground, surrounded by students like me coming to take the martial exam. At this moment, a massacre was underway inside. Our side's contestant, some unlucky fellow from Nanjiang number 1 high. Opponent, a more than 2-meter tall, fat-bodied, pink, Tunton pig, a first-level, first-stage fierce beast. Don't be fooled by its cute, stupid appearance. When this thing charges, it can send a person flying through the air. The battle begins. As the referee's whistle blew, the iron gate slammed open. The pink-eyed piglet dashed out. The boy clenched his short dagger, trying to engage in close combat. The blade sliced through the pig's skin, blood splattered. But it was useless. That small wound only enraged the beast. Boom. A flying pig's head rammed into the boy, sending him hurtling 3 meters away, the dagger flying out of his hand. He was completely done for. I give up. No surrender allowed. Referee Wei Tian's voice thundered like a storm. The powerful 5th-rank Tongzong realm expert swept the arena with a cold gaze. The ferocious beast only sees you as food. Only fighting to the end gives even a sliver of survival chance. Surrender? Certain death. Unless you pass out or face mortal danger. Fight till death. The stands instantly erupted. This is too cruel. Getting tossed by a pig is just humiliating. No more tests. I'm going home. Before the poor guy inside could react, the piglet charged again. Bang! The large snout smashed hard against his forehead. He immediately fainted. Only then did Wei Tian intervene, pressing down with one palm on the wildly struggling piglet, as easily as crushing an ant. Next, 2/3 of the crowd fell silent. Zhang Kai behind me drooped. Hey, Chu Feng, your talent doesn't boost your fighting power. Going up there is just getting beaten for nothing. I ignored him. I really have a first-rank triple cultivation level. You'll see soon enough. You must have taken drugs. Zhang Kai didn't believe me. Wei Tian is a 5th-rank expert. He can check. Don't blame me if I report you. Whatever. I fixed my gaze on the newly introduced piglet in the ring, a slight grin tugging at my lips. It was time to show everyone what an S-rank talent truly means, the 9 heavens divine thunder. Just as I was about to jump in, a figure stepped into the arena first. Zheng Hao, the owner of a B-rank combat talent, Dragon Warrior, His entire body radiated a terrifying dragon aura, as if a real dragon had descended. Seeing this, Wei Tian nodded with satisfaction. In the stands, homeroom, teacher Yang Xiaolei clenched her fists, eyes full of anticipation. The battle begins. The iron gate slammed open again. The piglet charged out, eyes bloodshot, rushing at Zheng Hao. But Zheng Hao stood firm, motionless. Roar! With a fierce shout, his muscles instantly bulged. A faint dragon phantom surrounded him, a terrifying power erupting. He raised his right fist. Boom! One punch smashed into the piglet's head. The ferocious beast that had sent someone flying 3 meters shook its head violently, staggered 2 steps, and instantly fainted. One-hit knockout. The stands exploded with cheers. So strong. Knocked out with 1 punch. That was without cultivation. Imagine with martial arts training. How terrifying. Only 2 in our school have the B-rank Dragon Warrior talent. What about A-rank? A-rank is the mysterious ice domain, summons cold ice, also very strong. S-rank. S-rank. Some sneered. That extreme gigantism talent is useless early on, a worthless talent. Our school's strongest is still A-rank. Zhang Kai heard that, turned and looked at me with mockery. Your S-rank that strong? Much stronger, I replied calmly. I hadn't yet tested the 9 heavens divine thunder's power, but from the talent description alone I knew, 1 bolt of lightning and this piglet would turn into roasted suckling pig. Huh. Keep blowing smoke. Wait and see. Inside the arena, Wei Tian nodded with approval. Not bad, what's your name? Zheng Hao. Continue the challenge? Killing a first-rank double grants 2 chi blood pills, triple grants 3, no upper limit. Chi blood pills. 10,000 dragon coins apiece. The concentrated essence of 10 gene of first-rank beast meat. Zheng Hao's eyes lit up. I'll directly challenge first-rank quadruple. Good. Moments later, the West Iron Gate reopened. This time, a true nightmare appeared. 2 meters tall, 4 meters long, covered in jet-black bristles. Rough pig nose flanked by half-meter sharp tusks. A raging wild boar. A first-rank quadruple ferocious beast. Hit by those tusks. Instant evisceration. The atmosphere in the stands froze. How do you fight this? Breaking its defense is the problem, right? Those tusks. Even a brush and you're dead. I'm switching to liberal arts. Zhang Kai panicked too, turning to me. Aren't you afraid? Why would I be? Dude, such a huge wild boar. Without talent, what can you use to fight? I didn't bother explaining. Inside, the raging wild boar charged at Zheng Hao. Its pig head lowered, tusks poised to strike. Roar! Zheng Hao bellowed, muscles swelling again. His clothes tore from the strain, revealing a body covered in pale red scales. The dragon bloodline fully awakened. He seized the moment when the wild boar lowered its head and delivered a fierce punch. Boom! His fist collided with the boar's head. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed throughout the arena. The enraged wild boar was forcibly suppressed, stepping back 2 paces to prepare for the next assault. And Zheng Hao, his right hand was already twisted at an unnatural angle. It was broken. The intense pain contorted his face, and his combat effectiveness plummeted instantly. At that moment, the wild boar's hind legs kicked fiercely, its half-meter-long tusks stabbing straight at Zheng Hao's vital spot. A killing blow. Wei Tian stood by the side, watching coldly. He showed no intention of intervening. The stands fell into a deadly silence. The audience shut their eyes, unable to bear watching. The outcome was already decided. Blood was about to stain the entire arena. I kept my eyes fixed on Zheng Hao inside the arena. The wild boar's tusks were stabbing at his chest, moving so swiftly they appeared like a streak of white light. Zheng Hao had taken a beating even before he got injured. Now, covered in blood, how could he possibly withstand it? But he did not give up. Because the competition rules were simple, no surrender allowed, only to hold on with all your might. At the instant the fatal strike was about to land, something strange happened. Zheng Hao's eyes suddenly changed. He seemed to enter some kind of state, where all movements slowed down in his perception. The boar's charging trajectory, the angle of the tusks, even the flow of air. He saw a flaw. He slightly tilted his body and grazed past the sharp tusks, narrowly dodging. But dodging alone would not win the fight. In the split second they brushed past each other, Zheng Hao raised his elbow and slammed it hard against the middle of the tusk. Crack! The tusk broke. A burst of gasps erupted in the stands. But the next second, everyone's expressions froze. In pain, the wild boar went berserk, and the remaining half of the broken tusk turned into an even deadlier weapon. Swish! The broken tusk slashed directly across Zheng Hao's chest, an immense force tearing open his dragon warrior scale armor. Blood splattered everywhere. I clearly saw. The wound on his chest was gruesome, white bone vaguely visible. Zheng Hao fainted on the spot. The boar was relentless and lowered its head, ready to use the broken tusk to pierce him into a wasp nest. Bang! Wei Tian made his move. No one saw how he moved. Their vision blurred, and the huge wild boar immediately rolled its eyes and crashed to the ground. A fifth-rank strong cultivator in the Tongzong realm was truly terrifying. Wei Tian checked Zheng Hao's injuries and quickly stuffed a pill into his mouth, swiftly stopping the bleeding. Not enough combat experience. Go back and rest. Zheng Hao staggered back to the stands, the wound still bleeding, but he did not lie down. He wanted to see who could possibly defeat this monster. Discussion bubbled up around us. So tragic, his ribs are exposed. Breaking even one tusk from a rookie is impressive. A first-rank, fourth-stage fierce beast isn't something to joke about. The arena floor was still stained with blood. Wei Tian said coldly. Next. The entire audience fell silent. What had just happened was too shocking. Zheng Hao had nearly been gutted, yet the wild boar only lost a single tusk. Its fighting strength was barely affected. A first-rank, fourth-stage enraged wild boar's power far exceeded everyone's expectations. Who would dare go up next? I will. I leapt directly into the arena, landing firmly. The stands instantly erupted. Zhang Kai looked at me with his mouth slightly open, but said nothing. I knew what he was thinking. He wanted to report that I wasn't a student of this school. But after the two bloody fights just now, he probably felt that someone who's willing to risk their life deserves respect. The benefits of the martial arts class were good, but they came at the cost of life. However, Wei Tian's reaction surprised me. His eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. Go, go, go? Don't mess around. I was stunned. Why? I'm also a student of Nanjiang High. Wei Tian looked as if he had just heard the biggest joke in the world. You? Which class? If you can't say, don't blame me for being rude. Obviously, he did not believe me. My cultivation was at the third layer of the first rank. He was a fifth-rank expert who saw it clearly. By logic, someone who just awakened their talent yesterday couldn't possibly reach this level today. Senior 3, Class 7, Homeroom, Teacher Yang Xiaolei. I pointed toward the stands. She's there. Teacher Yang immediately stood up. Chu Feng is my student. He awakened an S-tier talent. Zheng Hao can vouch for that. Although badly injured, Zheng Hao managed to speak with difficulty. That's right, Chu Feng is my classmate. His talent is S-tier extreme gigantification. S-tier talent. The moment those words were spoken, the stands burst into chatter. So he's the one who awakened an S-tier talent? Too bad, extreme gigantification is the most useless among S-tier talents. The potential is high. At 7th rank it can double the second talent, effectively giving you 4 talents. But what if the second talent you awaken is F-tier? Then it's useless, isn't it? At the early stage, it had no combat effectiveness at all, far less practical than a C-rank talent. I heard all these comments, but I was too lazy to explain. What they didn't know was, my talent had already undergone its first Gigantamax evolution. Now, I was far stronger than they could imagine. Down by the sidelines, Wei Tian was completely dumbfounded. He finally confirmed that I had only awakened my talent yesterday, but this only made him more confused. One day, 3 tiers within the first rank? Does the body refining technique not require time to practice? Doesn't bodily injury need time to heal? Even with the fastest cultivation speed, breaking through 1 tier of the first rank in one night was already the absolute limit. What the hell did you mean by 3 tiers in the first rank? The silver light shimmering on my skin stunned Wei Tian all the way. This was the hallmark of the late bronze skin stage, just 1 step away from breaking into the silver skin stage. Impossible. Only these 3 words echoed in his mind. The Gigantamax talent didn't increase cultivation speed at all. How did this kid pull it off? Could it be some secret technique that overdraws potential? He had just formed the thought when he dashed over, grabbed my arm, and poured a powerful surge of blood and energy into my body, beginning a thorough scan. After a few seconds, his expression shifted from shock to blankness. No secret technique. No injuries. Nothing at all. It had to be known that the essence of the body refining art was to continuously damage and then repair the body. Without injury, how could one cultivate? Even if one consumed spirit pills to accelerate recovery, traces of the medicinal power would remain inside. But my body was perfectly clean, like I had never cultivated before. And yet my cultivation was authentic. Could it be? He was born with a constitution for rapid healing? Wei Tian muttered to himself, his eyes gradually brightening. At the side, the homeroom teacher Yang Xiaolei finally sensed something amiss. She followed Wei Tian's gaze, and, upon seeing the silver shimmer on my skin, she sprang to her feet with a sharp swoosh. A first-rank warrior, late bronze skin stage. She was utterly flustered. Yesterday, she had told me to go back and cultivate, only as a polite remark. Who would have thought I actually did? And reached the late bronze skin stage directly? That speed was even faster than using drugs. She knew my family background all too well, so poor it was deafening, with no access to any top-tier resources. Under these conditions, breaking through to the warrior realm overnight? What if the resources were sufficient? 7 days to break through bone refining? Yang Xiaolei fell silent, her mind calculating a wild possibility. If Chu Feng could charge to the 7th rank and awaken another S-rank combat talent. She didn't dare to imagine. Chu Feng is already a first-rank, 3rd-tier warrior. Wei Tian's voice rang throughout the arena. As a formidable 5-rank Tongzong stage expert, he had confirmed my physique, a once-in-a-million cultivation genius. This voice struck Yang Xiaolei's ears like thunder. Her eyes widened abruptly as she fixed her gaze on the silver glow on my skin and gasped sharply. One night. No external aid. Late bronze skin stage. Unprecedented, she muttered, her entire worldview collapsing. Historically, the fastest cultivated genius took 7 whole days to break through the 1st rank, 1st tier. But I had done 3 tiers in one night. Beside me, Zheng Hao's expression was priceless. He had practiced basic body refining techniques and knew just how painful it was. Now his whole body ached, and it would probably take him a month to break through the skin refining stage. And I did it in one day? And 3 tiers at that? In the stands, Zhang Kai was left dumbfounded. He had wanted to report me for falsifying my cultivation, but now, was he about to eat his own words? The surrounding murmurs exploded. Cultivation genius. Breaking historical records, right? Is the S-rank talent this powerful? That can't be right. Body refining technique needs injuries and recovery, no matter how efficient. Only one explanation: special constitution. My thunder talent left the entire arena in stunned silence. There was a hush. I knew my cultivation speed was ridiculously fast, so I deliberately paused for a few seconds to let everyone digest it. When the referee Wei Tian regained his composure, I spoke up. Can we start now? To be honest, I was itching to kill the ferocious beast. The event at the Myriad Worlds Mall was too tempting. If the lucky bag dropped a cultivation technique, it would be an absolute steal. Just any cultivation technique in the mall started at 300,000 dragon coins. 300,000. Even selling myself by the pound wouldn't be enough. All right, let's begin. Wei Tian confirmed my identity and didn't ask further. Ready, fight. The iron gate opposite slowly rose, and a pink pig-like creature trotted out, snorting loudly. A 1st rank, 1st tier ferocious beast? Then don't blame me for going all out. 9 heavens divine thunder. ZZZT. Azure lightning instantly engulfed my entire body, filling the arena with a terrifying sense of oppression. The next moment, the lightning cascaded like a waterfall, pouring straight into that pig's body. Boom. The Toton pig died on the spot, not even letting out a sound. Ding. Killed a ferocious beast, obtained a level 1, rank 1 lucky bag. From the strike to the end, it took no more than 3 seconds. A destructive aura still lingered in the air. Wei Tian was dumbfounded, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit a fist. Wait, wasn't your talent the most useless Gigantamax type? How did it become electric type? And a one-hit kill at that? It's at least an A grade. maybe even an S-grade talent. He trembled as he walked up to me. Is, is this a martial skill? I looked innocent. I don't know. I just felt like I could do it, so I did. Wei Tian's face turned green. Did the talent mutate? Or did the detector break? In any case, this electric talent's attack power was insanely over the top. The stands completely erupted. Who said his talent was Gigantamax? Don't you see the electric aura? This is a rare lightning-type talent. The attack power is limitless. His cultivation speed is ridiculous, and his talent this strong. Dragon Nation might be about to produce a peerless martial artist. My homeroom teacher, Yang Xiaolei, was utterly stunned. She personally witnessed me awaken the Gigantamax talent, so how did it suddenly turn into electric? One-hit kills, cultivation speed skyrocketing. Why do all the good things come to me? Next to her, Zheng Hao looked pale. His B-grade dragon warrior talent. He had thought he could go 50-50 with me. Now, he felt he wouldn't survive even one hit from me. As for Zhang Kai, he was completely dizzy. Wasn't he planning to cheat through secret techniques? Having a high cultivation level would be one thing, but the talent being this broken? He remembered threatening to report me, and now he felt like a joke. People with real strength make any little trick useless. Wei Tian looked at the Toton pig, now roasted like a golden piglet, and waved for the crew to clear the scene. Why not challenge the level 1, rank 4 rabid wild boar? I recognize your strength. The vitality pills will still be sent. I shook my head. If killing ferocious beasts drops lucky bags, why not kill more? Out there in the wild is dangerous, but here it's safe and reliable. I want to test my talent's power more, so I won't skip levels. Wei Tian nodded. That makes sense. A strong talent needs lots of practice. Only by pairing it with martial arts can you unleash its full power. He waved, and they released a level 1, rank 2 black-haired pig. During this brief moment, I opened the exquisite blue lucky bag inside the system. You just awakened one day ago and already want to learn movement techniques? That's way too broken. 3,000 lightning moves. Congratulations on acquiring the inheritance memory. 3,000 lightning moves, incomplete. A supreme eidetic movement technique from a powerful figure in a parallel universe. At that instant, a vast flood of memories poured into my mind. Inheritance memories are ruthless. No need to learn. All techniques are etched directly into the soul. 3,000 lightning moves, a peerless movement technique. At full power, speed is as fast as thunder, moving dozens of thousands of meters in an instant. My S-grade, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder was strong enough to drive this body technique with ease. Unfortunately, without spiritual power and the inheritance incomplete at only 5%, I could currently only wield less than 1% of its power. Still, in the blink of an eye, I moved over 100 meters. This was something only a level 2 martial artist using top-level martial skills could achieve. I, a level 1 rookie, had already gained the ability to escape a level 2 ferocious beast. That was enough. When I collect the complete 3,000 lightning moves eventually, running across the entire blue star in an instant wouldn't be a problem. Ready? Teacher Wei Tian reminded gently. Let's go. The iron gate thundered open, and a black-haired wild boar charged out. This time, I didn't immediately use divine thunder to kill. I rushed forward with quick steps, my right hand gathering azure lightning. Killing beasts not only gave vitality pills rewards, but the system might also drop lucky bags. I had to save energy and kill as many as possible. A level 1 rank 4 rabid wild boar. Guaranteed kill. The wild boar charged wildly, without hesitation. Right palm slammed down. Crackle. The 9 Heavens Divine Thunder instantly invaded its brain, killing it on the spot. No lucky bag. No worries. Next, I shouted loudly. The stands were abuzz with chatter. Azure Lightning looks so cool. Too bad he doesn't have movement martial arts, or he'd be a mobile artillery. One day since awakening and already wants to learn movement techniques? That's way too broken. Teacher Wei Tian spoke up, very impressive. Defeat a level 1 rank 4, and you can choose a rank 3 body tempering technique, doubling your body's strength after learning. Defeat a level 1 rank 7, and you can choose a rank 3 breathing technique, greatly enhancing stamina recovery. If you manage to kill a level 1 rank 9, An additional reward of 10 million dragon coins. The entire crowd gasped. Rank 3 body tempering technique officially costs over 1 million. The breathing technique is over 4 million. Level 1 rank 9? No one has ever done that before. Chu Feng is only level 1 rank 3. Can he do it? The iron gate opened again. A rabid wild boar, 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, charged out like a small tank. Level 1, rank 4. It was the fierce beast that had caused Zheng Hao to struggle fiercely and get injured, with only one of its tusks broken. A creature that would drive most novice warriors to despair. And my right hand was engulfed in a mighty, thunderous aura. Bang! The moment the raging wild boar charged out, I smelled the scent of death. Not its death, but the death it thought belonged to me. This beast weighed at least 300 jin, with 2 half-meter-long tusks gleaming coldly, like 2 sharpened scimitars. It roared as it charged at me, its hooves pounding the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. I didn't dodge. A brilliant blue thunder light gathered in my right palm, and I directly met the charge. Just as I was about to smash its head with a palm strike, this beast actually sidestepped. Not only did it dodge, it took the opportunity to swipe its tusks across. The half-meter-long tusks cut through the air, creating a sharp, whooshing sound. There was no room for me to evade. If I got hit by those tusks, it would either rip me open or cause grave injuries instantly. The stands erupted immediately. It's over, it's over. He doesn't even know any martial arts. Such a pity. No weapon either. How can he block that? I thought he was strong, but now it seems he's just SOSO. Zheng Hao, that guy with the B-level talent Dragon Warrior, actually breathed a sigh of relief. He was laughing. He thought I was finished. He thought his talent was the strongest. How funny. When the tusks were less than half a meter from me, I moved. 3,000 thunder movements. The divine thunder from the 9 heavens was summoned by my will. The thunder light on my right fist instantly spread all over my body. The dazzling blue light illuminated the entire arena. The next second, I disappeared. When I reappeared, I was already standing behind the raging wild boar. And that 300-gene beast had a deep, bone-exposing wound on its head, with blue thunderlight crackling around the wound. Clop! It twitched and collapsed, never to rise again. You have slain a ferocious beast and luckily obtained a Tier 1, 4th level lucky bag. Silence as deep as death fell over the stands. Then, where did he go? Where was he just now? I didn't even blink. What the hell was that speed? Definitely an S-level talent. A genuine S-level. Zheng Hao froze entirely. He knew too well how tough the raging wild boar was. Previously, when he struck its head with all his might, his own fist fractured, but the beast remained unscathed. And I, with one strike, had cracked its skull open. Plus that ability to disappear instantly. His face turned deathly pale. His B-level talent, Dragon Warrior, could only enhance strength and defense. But against me, he simply couldn't imagine how to win. Class teacher Yang Xiaolei looked at me with complicated feelings. She was a Tier 2 martial artist, but she knew clearly, if we fought, she might not even withstand a single move. Referee Wei Tian was a Tier 5 expert. He watched my movements closely. His expression could only be described as bewildered. In one day, breaking through to Tier 1, 4th level. In one day, learning at least Tier 4 martial techniques. Keep in mind, ordinary martial artists need 3 to 4 months to master a single Tier 1 martial art. Wei Tian opened his mouth, but seemed at a loss for words. In the end, he just waved his hand, signaling the staff to release the next ferocious beast. Next, I stretched my wrist, the corners of my mouth lifting slightly. This was only the beginning. As Wei Tian's voice still echoed, I materialized from the thunderlight. My whole body ached as if run over by a truck, but I didn't even have a chance to catch my breath. Another wild boar strolled slowly into the arena. Wait, I wasn't ready yet. The lucky bag I just obtained wasn't even opened. Plus, that move, 3,000 thunder movements, drained too much stamina. I could only use it 2 more times at most. Any more? I was afraid I'd collapse from exhaustion. But Wei Tian didn't give me any rest and directly released a Tier 1, 5th level ferocious beast. I gritted my teeth and suddenly raised my hand. Wait, I have a question. Wei Tian instantly flashed beside the boar, easily pressing it down with one hand. What's your question? I took a deep breath. I want to fight all the remaining beasts at once. The arena went silent for a second. Then it exploded. Is he crazy? He barely handled the Tier 1, 4th level boar just now. How does he expect to challenge 5 at once? A Tier 1, 9th level beast can't be taken down even with lightning in one hit. Unless his lightning power doubles. But how's that possible? Voices surged like a tide. Almost no one was optimistic about me. My class teacher Yang Xiaolei pressed her lips tight, silent, but her eyes full of worry. Zheng Hao clenched his fists. Zhang Kai's gaze was as complicated as an unfinished book. But I didn't care. I only knew one thing. If I fought them one by one, my stamina wouldn't last until the end. The 10 million prize money? I had to win it. My aunt's shop, my training resources, stronger cultivation methods, all needed money. Are you sure? Wei Tian's voice was calm. Unless there's a life-threatening danger, I won't intervene. Confirmed. I didn't hesitate. Wei Tian nodded and gestured to the staff. Then, 5 black-furred wild boars were released. Each one was larger than the previous raging wild boars. The largest was a full 4 meters tall. I had to tilt my head back just to see its eyes. The raging boar king. Rank 1, 9th stage. Just standing there, it looked like a small mountain. Its thick tusks required 2 people to encircle. Even a light touch would probably shatter my bones to pieces. Gasps came from the stands. Can this really be fought by a beginner? Those tusks, just a touch, and you'd be down for half a year, right? A 4-meter-tall beast. Can lightning even affect it? Yang Xiaolei's face turned pale. She was a rank 2 warrior, but didn't believe she could beat these 5. Zheng Hao, the genius who had awakened the B-level talent, dragon warrior, looked pale and lacked any desire to fight. And me? The electric light on my body began to flicker. No need to prepare, I said. Let's begin. Wei Tian reined in his breath. The 5 beasts stirred restlessly. As his voice fell, fight. Start. Wei Tian's words had barely fallen when the 5 giant beasts roared in unison. The sound was like the horns of hell. Led by the raging boar king, the 5 colossal beasts charged toward me with deadly intent. The ground trembled under their hooves, dust billowing into the sky. 4-meter-tall beasts lunging simultaneously. The suffocating pressure was enough to make anyone's legs go weak on the spot. The stands erupted in uproar. It's over. 5 charging at once. There's nowhere to escape. Even a rank 2 warrior with an awakened combat talent would have to fight desperately, right? With Nanjiang High School's highest record being a victory over a rank 1, 7th stage. This time, defeat is certain. Zheng Hao stared fixedly at the arena, thinking, if it were him standing there, how many seconds would he survive? The answer might not even be 1 second. But they all forgot one thing. I am Chu Feng. Facing the death charge of 5 ferocious beasts, my heartbeat remained steady as ever. A deep blue divine thunder exploded from my body, instantly covering me from head to toe. I transformed into a pure blue light. The next moment, I vanished. Rumble. A deafening thunderclap exploded. Deep, bone-piercing wounds blossomed simultaneously on the heads of the 5 beasts, blue electric arcs wildly dancing at the wounds. 2 of them had injuries so severe, you could see their brain matter. Thud, thud. 2 boars collapsed on the spot, completely dead. In the blink of an eye, the enemy's combat strength was decimated by a third. The stands erupted into wild cheers. Incredible. I couldn't even see his figure clearly. Just a flash of blue light, and the beasts fell. Zheng Hao's opponents who fought tooth and nail are just pawns to Chu Feng. S-tier talent. Definitely S-tier. Zheng Hao's face went ashen, but as he looked at the arena, a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. 3 remain. The strongest boar king is still alive. He was right. The remaining 3 were all ferocious beasts above rank 1, 6th stage. They shook their heads, injured but still alive. Especially the raging boar king, with blood-red eyes and murderous, intent soaring. As for me, sweat slid down my forehead. After 5 consecutive high-speed attacks, my stamina was greatly drained. The skulls of these 3 were too tough. My lightning couldn't fully break their defenses. Stamina depleted. Insufficient lightning. The 3 enraged beasts charged at me again. Wei Tian's body tensed. ready to jump in at any moment to save me. In his eyes, I was already very strong. Killing 2 in one breath was outstanding. But 3 left? If I couldn't break their defense, what was the point in fighting? What he didn't know was, I never fought a battle I wasn't confident in. The 3-headed wild boar king charged at me. The ground trembled, like a tank crushing everything in its path. I stood still, unmoving. Stamina? Nearly depleted. Opportunity? Only one last chance. I could hear the murmurs from the stands clearly. It's over, he can't break through the defense. Double lightning damage? What a joke. He's definitely going to lose. Humph. I took a deep breath, feeling the last bit of strength within me. All along, I had been hiding a trump card. Talent. Extreme gigantification. All talent effects are increased by 100%. ZZZZZT. Brilliant blue lightning instantly engulfed my entire body, growing a full ring thicker than before. A destructive aura swept across the arena. Even the air trembled. Wei Tian's eyes instantly widened. I caught his expression, a slight smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. That's right. After my talent mutated, not only did I awaken the 9 heavens' divine thunder, but I also retained the doubling effect from extreme gigantification. In other words, I alone was the equivalent of 4 S-level talents combined. The 3-headed wild boar king was now right before me. I didn't choose to clash head-on with its skull again. That would be foolish. A flash of lightning. My figure streaked past the 3 fierce beasts, not over their heads, but at their necks. There was no bone protection there. The doubled 9 heavens' divine thunder poured fiercely into the wounds, directly shattering their brains. I revealed my figure, drenched in sweat, my right hand trembling uncontrollably. But a smile was on my face, because in front of me, the 3-headed wild boar king froze in place, its body convulsing, barely able to stand. The system prompt appeared. Killed a ferocious beast, received a level 17 layers blessing bag. Killed a ferocious beast, received a level 19 layers blessing bag. 2 more blessing bags. I looked up and glanced at those who had just said I was bound to lose. Want to say something? I killed 5 ferocious beasts, and the whole arena went wild. The stands erupted. Everyone stared at me, completely soaked and breathing like a busted bellows. In front of me, the 3 giant boars lay motionless. What's going on? Why do those monsters look like they're drunk? Could they be dead? Impossible, someone screamed. There's no wound on the wild boar king's head. Chu Feng didn't even touch its forehead. Right? If he didn't attack the head, how could it be a one-hit kill? It must be just lightning controlling them. If they were really dead, such huge beasts would have collapsed already. Exactly. The referee hasn't even announced anything yet. Zheng Hao stared intensely into the arena, searching for an answer. Zhang Kai was even more nervous. He hoped I would win, hoped I'd break Nanjiang No. 1 high school's historical record. If I could. A newcomer who just awakened a day ago defeating a level 19 layers ferocious beast? In the future, casually saying Chu Feng is my classmate, Zhang Kai would feel proud to the point of glowing. Meanwhile, inside the arena, the brains of the 3-headed boars were already smashed into mush by my 9 heavens' divine thunder. Their bodies still twitched unconsciously. Then, boom, the 3 giant beasts collapsed simultaneously. Their necks twisted, revealing grotesque bloody holes. Blood gushed out, white brain matter dripping from the wounds. I didn't attack their heads. I struck their necks. With double attack power, I tore through their most vulnerable parts directly. The entire arena fell silent. Then, WTF? Just died like that? As easy as drinking water. Smart. They knew the head was hard, so they hit the neck. This battle instinct is insane. Adjusting strategies so quickly, choosing the most efficient attack. He's a born warrior. The speed is just too fast. Attacks come from every angle, completely undefendable. The beasts are nothing but wooden stakes in his hands. Too strong. If I didn't know he just awakened yesterday, I'd think he's a level 3 tempered flesh warrior. I was wrong to doubt him. He is a true genius. My homeroom teacher Yang Xiaolei watched all of this with a complex expression. She had originally backed Zheng Hao. But now, if it came down to me fighting Zheng Hao, one of me could easily slaughter hundreds or thousands of him. This kind of difference couldn't be bridged by numbers anymore. She admitted she had misjudged. Zheng Hao slumped in his seat. The difference between a B-level and an S-level talent was just 2 ranks. But the actual gap felt like heaven and earth. From now on, he whispered, I can only look up to him. Referee Wei Tian took a deep breath. He was a level 5 warrior, and he had clearly seen everything that just happened. My speed had directly doubled, reaching the standard of a level 2 7th stage warrior or higher. And that wasn't due to martial skills. It was because of lightning. The power of my lightning instantaneously doubled. My attack power doubled. The neck bones of those ferocious beasts were blasted apart by my 9 heavens divine thunder. And before, I couldn't even break through their skulls. The doubled 9 heavens divine thunder poured fiercely into the wounds, directly shattering their brains. I revealed my figure, drenched all over, my right hand trembling uncontrollably. But there was a smile on my face, because the 3 wild boar kings in front of me were frozen in place, their bodies twitching, unable to even stand. A system notification popped up. Beast killed. Obtained tier 1 7-fold lucky bag. Beast killed. Obtained tier 1 9-fold lucky bag. 2 more lucky bags. I raised my head and looked at those who had just said I was doomed to lose. Want to say something? I killed 5 ferocious beasts, and the entire arena went wild. The stands erupted. Everyone was staring at me, soaked to the skin, panting like a broken bellows. In front of me, the 3 giant wild boars were motionless. What's going on? Why do those monsters look like they're drunk? Could they be dead? Impossible, someone screamed. The wild boar kings don't have any wounds on their heads. Chu Feng didn't even touch their foreheads. Yeah, without attacking the head, how could he possibly kill them in one move? He must have just used lightning to paralyze them. If they were really dead, such massive creatures would have collapsed by now. Exactly. The referee hasn't even announced it yet. Zheng Hao stared intently at the arena, wanting an answer. Zhang Kai was even more nervous than him. He hoped I would win, hoped I would break the record of Nanjiang First High School. If I could do it. A rookie who had just awakened for one day, defeating tier 1 9-fold beasts? In the future, just casually saying, Chu Feng is my classmate. Zhang Kai felt it would bring him immense pride. Meanwhile, in the arena, the brains of the 3 wild boars had already been turned into mush by my 9 heavens divine thunder. Their bodies were still twitching unconsciously. Then boom. The 3 giant beasts collapsed simultaneously. Their necks tilted, revealing ghastly bloody holes. Blood gushed out, and white brain matter flowed from the wounds. I didn't attack their heads. I attacked their necks. With doubled attack power, I tore through their most vulnerable spots. The entire arena fell silent. Then what the hell? They just died? As easily as drinking water. Smart. Knowing the head is tough, so he went for the neck. That combat awareness is insane. Adjusting strategy in such a short time to choose the most efficient attack method. This is a born warrior. The speed was incredible. At that speed, there's no way to defend against attacks from any angle, so the beasts were like wooden stakes in his hands. Too strong. If I didn't know he just awakened yesterday, I'd believe you if you said he was a tier 3 body-tempering martial artist. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted him. He's a true genius. My homeroom teacher, Yang Xiaolei, watched all this with a complex expression. She had originally placed her hopes on Zheng Hao. But now, if I were to fight Zheng Hao, just one of me could easily slaughter hundreds or thousands of Zheng Haos. This gap was no longer something that could be bridged by numbers. She admitted she had misjudged. Zheng Hao slumped in his seat. A B-grade talent and an S-grade talent were only 2 levels apart. But the actual gap was like heaven and earth. From now on, he murmured, I can only look up to him. Referee Wei Tian took a deep breath. He was a tier 5 martial artist and had seen everything that just happened clearly. My speed had directly doubled, reaching the level of a tier 2 7-fold martial artist or higher. And it wasn't because of martial techniques. It was because of lightning. The power of my lightning had doubled in an instant. My attack power had also doubled. The neck bones of those beasts had been forcibly shattered by my 9 heavens divine thunder. You have to understand, earlier I couldn't even break through their skulls. Now, I directly severed their neck bones. A 100% improvement. I could have completely broken through their skulls head-on. But I chose a more secure method, attacking the neck for a one-hit kill. This level of combat quality is something most martial artists lack. Many people become complacent and arrogant after gaining an advantage, even mocking their opponents, giving them a chance to turn the tables. Foolish. Battle over. Wei Tian announced. Chu Feng wins. He handed me a vitality pill and then lowered his voice to ask, just now, when your lightning power doubled, was that the effect of a talent mutation? I swallowed the pill and feigned confusion. I don't know. I just felt like I could use it that way, so I did. There was no way I could tell the truth. If people found out I had 3 S-level talents, I'd probably be captured and dissected for research. Anyway, if asked, I'd just say I didn't know. Wei Tian pondered for a moment and concluded, your talent is very strong. Just the lightning alone reaches S-level power. Plus, with this ability of yours, to double the power of your talent, this mutated talent of yours is equivalent to 2 S-levels. Dual S-level talent. Wei Tian's voice boomed like thunder. In the stands, everyone's eyes widened. Wait, 1 S-level talent equals 2 S-levels. Is that even humanly possible? Just now, they said he couldn't amplify his lightning power, and then he directly doubled it? Doubled it. This talent mutation is way too absurd. A gigantic form combined with terrifying new lightning. Together, it's practically invincible. Having a heaven-defying talent is one thing, but his cultivation speed is insane too. And that teleportation. Within the first tier, no beast could even touch a hair on him. That ability to transform into lightning, that must be a martial art, right? Martial art? Impossible. Chu Feng just awakened his talent yesterday. How could he have mastered such advanced martial arts? The debate raged on. At this moment, Yang Xiaolei stepped forward. With years of teaching experience, she had a clear understanding of talents and martial arts. Chu Feng's method of transforming into lightning is an extremely advanced martial art, at least tier 4. Because it utilizes his talent so effectively, it appears to be a talent. In essence, it's martial arts. The entire venue fell silent. A full minute passed before someone finally spoke, trembling. Martial arts aside. Tier 4 martial arts. Tier 4 martial arts, learned in a single day? Someone slap me and tell me I'm dreaming. Could it be that Chu Feng learned it in advance? In advance? How? Talent awakening is random. Could he predict what talent he'd awaken? Exactly. Before awakening a talent, ordinary people can't even begin cultivation. So the only possibility is he learned it all in a single day. After reaching this conclusion, the crowd was even more shocked. One day, mutated a talent equivalent to dual S levels. Broke through to Tier 1, Level 3 cultivation. Casually mastered a Tier 4 martial art. Is this even human? This isn't a genius. This is cheating. Who could possibly compare? Zheng Hao and Zhang Kai fell completely silent. They knew that Chu Feng was now someone they could never hope to reach. Inside the arena, I took Wei Tian's pill, and my stamina recovered by more than half. Next, it was time to distribute the rewards. 3rd level body refining technique. This could allow me to cultivate up to the 9th level of the 3rd stage, and it was compatible with the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, doubling its effectiveness. 3rd level breathing technique. This could accelerate stamina recovery. If I mastered it now, that Wild Boar King wouldn't last 3 seconds. And 10 million dragon coins. With this money, I could buy that 500,000 shop for my aunt, so she wouldn't have to pay rent anymore. I'd set aside another 500,000, so my aunt wouldn't have to work in the future. The remaining money, I'd use to buy techniques from the Myriad Realms Mall. The 3000 Thunder movement required spiritual energy to unleash its full power, so I needed a technique to cultivate spiritual energy. And attack-based martial arts, like Palm Thunder or Thunderbolt Palm, techniques that could amplify the power of Divine Thunder. Simply using the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder to kill enemies consumed too much stamina and was inefficient. I had to become stronger. How are the rewards distributed? Do we wait until all the matches are over? I asked. Wei Tian shook his head. He flickered, disappearing from sight at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, and returned moments later with a staff member. I'll take you to claim your rewards. Xiao Qin will handle things here. By the way, I'll also introduce you to the principal. If he learns about your talent, he'll definitely treat you like a treasure. When the time comes, you can make some reasonable requests. The principal will most likely agree. As he spoke, he leaned close to my ear and lowered his voice. I'll let you in on a secret. Our school has a 4th-level martial art called Thunderstrike Finger. Its attack power is incredibly strong, and combined with your lightning-fast movement technique, it could produce extraordinary results. A 4th-level martial art would cost tens of millions outside. Make good use of this opportunity. With that, he led me out of the arena. Principal, the 4-school tournament. We're doomed. I stood outside the principal's office of Nanjiang First High School and heard this sentence from inside. The voice belonged to Principal Chun Ming, a 6th-stage bone marrow refinement expert, who at this moment seemed as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The reason was simple. For tomorrow's 4-school tournament, 2nd High School was sending a monster, a 2nd-stage, 1st-level bone refinement expert. And the strongest student from 1st High School? Only 1st stage, 7th level. An entire stage of difference. You have to understand, the champion of the 4-school tournament could directly attract 80% of the city's top students. Losing this match would demote 1st High School from a top-tier institution to a second-rate one. To this end, Chun Ming had spent a fortune hiring 3 repeat students as enforcers. But it was useless. A bone refinement martial artist can knock 10 skin refinement fighters flying with a single punch. Chun Ming paced back and forth. This fight is unwinnable. What he didn't know was, standing before him, that 1st stage, 7th-level student Jiang Hao had the soul of an ancient monster hidden in his mind. Xiao Hao, your 8 extremes fist can kill across levels. Not going to make a move? The ancient soul asked. Jiang Hao shook his head secretly. Keep a low profile. Our goal is the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder outside the city. That's an S-rank talent. Just then, knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Teacher Wei Tian pushed the door open and entered, followed by a young man. It was me, Chu Feng. Chun Ming glanced at me and immediately frowned. 1st stage, 3rd level? In the eyes of a 6th-stage expert like him, my cultivation level was as clear as black ink on white paper. A repeat student? Pay the fee and you can attend. He waved his hand, dismissively, not bothering to say more. The implication, leave. But Teacher Wei Tian just smiled. He looked around at the so-called ace students and then calmly said, Chu Feng can help you win the 4-school tournament. Do you welcome him? The air froze. Chun Ming's eyes widened, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke in the world. 1st stage, 3rd level? Beat a 2nd stage, 1st-level bone refinement expert? A bone refinement martial artist's bones were as hard as iron, and a single punch could turn a copper skin expert into dust. Forget bone refinement. Even that 1st stage, 7th-level Jiang Hao standing right there could crush me into the ground. Chun Ming opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But there was one thing he didn't know. I, Chu Feng, have awakened 2 S-level talents. Are you sure? Principal Chun Ming stared at Teacher Wei Tian, his eyes full of doubt. A 1st-tier 3rd level defeating a 2nd-tier 1st level? Are you kidding me? But after all, he was an experienced veteran, and he quickly figured it out. Wei Tian had no reason to lie about something like this. All right, Chun Ming nodded. Letting him compete isn't out of the question, but you'll be responsible for the consequences. Teacher Wei Tian, however, waved his hand. I'm not here to register him. He paused, his tone calm. I'm here to collect the award for Chu Feng. In the class placement exam, he killed 5 ferocious beasts in one go. 3 were late 1st tier, and 2 were early 1st tier. Among them was a 1st-tier, 9th-level beast. He broke the historical record. Silence. A deathly silence. Chun Ming was stunned. A 1st-tier 3rd level, killing a 1st-tier 9th level? How is that possible? Wait, something even more outrageous was coming. The talent awakening for senior high school students was just yesterday, which means this kid has only been cultivating for 1 day? 1 day to reach 1st-tier 3rd level? You have to know, even with an S-level talent, the fastest it would take to reach this level is 7 days. Chun Ming's mind couldn't process it. Are you sure he didn't use some secret technique that overdraws potential? He frowned. The kind that destroys the foundation and ends the martial path. Wei Tian smiled. Don't believe me? Then find a 1st-tier 9th-level beast. He can kill it with a wave of his hand. Chun Ming fell silent. His brain began calculating furiously. 1 day to reach 1st-tier 3rd level. There's still 1 day until the 4 schools tournament. If this kid's cultivation speed is real, He might break through to second tier by tomorrow. This is insane. The 3 repeat students I spent a fortune to hire have been cultivating for a whole year, and the strongest among them is only first tier 7th level. That monster from second high school has also been training hard for a year and has barely stepped into the bone refining realm. And this boy in front of me, 2 days. He might catch up to a year's worth of effort from others. But words alone aren't enough. Chun Ming turned his head, his gaze falling on the strongest of the 3 people behind him. Zhang Hao, first tier 7th level, Jade Skin Realm. You're up. Chun Ming pointed at Zhang Hao, then looked at Wei Tian. As long as Chu Feng can defeat him, I'll acknowledge his strength. All the previous rewards will be distributed, and additionally, he emphasized, Chu Feng can choose any martial arts from South River First High's library. Wei Tian turned to look at me. I could only smile bitterly and shake my head. It's not that I can't win. It's just that the previous battles consumed too much energy. Right now, I only have enough strength left to use 3,000 thunder movement once. Moreover, that move is too powerful, and my proficiency with it isn't high. If I lose control and accidentally injure Senior Jiang, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Let's forget it, I said. There should be battle recordings, right? Just pull them up and take a look. Wei Tian nodded, walked to the computer, and started operating it. The screen lit up. Chun Ming leaned in, thinking, I want to see what this Chu Feng, who's been hyped up to the heavens, is really capable of. Probably used some underhanded method to wear the beasts down, right? Defeating them head-on. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhang Hao also squeezed in to watch. In his mind, the voice of Dan Lao echoed. Don't worry, even if he has some tricks, the gap in cultivation is clear. If it really comes to a fight, he won't last a single move against you. Zhang Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. After all, I'm a man with the cheat of Dan Lao, and I've been cultivating for a year longer than Chu Feng. If I still can't beat him, that would be too humiliating. But Zhang Hao squinted slightly as he looked at the screen. What kind of trump card does this Chu Feng have? The moment the playback footage unfolded in the air, the entire room fell into dead silence. What the hell is this? Someone began to question, their voice sharp and grating. But soon, the doubts disappeared. When they saw me transform into 3,000 bolts of lightning, teleporting among the ferocious beasts, everyone fell silent. Those few first-tier, 9th-level beasts, 6 entire minor realms above me, were like wooden stakes in front of me. They couldn't even react. I was toying with them. Are you sure Chu Feng only awakened yesterday? Principal Chun Ming turned his head, his gaze almost predatory. You're telling me this kid is a senior in high school? He looks at least like a 4th year. No, even a 4th year couldn't possibly have this kind of power. Teacher Wei Tian froze in place, unsure how to respond. Chun Ming's mind was racing. That movement technique. That was the speed of a late-stage 2nd tier, 7th level bone refinement realm. The key is, to achieve that kind of speed, one must master a 2nd tier movement martial art to perfection. And Chu Feng, 1st tier, 3rd level, awakened just 1 day ago. His movement technique was clearly still unrefined, and yet, he could still achieve such results. This could only mean one thing. The martial art he had mastered was of an absurdly high level. You have to understand, high-level martial arts take at least 5 to 10 years to even scratch the surface. And this kid mastered it in a single day? Insane. I need to check his records. Without another word, Chun Ming sat down at the computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao finished watching the playback and took a sharp breath, asking in his mind, Dan Lao, do you think I can beat Chu Feng? In the depths of his consciousness, the white-haired, white-bearded elder remained silent. Do you want the truth? I do. You wouldn't last a single move against Chu Feng. Zhang Hao's pupils contracted sharply. Dan Lao continued, the martial arts, or rather, the techniques he has mastered are far beyond the level we currently have access to. Moreover, when that movement technique is combined with spiritual energy, its power can multiply several times over. Multiply? Zhang Hao was utterly shocked. He really mastered such a technique in just 1 day? I've been practicing 8 extremities fist for 9 months. He didn't master it. Dan Lao shook his head. It was inherited. Someone implanted the entire set of techniques into his mind. It was also the power of this inheritance that allowed him to break through to 1st tier, 3rd level in a single day. Such an opportunity is 1 in a million. Jiang Hao's eyes turned red with envy. That teleportation-like movement technique. It could attack or retreat. If only he could learn it, it would be perfect. Stop dreaming. Dan Lao poured cold water on him. That technique can only be learned with a lightning attribute talent. Your fire attribute. Even if the inheritance were placed in front of you, you wouldn't be able to grasp it. Once we obtain the purple sky divine lightning, I'll teach you an even more powerful one. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. Dan Lao, do you have inherited memories? Can you pass one to me? The next second, smack. A flick to the forehead landed squarely. You brat. I am the greatest inheritance. Learn alchemy from me properly, and in the future, people like Chu Feng will be begging you for protection. All you think about is fighting and killing. At that moment, Chen Ming found Chu Feng's records. After cross-checking each entry and confirming that he was indeed a high school senior, he was so excited he nearly jumped out of his chair. This is great. The 4-school tournament finally has hope. But when he saw the talent section, he froze. It read, S-class talent, gigantification. No way. He knew gigantification all too well. It was a completely useless talent. Useless in the early stages, and not necessarily useful later on. If Chu Feng had awakened gigantification, then where did the lightning talent he just displayed come from? Chen Ming immediately zeroed in on the key issue. Chu Feng's talent information didn't match. Impossible. His eyes narrowed as he stared intently at Chu Feng. There's no way I wouldn't remember a lightning talent of this caliber. He waited for an explanation. Chu Feng froze. I can't exactly tell him I'm cheating, can I? Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Wei Tian stepped forward. Principal, Chu Feng's talent is indeed S-level gigantification, but it has mutated. He quickly walked to the computer, pulled up the surveillance footage, and repeatedly played the scene of me killing the 3 ferocious beasts. Look here. Wei Tian pointed at the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. At first, he couldn't even break the skull of the beast, but with the final strike, he directly shattered its neck. This shows that his talent not only retains the doubling effect of gigantification, but has also mutated to possess terrifying S-level lightning attack power. The footage was indeed blurry, but everyone could clearly see. The beast's neck was twisted at an impossible angle. Chen Ming snatched the mouse and watched the footage repeatedly. Once, twice, 3 times. Then he froze completely. For a full quarter of an hour, he stood motionless as if struck by lightning. I saw his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a single word. 2 S-level talents combined, or 2 monstrous S-level talents. This was no longer a genius. This was a monster. He finally turned to the other 3 senior students and waved his hand. You all can leave now. Jiang Hao and the other 2 exchanged glances, their expressions complicated. They knew they had been abandoned. The 4-school tournament had nothing to do with them anymore. However, before they could step out the door, they heard Principal Chen's unprecedentedly gentle voice behind them. This is 10 million dragon coins, the reward for killing the ferocious beasts. Take it. And this storage ring, use the qi and bone refining pills inside as you wish. Never learned a breathing technique? Come with me. There are dozens of lightning attribute techniques in the library, and even a 4th-tier martial art, thunderclap finger. Standing outside the door, Jiang Hao felt a bitter ache in his heart. He had never received such treatment. The library? Just getting through the door required endless pleading. Pills. He didn't even have the right to look at them. 10 million dragon coins. Just handed over like that? He couldn't help but roar inwardly. Is a mutated talent really this heaven-defying? Lightning attacks with doubled power. How is anyone supposed to survive this? In his sea of consciousness, the voice of Elder Dan echoed faintly. Luck, perhaps. Mutated talents can manifest in all sorts of ways. But Elder Dan's tone suddenly turned grim. Some demonic sects use sinister methods to forcibly mutate a warrior's talent. Those who succeed are kept and cultivated. Those who fail are buried alive on the spot. Jiang Hao's heart tightened. What sects? The Blood Fiend sect. One of the 3 major demonic sects in the central region, 100 times more fearsome than your enemies. Elder Dan's voice carried a chilling edge. They use blood fiend pills to control the life and death of their disciples. Once consumed, Life and death are no longer their own. The sect master is only at the 7th stage, blood transformation realm. Yet he commands 3 9th-stage golden body realm disciples with absolute obedience. Do you know what that means? Jiang Hao felt a chill down his spine. Elder Dan, maybe we shouldn't hide anymore, he probed cautiously. Your 8 extremes fist should be able to handle a 2nd-stage ferocious beast, right? Elder Dan let out a cold laugh. And what if I reveal myself? Can you defeat Chu Feng? If you can't beat him, you can't seize the principal's resources. Whether we hide or not, the result is the same. I scratched my head with a bitter smile. Indeed, with Chu Feng's terrifying speed and explosive power, there was no hope of victory in sight. Nanjiang First High School, library. I sat cross-legged in the training room, holding the manual for the 3rd-tier thunderous breathing technique. This technique can instantly restore a large amount of stamina, perfectly complementing my 3000 thunder movement. The downside is that continuous use places a tremendous burden on the body. But as long as I control the rhythm, recover with breathing first, then unleash a burst to kill, it forms a perfect combat cycle. I raised my left hand. A black iron-colored ring rested quietly on my finger. A storage ring, worth millions. Its internal space is 3 cubic meters. Inside it are premium vitality pills, body refining pills, a bank card with 10 million, 4th-tier martial art thunderstrike finger, 3rd-tier heavenly thunder body refining technique. These are already the top-tier resources at Nanjiang First High School. After all, it's just a high school. If I want stronger techniques, I need to go to a higher place. Inside the training room, I opened the thunderous breath technique. A 3rd-tier technique? It might be an insurmountable gap for others, but for me, a piece of cake. In my mind lies the complete inheritance of the 3000 thunderclaps, a power far beyond the 3rd tier. This little thing? One read is enough. I silently recited the incantation, guiding the divine thunder of the 9 heavens to flow through my meridians. With each breath, it felt as if the sound of wind and thunder roared in my ears. A large amount of air surged into my lungs, and a vast energy instantly soothed the fatigue in my body. Whoosh, just one breath, and I felt half of my energy restored. Not bad. I was satisfied with the state of my body. If I had mastered this breathing technique earlier, I could have unleashed 3000 thunderclaps, at least 2 more times when dealing with those 5 ferocious beasts. Those 5 brutes. They wouldn't even have had a chance to fight back. And now, I've only just begun. Once I cultivate the thunderous breath technique to perfection, I'll be able to unleash 3000 thunderclaps infinitely. By then, I will become lightning itself, impossible to track with the naked eye. Maintaining my breathing rhythm, I took out the heavenly thunder body refinement technique. This is a technique that tempers the body using lightning. The stronger the lightning, the better the effect. My 9 heavens divine thunder is an S-grade talent, nearly top tier in quality. Paired with this technique, my cultivation speed is at least twice as fast as yesterday. I guided the divine thunder to stimulate the major acupoints throughout my body. Zap! Blue arcs of electricity frantically danced across my body. Seizing the moment, I swallowed several body refinement pills and vitality pills in one gulp, simultaneously pushing the power of the 9 heavens divine thunder to its limit. The pills quickly dissolved, merging into my flesh and blood, and my strength began to soar. Under the impact of the divine thunder, my skin repeatedly cracked open, only to instantly heal under the enhancement of my S-grade talent, Life Tide. For ordinary people using this body refinement technique, just recovering from the injuries would waste a ton of time and resources. Me? I only need to expend a bit of vitality, simple and convenient. As the divine thunder continued to temper my body, the silver sheen on my skin grew brighter, eventually completely replacing the bronze hue. My aura surged. 1st tier, 4th level, silver skin realm. I exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and clenched my right fist. My strength had increased by nearly 50%. If I were to encounter that 1st tier, 4th level berserk wild boar again, I'm confident I could crush it head-on without relying on any talents. With the breakthrough in my realm, the power of the 9 heavens divine thunder also increased. The speed of 3000 thunderclaps. Previously, I could teleport 100 meters in an instant. now 120 meters. The attack power had also significantly improved. That first tier, 7th level Wild Boar King, I could now shatter its skull with a single strike. Taking a deep breath, I continued swallowing pills in large quantities, unleashing the full power of the divine thunder. Lightning flickered, the silver on my skin deepened, eventually taking on a faint azure hue. First tier, 6th level. Just one step away from the first tier, 7th level Jade Skin Realm. With enough pills and a perfectly matched technique, my realm was skyrocketing like a rocket. But at this moment, I felt my body starting to overheat. I couldn't continue. Overdoing it would be counterproductive. My body needed time to adapt to the newfound strength. Forcing a breakthrough would only destabilize my foundation, causing more harm than good. I put away the Heavenly Thunder Body Refinement Technique and took out a 4th-tier martial art, Thunderstrike Finger. This technique condenses lightning at the fingertips, delivering devastating damage. Its power is immense. Although its attack range is small, my 3,000 thunderclaps speed perfectly compensates for this shortcoming. Following the instructions in the technique, I concentrated the power of thunder into my index and middle fingers. The overwhelming energy gathered at my fingertips, swelling to the point of discomfort, desperately needing release. I looked around and found a strength testing machine. Aiming at the center of the target, Thunderstrike Finger. Terrifying force poured out, and the numbers on the screen jumped wildly. Finalized, 3,110 pounds, 2nd tier, 4th level. I gasped. What does 2nd tier, 4th level mean? This one strike could directly break through the defenses of a 2nd tier, 4th level martial artist. And I'm only at the 1st tier, 6th level right now. Previously, even with my full strength, I couldn't crack the skull of a 1st tier, 9th level ferocious beast. Now, just mastering the basics of Thunder Finger is enough to break through the 2nd stage, 4th level. The key is, I've only just started. Once I cultivate it to perfection, wouldn't I be able to surpass levels and slay 3rd stage martial artists? And if I activate the talent Gigantification, my attack power doubles instantly. I decided to test my full output. No hesitation, talent, Gigantification. Thunder light erupted, and the power of the 9 heavens divine thunder surged to double its strength. I activated Thunder Finger again and fiercely struck the target. Sizzle. This time, the center of the target directly caved in. The screen lit up completely, without displaying any numbers. What's going on? After some investigation, I realized the machine can only measure power below the 2nd stage, 7th level. After all, it's designed for high school juniors and seniors, and the strongest student, Jiang Hao, is only at the 1st stage, 7th level. A 2nd stage, 1st level martial artist is considered legendary in high school, and it's rare to see one even in decades. The 2nd stage, 7th level limit is more than sufficient. But who would have thought? I exceeded the 2nd stage, 7th level threshold with one strike and directly broke the machine? Even I didn't expect this. This shouldn't be expensive, right? I pulled out my phone and contacted the principal. There's no other way. My attack power is just too high, and I accidentally. Principal's office, I picked up my teacup, but my thoughts were far from the tea. That kid, Chu Feng, mastered a movement technique in just one day that even I can't fully comprehend. The speed is simply ghostly. Old Wei, aren't you going to guide him? Principal Chen Ming asked me. I shook my head, unable to suppress a smile. Guide him? If I go, I'll only hold him back. A genius like him should train on his own. I took a sip of tea, my mind filled with the terrifying learning speed of Chu Feng. Ordinary people take months to grasp the basics of a movement technique, but he mastered it in a single day. One day? If that's not a genius, what is? Leave him a phone number. He'll naturally come to us when he encounters problems, I said. Offering help in times of need is more valuable than adding to success. Chun Ming's eyes lit up, clearly calculating the impact of tomorrow's four-school tournament. I knew what he was thinking. Chu Feng is currently at the 1st stage, 3rd level Copper Skin Realm, yet he can easily defeat 2nd stage Bone, Refining Realm martial artists. If this news spreads, the reputation of First High School will skyrocket. Do you think he can break through to the 1st stage, 4th level by tomorrow? Chen Ming asked. Tomorrow. I sneered. I bet he'll break through today. As soon as I finished speaking, Chen Ming's phone rang. The caller ID, Chu Feng. See, Chen Ming grinned smugly. He must have hit a bottleneck in his training. Perfect timing for me, a six-stage marrow refining grandmaster, to guide him. He answered the call, putting it on speaker. Chu Feng's voice came through, sounding a bit embarrassed. Principal, I accidentally broke the strength testing machine. But don't worry, I'll pay for it no matter the cost. Chen Ming froze for a moment, visibly disappointed. Oh, it's fine. That machine isn't expensive. Just switch to another training room. He was about to hang up. I slammed the table. Wait. Chen Ming jumped in surprise. What's wrong? My voice trembled. The strength testing machine. Its upper limit is the power of a second stage, 7th level martial artist. Chu Feng is only at the first stage, 3rd level. How could he possibly break it? Chen Ming's expression instantly changed. The next second, he shot up from his chair, yelling into the phone, "Don't move. I'm coming over right now." His figure turned into a blur, directly smashing through the mahogany door of the office. I followed closely behind, my heart pounding wildly as I ran. In the practice room, Chen Ming and I stared intently at the testing machine. At the center of the target, there were 2 deep finger holes, surrounded by scorched marks. Not fists, fingers. Chen Ming's voice was hoarse. This is Thunderfinger. Chu Feng nodded, his expression eerily calm. This move isn't hard. I learned it quickly. My legs felt weak. Thunderfinger is a 4th-tier martial art. A martial artist at the 4th-tier condensed vein realm would need at least a month or 2 to learn it. Even someone like Chen Ming, a 6th-tier grandmaster, would take 3 or 4 days just to get the basics. And Chu Feng, a few hours. The main issue is the cost of the machine, Chu Feng said seriously. I'll take responsibility for it. Chen Ming's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. The machine is nothing. His voice trembled with excitement. Your talent, if revealed, would shock martial artists around the world. At tomorrow's 4-school tournament, just put in a little effort to help me win. By then, the top 3 universities in Longwa will be fighting to recruit you, offering advanced techniques and powerful weapons for you to choose from. He patted Chu Feng's shoulder with satisfaction and was about to continue speaking. Suddenly, his hand froze. He stared intently at Chu Feng's skin. A silvery white sheen, faintly tinged with blue. This is 1st tier, 6th level. What the heck? Mastering the 4th tier Thunderbolt finger is impressive enough, but he actually jumped straight from the 3rd level of the 1st tier to the 6th level of the 1st tier? And it's not even night yet. I, Chen Ming, have been a principal for so many years and have seen plenty of S-level talents. But this kind of monster? It's a first. At this rate, will he break through to the 2nd tier by tomorrow? Wei Tian rushed in, his eyes immediately locking onto the finger hole on the target. He instantly realized, Thunderbolt finger. As expected, if he can even master that kind of freakish movement technique, what's a mere 4th-tier martial art? To master a 4th-tier martial art in just one afternoon, this speed, even he couldn't achieve it. But compared to martial arts, cultivation level is the true king. A higher level crushes everything. He was just about to offer some advice as a senior, but then he noticed the principal's face had gone pale. Following his gaze, Chu Feng's skin was glowing with a silvery white sheen, faintly tinged with green. Late-stage silver skin realm? Just one step away from the jade skin realm? Wei Tian's eyes widened as he leaned in for a closer look. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He repeatedly examined him, trying to find a flaw. There was none. It was genuine, bona fide silver skin realm. He understood. Chu Feng had broken through too quickly, and his body couldn't handle it, so he switched to martial arts training to restore his body to peak condition. This level of thoughtfulness, this level of talent. Even the 3 strongest humans were no better than this, right? Wei Tian took a deep breath, suppressing the storm in his heart, and patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. If you ever face any difficulties, come find me. The principal immediately interjected. I'm at the 6th tier bone refining realm. Way more useful than his 5th tier. At that moment, Wei Tian felt a thunderous vibration in Chu Feng's breathing. Thunderous breathing technique. My God, in less than an hour, he had mastered all 3 techniques? This is faster than a rocket. At tomorrow's 4-school tournament, Chu Feng will definitely crush those 2nd-tier martial artists, even across levels. But Wei Tian suddenly frowned. Chu Feng, don't participate. Those lunatics from the demonic sect love targeting freakishly talented newcomers. If they set their sights on you, your life is over. Chu Feng's expression turned serious. That made sense. With his current strength, if he shone too brightly, he'd be forced into the spotlight. But he needed resources. Pills, techniques, dragon coins. Without these, how could he reach the top? I'm participating. Chu Feng's gaze was resolute. Top universities are the best safe havens, and they have even stronger techniques waiting for me. However, he shifted his tone. I'll hold back. I'll use the strength of the 9th level of the 1st tier to barely defeat 2nd tier martial artists. As for my identity, I'll need you to disguise me as a senior high school student to avoid being found out. Chen Ming immediately nodded. No problem. After the discussion, everyone left, leaving Chu Feng to train alone. He still had a few lucky bags to open, and the 10 million dragon coins could be exchanged for some good items in the Universal Mall. To fully unleash the power of the 3000 Thunder Movement, body-strengthening techniques alone weren't enough. He also needed to cultivate spiritual energy techniques. 3 fortune bags. Just 3. 1st tier 4th level, 1st tier 7th level, and 1st tier 9th level. That previous tattered 1st tier 1st level fortune bag directly gave me the incomplete inheritance of 3000 Thunder Movement. It was this thing that gave me the capital to challenge 2nd tier martial artists overnight. It was also this that helped me take down that 1st tier 9th level ferocious beast. A low tier fortune bag alone had such heaven-defying effects. Then these 3 higher tier ones. The corners of my mouth slightly lifted. Of course, the store mentioned that the rewards are random. If you're lucky, you might get a divine artifact. If you're unlucky, it could just be a pile of trash. Whatever. I took a deep breath and opened all 3 at once. Ding. Opened 1st tier 4th level fortune bag. Obtained Chi refining technique. Thunder control art. Thunder control art? Cultivating thunder attributes spiritual energy, greatly enhancing the power of thunder-based attacks, and it's even the prerequisite technique for the Purple Heaven Thunder Control True Art. My eyes lit up. Doesn't this perfectly complement my 3000 Thunder Movement and 9 Heavens Divine Thunder? It's practically tailor-made. Ding. Opened 1st tier 7th level fortune bag. Obtained 10 low-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones? I immediately searched the store. 1 stone costs 1 million dragon coins. 10 stones, 10 million. Ding. Opened 1st tier 9th level fortune bag. Obtained Chi refining spell. Illusory reality technique. Illusory reality technique allows you to freely alter the strength of your aura. I instantly realized how broken this thing is. Want to hide your strength? Suppress your aura to the 1st tier, making your enemies underestimate you. Want to show off? Directly release the aura of a 2nd tier 3rd level, scaring your opponents stiff. Tomorrow is the 4-school tournament, and that so-called genius from 2nd high who's at 2nd tier 1st level. If I first use the illusory reality technique to display a 2nd tier 3rd level aura and then defeat him in one move, isn't that reasonable? Too reasonable. I can't appear too heaven-defying. 2nd tier 3rd level is just right. Not enough to make people think I'm some kind of monstrous genius. The only problem is, can I fool the principal and those old foxes? But thinking it through, the illusory reality technique consumes spiritual energy, which is entirely separate from the current martial arts system. They wouldn't understand it at all. With this in mind, I opened the Thunder Control Art. The most urgent task is to cultivate spiritual energy. Whether it's the illusory reality technique or the perfect form of 3000 Thunder Movement, they all require spiritual energy as a foundation. The technique is complex, and I read it word by word. Gradually, I discovered some shocking information. The realms of the Chi refining system. Chi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divine transformation, void return, integration, tribulation crossing, great ascension. Finally crossing the tribulation to ascend and achieve immortality. Immortality. You have to understand, the strongest 9th-tier golden body martial artists in this world only have a lifespan of 300 to 400 years. Constant battles even shorten their lives. But this technique clearly states it can grant immortality. And there's something even more outrageous. Chi refining cultivators can fly using spells. Foundation establishment cultivators fly even faster with magical treasures. Core formation cultivators can directly stand in midair and cross tens of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. I gasped. The textbooks say that only 7th-tier blood transformation martial artists can fly. Doesn't that mean core formation corresponds to 7th to 9th tier? This chi refining system is terrifying. Suppressing my excitement, I began to attempt cultivation. Step 1. Draw chi into the body. Sense the surrounding spiritual energy and guide it into the dantian to open up a sea of chi. I closed my eyes and focused. Almost nothing. The spiritual energy was as thin as a dried-up riverbed, close to zero. No wonder no one in this world practices immortality. There's simply no spiritual energy to cultivate. However, I flipped my palm, and a low-grade spirit stone appeared in my hand. 1 million per stone, a bit pricey. But isn't this the perfect time to use it? Whoosh! A surge of spiritual energy was forcibly drawn from the spirit stone by me. The moment it poured into my dantian, my sea of chi completely opened. The spiritual energy flowed like living water, coursing through every inch of my flesh and blood. I could feel it. My power was skyrocketing. My ears could hear the chirping of insects in the distance, and my eyes could see the dust drifting outside the window. Is this the world of cultivators? It's amazing. I frantically absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, one after another, unable to stop. Every strand of spiritual energy entering my body was transforming it. My flesh, bones, and meridians began to emit a faint glow. A layer of pitch-black, foul-smelling liquid seeped out from the surface of my skin, cleansing the muscles and purging the marrow. My martial talent was being forcibly elevated, and the previous sense of hollowness from body refinement completely vanished. My entire body became more solid than ever before. Boom! The last spirit stone turned to powder, and my aura surged dramatically. Chi refining stage level 2, breakthrough. I clenched my fists, feeling the surging power within me. At this moment, the strength of my physical body was equivalent to the combined power of 2 Silver Skin Realm martial artists. In other words, with just my physical attributes, I could crush opponents of the same level. I casually pointed a finger. Bang! The strength testing machine in the training room was instantly destroyed. And this was just my normal state. If I activated my gigantification talent, I was confident I could pierce through the defenses of a level 3 tempered flesh realm martial artist with a single strike. Not to mention the spiritual energy in my dantian, which could be used to cast spells, fireballs, ice spikes, lightning strikes, and that move, 3000 thunder movement. I turned to look out the window. The sun had already set. The school gate was bustling with people, too many eyes watching. Forget it. I'll wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow's 4-school tournament will be my true stage. The rules of the 4-school tournament are simple. 3 students from each of the 4 high schools in Nanjiang enter the Nanjiang Great Forest to hunt fierce beasts. The more and stronger beasts they kill, the higher their score. Not only can they hunt fierce beasts, but they can also defeat competitors from other schools to steal their points. I heard that Second High has a contestant at level 2 Bone Refinement Realm, and no one from the other schools can match them. Everyone believes the championship is already reserved for Second High. Heh, they don't know about me. With the speed of 3000 thunder movement combined with the attack power of Thunder Strike, I can even instantly kill level 2 stage 7 fierce beasts. More importantly, killing fierce beasts has a chance to drop lucky bags. The more I kill, the more rewards I get. How could I possibly miss out on such a great opportunity? Especially spirit stones. I can never have too many. It took 10 spirit stones just to break through to Chi refining stage level 2. To aim for the foundation establishment stage, I'll need an enormous amount of spirit stones. 1 low-grade spirit stone costs 1,000,000 dragon coins. I still have 10 million left, so I need to spend wisely. On my way home, I contacted the landlord directly and bought the house my aunt was renting for 50,000. I also transferred 50,000 to the bank card my aunt had given me. The remaining 9 million? All spent on spirit stones. To boost my cultivation, when I opened the door to my home, the aroma of food greeted me. My aunt had already prepared dinner and was busy cleaning up. "Auntie, I'm back." Han Shue's eyes lit up, and she quickly called me to eat. But I noticed that when she was serving me food, There was a hint of guilt in her eyes, because the fierce beast meat on the table was pitifully scarce. Here, eat some meat. She placed a few pieces of meat into my bowl. My heart ached as I sat beside her and handed her the bank card. Auntie, are you facing some difficulties? Han Shui quickly pushed it back. This is for your cultivation. How could I take it back? She paused, her voice tinged with bitterness. 3,000 yuan is indeed too little. But don't worry, Xiaofeng. I've already arranged everything for you. Tomorrow, the military will come to pick you up. Military training may be tough, but the resources are guaranteed. At least you'll have enough fierce beast meat. With your talent, as long as you have sufficient resources, you'll definitely achieve great things in the future. What? Enlist? I froze for a moment. To be honest, there's no need for this. With my current abilities, earning some cultivation resources is no problem at all. The more critical issue is military rules are too rigid. Joining would mean giving up my freedom. Auntie, I can already support myself. I pushed the bank card in front of her. There's 530,000 in here. Take it. It's enough for groceries and cooking. I added a few more pieces of beast meat to her bowl and casually added, I also bought this restaurant, so you don't need to worry about a place to live. 530,000. My aunt's chopsticks froze midair. She had been working for so many years and had only saved up 30,000 in total. Xiaofeng, stop joking with me. She shook her head. Making money isn't that easy. Even a beast hunter in the skin refining realm can't earn $1 million a day. I didn't explain, just smiled. Let's eat. She was silent for a moment and then accepted the card. I knew she didn't believe me, but that's okay. She'll find out soon enough. After dinner, I returned to my room to continue cultivating. 9 spirit stones were laid out in front of me. I sat cross-legged, holding the last one in my hand, and began circulating the thunder control technique within my body at full force. Spiritual energy surged into my meridians like a tide. 8 spirit stones had already lost their luster. When the spiritual energy of the last one was completely drained, boom, I opened my eyes and my aura surged. Chi refining stage 3, breakthrough. Too bad, just a little more and I would have reached stage 4. Not enough spirit stones. If I could advance further, I could crush bone refining realm martial artists with just my physical body. Money. I still need to make more. I calculated. Beast hunting seems like a good trade. A tier 1 level 9 wild boar, weighing several tons, with over 2,000 pounds of meat, could easily fetch hundreds of thousands or even millions. Kill a few more, and the resources will come rolling in. No rush. Tomorrow, I'll focus on winning the 4-school tournament first. The principal said that if I perform well, those university recruiters will bid like crazy. Just for today's intra-school competition, he already gave me a cash reward of 10 million. First place in the tournament? The rewards will be insane. I took out the illusory reality technique and began studying it. This technique allows me to alter my aura at will. Want to make people think I'm ridiculously weak? Sure. Want to scare opponents so badly their legs give out? Also doable. For tomorrow's tournament, whether it's intimidating beasts or ambushing opponents, this thing is a divine tool. Chewing on a vitality pill, I continued tempering my body. Cultivation level is the real trump card. Meanwhile, my aunt was staring blankly at her phone. The landlord, Sun Chi, had sent a bunch of messages. The house has already been sold to you. Let's prepare for the transfer. She was dumbfounded. A 500,000 house. When did she buy it? After some back and forth, she finally understood. It was Chu Feng who paid the full amount. So that means the 530,000 in the bank card is real. Plus the house. One day, 1 million dragon coins. Han Shui clutched her phone, her eyes welling up with tears. Sister, brother-in-law, did you see that? Xiaofeng, he's made it. I cultivated through the entire night. At exactly midnight, the system shop refreshed on time. Today's special, edgeless soft armor, tier 2 defensive gear, capable of withstanding a full force strike from a tier 2 martial artist. Limited time price, 9.9 dragon coins. I didn't hesitate for even a second and bought it immediately. I already had offense, and now I had defense too. I put on the silver gray soft armor close to my body. The cool touch invigorated me. Tomorrow's 4-school tournament? I can't wait. I continued cultivating, frantically consuming pills. I want to push my strength to the limit. Early morning. The last pill went down my throat, and I felt a surge of power within me. First tier, ninth level. Just one step away from breaking through to the bone refining realm. But that step is a tough one. I lack the necessary foundation. My base isn't solid enough yet. 3 days. I estimate I can break through in at most 3 days. If I had enough pills, 1 day would suffice. Unfortunately, still too poor. This is just the skin refining realm. The stages that follow, bone refining, flesh tempering, vein condensing, each one is a gold-devouring beast. Perhaps I should consider becoming a beast hunter. A single first-tier, ninth-level beast is worth hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions. A second-tier beast easily starts in the tens of millions. I put on my school uniform, with the soft armor provided by the system underneath, and finished my breakfast. Be careful. My aunt, Han Shui, reminded me at the door. I'll be back. I waved goodbye and strode toward school. The beast hunter idea can wait. The most important thing today is winning the four-school tournament. At this moment, my skin glowed with a faint, lustrous green light. But if you looked closely, there was also a faint, almost imperceptible sheen of black iron. That was intentional. I used the illusion realization technique to disguise my cultivation as second-tier, first-level, bone refining realm. Just enough to match that genius from second high. Not too conspicuous, but enough to intimidate the lower-tier martial artists. More importantly, I wanted to test the effectiveness of the illusion realization technique. The principal is a sixth-tier powerhouse. If even he can't see through it, then I can truly do as I please in the future. Nanjiang First High, Principal's office. Principal Chen Ming sat at his desk, clutching intelligence reports on second high, his brows tightly furrowed. It was clear he'd been studying them all night. I knocked and entered. When he looked up and saw me, his furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and an uncontrollable smile spread across his face. You're early. Come here. Let me tell you about your opponent, Li Wei. He's a second-tier bone refining realm fighter. A bone refining realm martial artist has bones that have been tempered, making their body far stronger than someone in the skin refining realm. Attack power, reaction speed, defense, it's an all-around advantage. As he spoke, he kept observing my expression. Of course, you have the fourth-tier Thunderstrike finger, so attack power isn't an issue. But still, be careful. Know yourself and your enemy, and you'll win every battle. There's no need to be too nervous, he added reassuringly. Li Wei spent an entire year polishing his skills before breaking through to bone refining. It's normal for his combat power to be a bit higher. After all, you've only been cultivating for 2 days. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. He stared at me, his gaze fixed on the faint black iron sheen on my skin. That was the hallmark of someone in the early stages of the bone refining realm. Wait a minute. His voice changed. You broke through. I did, I shrugged. Didn't feel all that difficult. Of course, I hadn't actually broken through. This was just the illusion realization technique at work. But his reaction told me one thing. Even a sixth-tier martial artist couldn't see through it. Perfect. Chen Ming was stunned for a full 3 seconds. Then, he rushed to me in 2 steps, grabbed my arm, and started pinching and pressing, as if examining some precious treasure. After a quarter of an hour, he let out a long breath. It really is second stage, level 1. He murmured. Your cultivation is indeed a bit unstable, and your bones haven't fully ironized, but it's true that you've just stepped into the bone refining realm. The most absurd thing is, he stared at me, his eyes full of shock. You don't have any hidden injuries on your body. I raised an eyebrow. He explained, for martial artists, cultivation essentially involves breaking the body down and rebuilding it. The faster you progress, the more hidden injuries you accumulate. Even I have quite a few old injuries from my early cultivation days. But your skin is flawless, your bones are flawless, not a single trace of overtraining. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with amazement. There are only 2 possibilities. Either every step of your cultivation was absolutely perfect, without a single mistake. Or he paused. You've awakened an extraordinary recovery talent. I said nothing, letting him speculate. He muttered to himself, the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Not only does it have earth-shattering offensive power, but it also possesses unparalleled recovery abilities, even doubling the damage of lightning attacks. This isn't just an S-level talent. Even calling it SSS level wouldn't be an exaggeration. Hiss, he took a sharp breath. After 2 full moments of silence, he threw the intelligence report he'd been studying all night onto the table. Doesn't matter anymore. He looked at me, his eyes brimming with confidence. With second stage bone refining strength, combined with the thunder finger and that insane movement technique, no one can stop you in today's 4-school tournament. By the way, what's the name of that movement technique of yours? 3000 thunder motion. He nodded. Good name. Matches your speed. This was a sure win. Just waiting for the other 2 teammates to arrive, and we'd set off immediately. At that moment, voices came from outside the door. My teammates had arrived. After waking up, I had broken through again. The principal's office door was pushed open. Jiang Hao strode in, his first stage, level 8 aura completely unrestrained. It was obvious he wanted to show off in front of me. Good morning, Principal Chun. His voice abruptly stopped. I noticed his gaze locked onto me, his pupils contracting violently. No wonder. My skin was faintly glowing with a jade-like sheen, the hallmark of the jade skin realm. Yesterday, I was still at first stage, level 3. Today, I was already at first stage, level 9, disguised as someone in the second stage bone refining realm. Jiang Hao's expression was priceless. He closed the door and left, then came back in. Repeated this 3 times, until Chun Ming grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Everyone's here, let's go. On the school bus, Jiang Hao stared at the ceiling like he'd lost his soul. I could understand how he felt. After all, he had worked hard all night to break through a single minor level, while I had leaped 6 levels in a single day. Anyone would be devastated. Suddenly, he broke free from Chun Ming's grip, scrambled over to me, and grabbed my wrist to examine it closely. You're in the bone refining realm. His voice trembled. Yeah, just broke through, I replied calmly. In truth, I was only at first stage, level 9, and the bone refining realm was just a disguise. But there was no need to explain. Jiang Hao slowly released my hand, as if all the strength had drained from his body, and slumped back into his seat. Seeing his expression, I almost burst out laughing. Inside the gymnasium, the 4-school tournament was about to begin. A massive screen wall was broadcasting live footage of the Nanjiang Grand Forest. The rules were simple. Hunt as many fierce beasts as possible within the time limit. The more you kill, the higher your score. You could also defeat students from other schools and steal their points. I was calculating how to use this competition to kill a few more fierce beasts and reap some extra benefits. Just as I was registering, a guy in a second high school uniform stormed up to Jiang Hao. So, you're the strongest from first high? Jiang Hao lazily glanced at him. Who are you? Do I know you? Interesting. It seems this 4-school tournament won't be too boring. You don't recognize me? Li Wei could hardly believe his ears. I am the only second-tier bone refining martial artist in this year's class in Nanjiang City, the strongest presence in the entire district's high schools. And yet, First High hasn't even looked at my profile? Humph. He let out a cold laugh. You'll soon find out who I am. With that, he turned and walked away. Originally, he just wanted to make a statement before the match. Now, he had to teach First High a harsh lesson. The league rules allowed eliminating students from other schools. He planned to chase down First High students, knock them out of the competition, and show them what it meant to respect the strong. After Li Wei walked away, I finally reacted. No wonder he looked familiar. I had seen his profile and photo before. The strongest second-tier bone refining martial artist from second high? Honestly, he's just SOSO. My 8 extremities fist is a 4th-tier martial art. If it comes down to a real fight, I'm confident I can go head-to-head with him. All right, registration is complete, Chun Ming said as he led a few of us over. The 4-school league is about to start. Jiang Hao, Lu Hu, listen to Chu Feng's instructions later. His strength is solid, at least enough to go toe-to-toe with Li Wei. As he spoke, he led us to the spectator seats and explained the competition rules. The rules were simple. Kill ferocious beasts to earn points. Don't break the rules. No killing people. No leaving the designated area. Besides the rules, Chun Ming specifically pointed out the judges' seats to me. All the judges were special recruitment professors from various universities. They didn't score the competition. Their job was to scout talent. See the one in the black martial arts uniform at the front? Chun Ming lowered his voice. That's the special recruitment professor from Shinjo University. Shinjo University is incredibly generous. Last time, they spotted a promising talent and offered 10 billion yuan on the spot to recruit them. 10 billion? I quickly did the math in my head. That's 1,000 spirit stones. 1,000 spirit stones would be enough to push my cultivation to the 9th level of chi refining, equivalent to the 9th tier of flesh tempering. If resources were abundant, my martial arts realm could advance rapidly, breaking through to the 2nd tier with ease. Don't think 10 billion is a lot. That's just the admission fee, Chun Ming continued. While other universities charge tuition, Shinjo University pays you to enroll. Once you're in, you'll have access to all kinds of techniques and elixirs, as well as dedicated instructors. As long as you pass the monthly assessments, earning hundreds of billions a month is a piece of cake. I was completely tempted. Why bother being a ferocious beast hunter? I had to get in. Besides Shinjo University, there was Baichao Tongji Medical Pavilion University, the strongest alchemy academy in Longhua, and Lingxiao Institute of Technology, the best forging academy in Longhua, whose weapons could significantly enhance combat power. Take the soft armor I'm wearing, for example. With it on, the attacks of a 2nd-tier bone refining martial artist can't even break through my defense. Soon, the broadcast echoed throughout the venue. Students, please prepare to enter. The league will begin in 10 minutes. Chun Ming led us to the outskirts of the Nanjiang Great Forest, handed me a map, and reminded us of the rules once again. As soon as the competition started, we could enter the forest to kill ferocious beasts and earn points. We wore scoring wristbands. These devices could protect participants in critical moments and record scores. The key to killing ferocious beasts was to smash the scoring device on their heads. The wristbands would automatically record the points. Stealing wristbands from students of other schools would eliminate them from the competition. Ultimately, the school with the highest total score would take first place. As we were preparing, Li Wei showed up again. He didn't recognize me, the new addition, and only knew from the profile that first high strongest was Jiang Hao. So he rushed up to Jiang Hao, flexing his muscles arrogantly. Now you know who I am, right? 2nd tier naturally crushes 1st tier. Hand over your scoring wristband, and I'll go easy on you. Jiang Hao nodded helplessly. There was no choice. He couldn't make a move now. Otherwise, one punch would kill him. Meanwhile, inside the gymnasium, professors from various universities were observing the students' performance through surveillance. Seeing Li Wei's actions, they began to discuss. So, this is the strongest high school student of this year? Can't keep his cool at all. Moreover, being at the 2nd stage, 1st level isn't considered impressive. The strongest record is reaching the 2nd stage, 7th level within a year. Talent is slightly above average, combat ability yet to be assessed, temperament is impulsive, overall evaluation, C+. The special admissions teacher from Shinjo University, Feng Yu, silently looked at the screen and mentally labeled Li Wei as unqualified. Shinjo University adheres to the principle of preferring quality over quantity. If there are no suitable candidates, they would rather not recruit anyone. Of course, if they encounter a true genius, they wouldn't hesitate to spend any amount of money. The broadcast sounded again. All students, please enter the Nanjiang Great Forest. The scoring session will officially begin in 1 minute. At the forest's edge, Chun Ming handed 3 packs of beast meat and blood vitality pills to the 3 of us. These items could quickly restore stamina and save lives in critical moments. Finally, he said seriously, the strongest beasts are located at the center of the forest. Some of them have reached the 2nd stage, 9th level, and might even possess special abilities. I don't recommend going there. Almost no one can defeat beasts at the 2nd stage, 9th level. But, he looked at me. Challenging powerful beasts is your chance to showcase your abilities in front of the special admissions teachers. If you want to get into a good university, you have to grit your teeth and give it a try. I nodded. Even if he hadn't said it, I would have gone. Killing beasts comes with reward bags. If I can kill them, I must. Afterward, I led Jiang Hao and Lu Hu into the forest. I decided to go solo. Bringing Jiang Hao and Lu Hu along would only hold me back. If they got surrounded and killed, no problem, I'd just snatch the points back. A brilliant blue lightning instantly enveloped my body, and in the next second, boom. I transformed into a streak of lightning, tearing through the sky and heading straight for the forest center. That's where the strongest beasts are, the highest scores, and the best reward bags. More importantly, Principal Chun made it clear, this is the perfect opportunity to showcase my strength. Special admission slot. I, Chu Feng, am determined to secure it. As soon as I entered the core area, a giant python blocked my path. Its green scales shimmered, and it was coiled up to a length of 6 meters. The green-scaled snake. Second stage, 7th level. It said its scales can withstand attacks from the second stage, 9th level. The corners of my mouth lifted slightly. Perfect, I'll test my Thunderstrike finger on you. Thunder surged at full power, zap. I transformed into a blinding streak of lightning, striking its body before it could react. The Thunderstrike finger hit the snake's head. Bang! Scales shattered, and the giant python was blasted away by my strike, crashing into a tree and startling a flock of birds into the sky. But it wasn't dead. One scale had shattered, but this creature merely shook its head, its eyes filled with rage. I frowned. My attack was at full power, definitely reaching the strength of the second stage, 9th level, yet it only broke one scale? Its defense is even more monstrous than the intelligence report suggested. Hiss! The green-scaled snake let out an angry hiss, springing forward with its bloodthirsty jaws aimed straight at my face. Escape? Impossible. There are cameras everywhere here, and the special admissions teachers are watching. If I, Chu Feng, turned and ran, I'd never be able to hold my head high again. But fighting head-on? I can't break through its scales, and dragging this out would only waste time. I stared into its fierce, murderous snake eyes. Got it. Brilliant blue lightning enveloped me once more, and at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, I charged at its head again. The green-scaled snake didn't dodge. It knew I couldn't break through its defense. Its body twisted in midair, preparing to constrict me. Unfortunately, this time, I didn't aim for its scales. My finger pierced directly into its left eye. Splat! Its eyeball burst. The green-scaled snake thrashed violently, but it was too late. The divine thunder of the 9 heavens surged through its eye socket. Zap! Its head instantly carbonized. Thud! The giant python collapsed to the ground, twitching all over. I landed, pried open its mouth, and retrieved the scoring device. Beep! Killed green-scaled snake. Score plus 1,291. Over 1,000 points, not bad. I heard the highest record in previous years was only 3,000. Too bad it didn't drop a reward bag. I stored the corpse in the system space. Such a large snake is sure to fetch a good price. Then, I continued deeper into the forest. Gymnasium, special recruitment teacher seats. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the big screen. On the screen, Li Wei from Second High was fighting desperately against a silver-backed wolf. He was the strongest student on the surface, so he naturally received special attention. At this moment, Li Wei was pinned to the ground by the silver-backed wolf, its fangs aiming for his neck. He gripped the wolf's jaws tightly, veins bulging as he struggled to resist. "Help me, quick!" His 2 teammates punched and kicked, but it was useless. Their levels were too far apart, and their attacks were like tickles to the wolf. At the critical moment, one teammate had a flash of inspiration and directly jabbed his fingers into the wolf's eyeball. The wolf howled in agony and released its grip. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wei flipped over, pinned the wolf's head down, and unleashed a flurry of punches, using martial techniques 5 or 6 times in a row. Finally, he managed to hammer the silver-backed wolf to death. Beep! Score plus 226. Li Wei collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Now, I should be in first place, right? He thought to himself, his eyes filled with pride. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the leaderboard. If he could see, first, Chu Feng, 1291 points. Second, Jiang Hao, 99 points. Third, Xian Mingming, 53 points. Fourth, Li Wei, 226 points. And at this moment, none of the special recruitment teachers paid any attention to the leaderboard. I lay on the grass in the South River Great Forest, looking at the score on my wristband. 1,291 points. Not bad. That second-tier, 7th-level beast just now was indeed a bit tricky, but it only took me a few minutes to deal with it. I wonder how everyone else is doing now. Probably no one can catch up to me, right? At the same time, in another area, Li Wei lay on the grass, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curving upward. Over 200 points. Enough to keep others chasing for a while. A first-tier ferocious beast at most gives 80 or 90 points. Want to surpass him? They'd need to take down at least 3 first-tier, 9th-level monsters. But those things aren't that easy to kill. Even for him, a dignified second-tier bone refining realm cultivator, it takes quite some effort to kill them one by one. Let alone those first-tier skin refining realm rookies. They want to kill a first-tier, 9th-level ferocious beast? Huh. They'd probably be as exhausted as he was earlier when he dealt with that silverbacked wolf. In the entire competition, he was the only second-tier participant on the surface. The other schools, all weaklings in the skin refining realm. Oh, right. There was someone from First High named Chu Feng, reportedly at the first tier, 9th level. First tier, 9th level? Sounds impressive. But compared to his second-tier bone refining realm, worlds apart. If he really encountered that Chu Feng, he could take on 2 of him with one hand. So, this round was in the bag. Although he had only practiced one first-tier martial art, his combat power was undoubtedly the strongest among all the freshmen. As for why he only practiced one first-tier martial art, he had no choice. All his time was spent on advancing his realm. Where would he find the time to learn anything else? Besides, a first-tier martial art was enough. Once his realm improved, he could slowly learn higher-tier ones. Li Wei didn't believe anyone would be foolish enough to focus on practicing high-tier martial arts in the early stages and still manage to master them. High-tier martial arts are incredibly difficult, after all. With that time, wouldn't it be better to break through 2 more levels? Realm is the real, tangible power. He stood up and continued deeper into the forest with his 2 teammates. The goal was simple: kill more second-tier ferocious beasts and aim for the 3,000-point record. Each one was worth 200 points, so they'd need to kill at least 15. A 6-hour competition, averaging 2.5 per hour. The task was a bit heavy. Of course, second-tier, 7th, or 8th level ferocious beasts were worth more points. But they couldn't beat them. Too risky, and they might get counter-killed. No need to provoke them. If even he couldn't handle them, it was impossible for anyone else. Even if all the first-tier martial artists banded together, they probably wouldn't stand a chance against a second-tier, 7th level ferocious beast. Those high-level monsters were too tough. Without powerful talents or high-tier martial arts, don't even think about it. Forget it. As long as they didn't mess with those beasts, they'd be fine. Among this group of contestants, Li Wei, was invincible. He could focus on racking up points and, when the competition was nearing its end, go snatch the results of other contestants. First place was as good as his. In front of the stadium's big screen, after watching Li Wei kill the silverback wolf, the special recruitment teachers began to discuss. His strength is average. It took him so long to deal with a second-tier, 2nd-level silverback wolf. If he encounters something stronger, he might be eliminated directly. This second-tier Li Wei has limited talent. True geniuses can master powerful martial arts even while cultivating. At the same level, the more advanced martial arts one masters, the more talented they are. Li Wei barely counts as a genius. After all, his level is the highest, and his combat power should also be the strongest. Indeed, being able to kill a second-tier, 2nd-level silverback wolf shows he has decent talent. Last year, in the South River 4-School League, there wasn't even a single second-tier martial artist. From this perspective, Li Wei is definitely among the top. Don't fight over him. Li Wei is mine. I want him too. Stop the nonsense. Name your price. Let's compete fairly. The teachers argued so fiercely that they almost started fighting over Li Wei. The principal of Second High School watched this scene, laughing uncontrollably. He looked arrogantly at the principals of the other 3 schools, his gaze full of pride. How about my genius? Winning first place in the league brings tremendous benefits to the school. With increased fame, excellent students will flock to enroll. A virtuous cycle will ensure that Second High School eventually surpasses the other 3 schools and becomes the strongest high school in South River. First High School's principal, Chun Ming, merely curled his lips. He believed, I won't let him disappoint me. Meanwhile, the special recruitment teachers from Dragon Country's top universities remained silent throughout. They didn't lack geniuses. Li Wei's second-tier, 1st-level cultivation, struggling to defeat a second-tier, 2nd-level beast, was far too weak. Without teammates to assist him, he would have been killed long ago. Fang Yu from Xinzhou University silently watched the screen, feeling no emotion. This year, another fruitless trip. But it's normal. How many true geniuses are there? Xinzhou University adheres to a policy of strict selection. For someone like Li Wei, even if no students were recruited, Fang Yu would never consider taking him back. Just then, the leaderboard refreshed. First place, Chu Feng, 1,291 points. Second place, Li Wei, 226 points. Third place, Jiang Hao, 99 points. A teacher inadvertently glanced at the leaderboard. Then he froze completely. Li Wei isn't first. The first place score, 1,291 points. 6 times Li Wei's score. Look quickly. The leaderboard. With a shout, all the teachers turned their eyes to the screen. After seeing the score clearly, everyone was dumbfounded. Over 1,200 points. Did this kid kill 6 silverback wolves? 6 of them. Just now, 1 silverback wolf almost killed Li Wei. If 6 attacked together, they could wipe out all the contestants. This score, could Chu Feng have killed a second-tier, late-stage beast? Impossible. I'd rather believe he killed 6 silverback wolves. Do you even know how strong a second-tier, late-stage beast is? Forget 6. Even if you tied 12 silverback wolves together, they wouldn't stand a chance against a second-tier, 7th-level beast. 1,200 points? Impossible. The numbers on the big screen stung everyone's eyes. 1,200 points. My score was like a bomb, detonating outside the arena. Impossible. The system must be malfunctioning. The special recruitment teachers were in an uproar. I could completely understand their reaction. High-tier beasts have tough hides and abnormal defenses. Earlier, the green-scaled snake's skin couldn't even be pierced by the silverback wolf's fangs, which broke instead. And now, someone was telling them that a first-tier, 9th-level kid had scored 1,200 points in just a few minutes? Did he kill a second-tier, late-stage beast? What a joke. The strongest contestant, Li Wei, is only second-tier, 1st level. Facing a second-tier, late-stage beast would be a death sentence. Even if he killed them one by one, there wouldn't be enough time. At this moment, Fang Yu stepped forward. As a special recruitment teacher from Xinzhou University, the moment he spoke, the entire room fell silent. The aura of a 7th-stage blood-moving realm instantly pressed down, making it harder for the ordinary people present to breathe. Investigate. He coldly spat out a single word. Thoroughly investigate. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Whether it was cheating or genuine strength, he had to uncover the truth. The scene was filled with surveillance. The net of heaven was vast, and no one could escape. The staff immediately took action, screening surveillance records based on my scoring ring. Within minutes, the truth was about to be revealed. In the spectator's stands, Chen Ming, the principal of First High School, raised his head and looked at Shen Zhu, the principal of Second High School, with an unmistakable look of provocation in his eyes. How about the genius from my school? Shen Zhu gritted his teeth. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He pointed at the large screen and roared. You must have cheated. When the surveillance comes out, just wait to be disqualified and disgraced in Nanjing City. Shen Zhu's anger was not without reason. The Second High School's second-stage bone-strengthening realm martial artist had painstakingly killed a single silver-backed wolf to earn just over 200 points. In First High School, on the surface, they didn't even have a second-stage martial artist, yet their score was 6 times higher. Was that reasonable? It was utterly unreasonable. Chen Ming had no interest in responding to the accusations. He merely smiled faintly, waiting for the surveillance to reveal everything. Because he had personally witnessed my combat prowess. The screen switched. My figure appeared on the large screen. At the start of the competition, I stepped into the examination field and decided to act alone. The next second, boom. A flash of azure lightning streaked by, and I instantly disappeared from the screen. The entire audience gasped. What kind of speed is that? The records say he's at the 9th level of the first stage. How is this speed possible? It feels faster than a perfected movement technique at the 9th level of the second stage. Everyone turned to look at Chen Ming. Chen Ming scratched his head. Chu Feng just broke through to the second stage yesterday, and the records haven't been updated yet. The crowd fell silent. Breaking through from The ninth level of the first stage to the first level of the second stage overnight was barely plausible. But wait, even at the first level of the second stage, this kind of speed shouldn't be possible. Li Wei, who was also at the second stage, wasn't even in the same league. Shinju's face turned ashen. He wanted to find fault, but couldn't. If I truly had this level of strength, then the so-called geniuses of second high school would be nothing more than stepping stones. He forced himself to say, humph. Whether he used some underhanded means or not, we'll see as we continue watching. Feng Yu, a true expert, stared at the screen with flickering eyes. He could tell that although I was at the first level of the second stage, my combat strength was on a completely different level from Li Wei's. Just based on the movement technique I had displayed earlier, even Tin Li Weiss wouldn't stand a chance. But he still had doubts. The ferocious beasts in the later stages of the second stage were incredibly powerful. Some had monstrous defenses, others were astonishingly fast, and some had such tenacious vitality that injuries seemed inconsequential. Without sufficiently strong methods, it was impossible to kill them. How exactly did I manage it? The screen switched again. This time, the screen showed me and a ferocious green-scaled snake in front of me. The green-scaled snake, a ferocious beast at the 7th level of the second stage. Its defense surpassed even some monsters at the 9th level of the second stage. The entire audience held their breath. They were finally about to see the truth. Just moments ago, I had shattered the green-scaled snake's head with a single palm strike. This 5-meter-long ferocious beast, at the 7th level of the second stage, known throughout the forest for its defensive prowess, now lay at my feet, its brain matter mixed with blood spilling everywhere. The entire process. 15 minutes. I flicked the blood off my hand and turned to leave. Too weak. Inside the gymnasium, the playback of the battle on the large screen had just ended, and the entire venue fell into dead silence. This is the first level of the second stage? He's only been cultivating for a year. How is this possible? The green-scaled snake's defense is so monstrous, and he killed it in just 2 moves. Feng Yu, from the special admissions team of Shenzhou University, stared intently at the screen, his pupils contracting violently. He had witnessed the entire process with his own eyes. The first clash, Chu Feng threw a punch, sending the azure-scaled snake flying, its head scales shattering on the spot. Those were scales capable of withstanding the full-force attack of a Tier 2 Level 9. The second clash, Chu Feng's figure moved as fast as lightning, impossible to track with the naked eye. In an instant, his fingers had pierced through the azure-scaled snake's eyeball, unleashing divine thunder from the heavens. The snake's brain was instantly turned into mush. Cross-dire combat. Feng Yu muttered to himself, his heart pounding wildly. He was currently at Tier 2 Level 1, capable of instantly killing a Tier 2 Level 7. What about when he reached Tier 9 Level 1? And if he cultivated to Tier 9 Level 9? Would there be no one in the world who could rival him? Could it even be possible to break through to the legendary Tier 10? This student, I must have him. Feng Yu clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fervor. This was a true genius. In the spectator's stance, the principal of Second High, Shinju, looked extremely grim. He had previously been questioning whether Chu Feng was cheating, but now? The replay was crystal clear, with not a hint of falsification. Li Wei, whom he had painstakingly recruited, was nothing but a joke in front of Chu Feng. Shinju bitterly glanced at the principal of First High, Chen Ming, only to find that the latter wasn't even paying him any attention. At this moment, he felt like a clown. Deep in the South River Great Forest, Jiang Hao collapsed to the ground. In front of him, a giant spider that had been beaten to a pulp. 318 points in the bag. I must be in first place now, right? In his mind, Dan Lao said smugly, relax. Chu Feng is just fast. When he encounters a tough opponent, he can't even break through their defense. Jiang Hao grinned, eager to check the leaderboard. Unfortunately, he didn't know. First place, Chu Feng, 1291 points. Second place, Jiang Hao, for 117 points. The gap was a full threefold. Core area of the South River Great Forest. After killing the azure-scaled snake, I didn't stop for even a second. There weren't many high-tier ferocious beasts in the core area. After all, this competition was mainly meant to scare people. Who in their right mind would come here to court death? But I'm different. I need points. I need to make an impression on the special recruitment teachers, and I need to grab the highest level reward bag. So I headed straight for the most dangerous place. Soon, I found my target. A 2-meter tall ape, with arms so absurdly long that they hung past its knees. It was toying with a palm-sized shard of tile, engraved with eerie runes that exuded a chilling power. I instantly became fully alert. According to the map Principal Chun provided, this creature was called the Long-Armed Ape King, Tier 2 Level 9, the strongest existence in the entire forest. There were two of them, a male and a female, and killing one would earn 2,300 points. Now one was alone. If I killed this one, the other would definitely come. Killing both would push my score past 5,000, breaking the historical record. 5,000 points. Surely Shinjo University would take notice, right? The 1 billion reward would be in the bag. The azure lightning on my body began to climb. Inside the gymnasium, all the screens were locked onto me. The moment the teachers saw the long-armed Ape King, they erupted. What? That thing is just there to hold the field, not for you to fight. Don't be fooled by its mere 2-meter height. Its combat skills rival those of Tier 3 beasts. The key is, there are two of them. They're inseparable. If he fights 1-on-2, he's dead for sure. Even Fong Yu, the teacher from Shanzhou University who had the highest hopes for me, was shaking his head at this moment. In the spectator stands, Second High's Principal Shun Zhu's eyes lit up. He had already given up, but now, as long as I lost, his student could make a comeback. I moved. Lightning erupted, and my entire body transformed into a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the head of the long-armed Ape King. This ferocious beast clearly had poor defenses. If my thunder finger hit its mark, it would be a one-hit kill. Zap! I reached it, with the divine thunder of the heavens gathering at my fingertips, carrying destructive power as I aimed for its skull. At that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. The long-armed Ape King slowly turned to face me. Our eyes met. I was shocked. This wasn't slow motion. It had seen through my speed. Since mastering the 3000 Thunder movement, this was the first time someone had completely read my moves. The green-scaled snake had been powerless before me because it couldn't keep up with my reactions. But this long-armed Ape King, its reflexes perfectly matched my speed. Its combat power was absolutely on par with mine. A ferocious glint flashed in its eyes as it slightly tilted its head, dodging my fatal strike. Then it twisted its body and delivered a straight punch. Boom! It hit me square in the chest. I was sent flying like a badminton shuttlecock, crashing through several large trees before slamming into a massive boulder. My chest felt tight, the pain unbearable. Luckily, I was wearing the system store's soft armor, or the scoring ring's protection mechanism would have been triggered, which would mean elimination. The situation was dire. This thing was too strong. I could be eliminated at any moment. I gritted my teeth against the discomfort, lightning flickering around me as I prepared to retreat. If I couldn't win, I'd run. Killing a few second-tier, 7th-level beasts would yield the same results. I had underestimated it, thinking it would be as easy to deal with as the green-scaled snake. What a huge mistake. Just as I was about to flee, a strong sense of danger surged through me. Without hesitation, I pushed the 3000 Thunder movement to its limit, channeling all my spiritual energy, activating my talent's gigantification mode instantly, and maximizing the power of the divine thunder. Boom! The sound of shattering rocks came from behind me. Another long-armed Ape King. Thankfully, I reacted quickly, or I would have been eliminated on the spot. But just as I was feeling relieved, I suddenly realized that the long-armed Ape King that had injured me was right in front of me. In the urgency of the moment, I had instinctively fled without choosing a direction, and I had run straight toward the one that had sent me flying. I was doomed. My speed was too fast. There was no time to change course. I had no choice but to fight head-on, minimize injuries, get past it, and then escape. The Thunder God descended. In the blink of an eye, I was already beside the long-armed Ape King. My fingers gathered together, and the divine thunder of the heavens danced wildly at my fingertips. Come on, let's fight another round. Then I froze. The long-armed Ape King. Why did it look like it was in slow motion? No, that's not it. It wasn't that it had slowed down. It was that I had sped up. Ridiculously fast. I instantly understood. The 3000 Thunder movement was already a top-tier movement technique, but I had never dared to fully unleash it before because spiritual energy was too precious. Every bit used was a bit less available, and I also had to maintain the consumption of the illusory reality technique. The meager spiritual energy I absorbed from the air barely balanced the expenditure. But in that life or death moment, I had poured all my spiritual energy into it, and with the gigantification talent doubling the power of the divine thunder, a dual boost. My speed exploded. In my eyes, this second tier, ninth level Ape King was as slow as a puppet. I swept past it. 2 fingers grazed its neck, and the divine thunder of the heavens instantly invaded its brain, shredding its mind. You have slain a ferocious beast and luckily obtained a second tier, ninth level loot bag. It dropped, but I didn't have time to open the loot bag. I turned and charged at the other Ape King. Same level, same outcome. In the face of absolute speed, it stood no chance. You have slain a ferocious beast and luckily obtained a second tier, ninth level loot bag. 2 kills. I slowly revealed myself, my spiritual energy nearly depleted. The illusory reality technique could no longer be maintained, and my cultivation level was exposed. First tier, ninth level. My stamina had also been drained almost entirely by the talent. I crouched on the ground, panting heavily, and only after a while did I begin to clean up the battlefield. And all of this was transmitted back to the gymnasium exactly as it was by the hidden cameras in the forest. Inside the gymnasium, the big screen froze at the moment the second Ape King appeared, and I transformed into blue lightning. The image was stuck. It wasn't the staff pausing it. My lightning was so powerful that the electromagnetic interference disrupted the signal. The crowd let out a collective sigh. It's over. He couldn't even handle one. And now there are 2? He's doomed. We can only hope he manages to escape. Escape? Surrounded from both sides. Where could he run? What a pity. His final score is only over 1,000, still far from the record of 3,000. No one believed I could survive. Even Fang Yu, the special admissions teacher from Shinjo University, thought the same. He put himself in my shoes, racking his brain but unable to think of a way out. 1 Ape King might be manageable, but 2? A dead end. Unless my speed could suddenly multiply several times. But how could that be possible? Still, Fang Yu knew deep down that even if I were eliminated, it wouldn't overshadow my talent. No matter how badly I lost, he was determined to recruit me to Shinjo University. Losing someone like me would be a loss for humanity. In the spectator seats, Principal Shinju of No. 2 High School was grinning so widely his mouth seemed ready to reach the heavens. The opportunity has come. He turned to Principal Chun Ming of No. 1 High School, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Is this what your No. 1 high school students are like? A bit too arrogant, don't you think? Chun Ming remained silent. Shinju grew even more smug. Not talking now. Just wait. When Chu Feng gets eliminated, you'll be the one crying. At that moment, the big screen returned to normal. The image resumed. Shinju glanced at Chun Ming, his eyes full of mockery. It's coming. Are you ready for failure? Inside the gymnasium, everyone's eyes were glued to the big screen. Just 10 seconds ago, I had been sent flying by one of the long-armed Ape Kings. Everyone thought I was finished, but they were wrong. The moment the image resumed, I transformed into a streak of blue lightning and charged straight at the long-armed Ape King. Is he crazy? He's going the wrong way. He should be running away. 2 second-tier, 9th-level beasts, and he's only at second-tier, 1st level. How can he fight them? The audience buzzed with chatter, but in the next second, all voices vanished. A flash of lightning. On the neck of the long-armed Ape King, a streak of blood shot skyward. Its eyes were still wide open, but its body fell stiffly to the ground. The strongest beast in the entire league, dead? In one move? Just one move? I didn't stop. Turning around, I transformed into lightning once more. The second long-armed Ape King didn't even have time to react before I killed it with a single strike. The 2 second-tier, 9th-level beasts that dominated the arena were now lying dead at my feet. The entire gymnasium fell into a deathly silence. For a full minute. Gulp! Someone swallowed audibly, breaking the silence. Is he really just second-tier, 1st level? That speed, even a 3rd-tier warrior wouldn't be faster. 5,000 points. He broke the historical record. That's 80% higher than the previous top score. Wait, if he's this strong, how did he not get into a top university during the college entrance exams? Even Fong Yu, the special admissions teacher from Shinjo University, was stunned. With the strength Chu Feng had just displayed, getting into Shinjo University should have been a breeze. But he searched his memory and couldn't find the name Chu Feng anywhere. However, it didn't matter anymore. Today, he had to recruit me. Fong Yu's gaze burned with intensity. Second tier, first level, taking down two second-tier, ninth-level beasts in succession. This level of combat talent was absolutely top tier, especially that final burst of speed, instantly doubling. This wasn't something an ordinary S-grade talent could achieve. This was the pinnacle of S-grade talent. Suddenly, Fong Yu's pupils contracted sharply. He noticed my skin. Smooth, glowing. The black iron hue, completely gone. A normal bone refining realm warrior's skin should have a faint black iron hue. During my earlier battle with the green-scaled snake, it was clearly visible, but now it was gone. Could it be I had hidden my true level? Was I actually first-tier, ninth level? Fong Yu gasped in shock. A first-tier, ninth-level skin refining realm warrior single-handedly defeating two second-tier, ninth-level ferocious beasts? Who would believe that if it were said aloud? No, impossible. He was a seventh-tier blood-moving realm expert, with an exceptionally sharp eye. How could a second-tier kid possibly hide his true realm right under his nose? It must be the after-effects of a talent outburst, causing a temporary drop in his realm. Yes, that must be it. In the spectator's stance, the principal of Second High, Shinju, was already green in the face. They were all senior students, all second-tier warriors. Why was his student, Li Wei, struggling to fight a second-tier, second-level silverback wolf, while my student effortlessly slaughtered a second-tier, ninth-level long-armed ape king as easily as drinking water? And worse yet, he had publicly questioned me earlier. At this moment, the principal of First High, Chun Ming, was smiling at him. "This is my student," Chun Ming said casually. Shinju's face turned red, unable to utter a single word. The cold, hard numbers on the leaderboard pierced his eyes. First, Chu Feng, 5,903 points. Second, Jiang Hao, for 117 points. Third, Li Wei, 226 points. Even my score's remainder was higher than the second place. The historical highest score was over 3,000 points. I directly doubled that record. Chun Ming spoke again, his tone light and airy. "Is your Li Wei really a second-tier bone refining realm warrior? Why is he only third? He can't even beat Jiang Hao, who's first tier, 8th level." Shinju's face turned completely black. He now wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Shinju was dumbfounded when he heard the scores Chun Ming announced. The second place was also from First High. His vision darkened, and he felt as though all the strength had been drained from his body, slumping into his seat. It was over. Completely over. The second-tier bone refining realm warrior he had painstakingly recruited was utterly crushed. In this four-school league, he had lost so badly there wasn't even a trace left. All the resources, favors, and costs he had poured in, completely wasted. In the core area of the Nanjiang Great Forest, I swung my blade, and the head of the second long-armed ape king rolled to the ground. Finally, it was over. I took a deep breath and began cleaning up the battlefield. Points secured, corpses collected. The long-armed ape king was only 2 meters tall and weighed about 100 kilograms, so it wouldn't yield much meat. But its combat power was absurdly strong. If I hadn't been wearing the no-edge soft armor earlier, I might have been in real trouble. In terms of cost-effectiveness, it definitely couldn't compare to the 5-meter-long green-scaled snake. But I wasn't after money. What I wanted were points, to make a strong impression in front of those university professors, and ideally, have someone offer me 10 billion on the spot to recruit me. Plus, with the system's lucky bag rewards, no matter how you calculate it, it's a huge win. Now my score has already surpassed 5,000, 2,000 points higher than the historical record. After this battle, admission to Shinjo University is guaranteed. As I was about to collect the last corpse, I suddenly noticed something extra on the ground, a piece of tile. It had fallen from the long-armed ape king's hand. I picked it up and saw mysterious runes carved on it, faintly exuding a trace of weak spiritual energy. My heart skipped a beat. Could this thing be related to the chi refining cultivation system? Could it be some kind of powerful inheritance? Something like the 3000 Thunder movement, which, once obtained, could drastically boost combat power? Or, at the very least, give me a few spirit stones. I'm in dire need of those for cultivation right now. I tried injecting the spiritual energy within me into the tile. The next second, the tile lit up. The light spread, enveloping the entire tile, and finally transformed into a palm-sized disc. At the same time, scattered information flooded into my mind. It was a fragment of a map. The content was blurry and unclear. Obviously, this was just a piece of the whole, and I need to gather all the tiles to see the complete picture. I casually stored the tile in the system space. It's not useful for now. I'll deal with it later. After collecting the last long-armed ape king's corpse, I didn't stop. Time is precious. Kill more beasts, rack up more points and lucky bags. Just then, I suddenly realized the virtual real technique had failed. My true cultivation level of first stage 9th layer was fully exposed without reservation. But I couldn't be bothered to maintain the disguise anymore. The reason was simple. The earlier burst had consumed too much energy, and more than half of the spiritual energy in my chi C was depleted. Without spiritual energy, the 3000 Thunder movement couldn't reach its fastest speed, leaving me feeling far less secure. I decided to restore my spiritual energy first and deal with everything else once it was replenished. I swallowed the pill given by the principal to recover my strength, then transformed into thunder and continued rampaging through the forest. The strongest second stage 9th layer beast in this examination field had already been slain by me. As for the remaining beasts, they were nothing more than free points. I cut through them like butter, and my score skyrocketed. You killed a beast, and luckily obtained a second stage 4th layer lucky bag. You killed a beast, and luckily obtained a second stage 6th layer lucky bag. The lucky bag notifications kept popping up. The only problem was that I lacked scouting methods and couldn't precisely locate the beasts, so most of the time, I was wandering aimlessly. Fortunately, my luck wasn't bad. I stumbled upon a pack of silverbacked wolves. The leader's strength had reached second stage 4th layer. Unfortunately, it couldn't withstand even a single move from me. In the blink of an eye, the entire pack of silverbacked wolves was wiped out, turning into cold points that added to my record. Corpses collected, lucky bags secured. Once the competition ends, I can settle everything properly. Time flew by. There were only 5 minutes left until the end of the 4-school tournament. The leaderboard refreshed. First, Chu Feng, 12,981 points. Second, Li Wei, 1,906 points. Third, Xian Mingming, 553 points. Last place, Jiang Hao, 0 points. Inside the gymnasium, all the teachers fell silent. There was no other reason. Chu Feng was simply too strong. The entire competition could only be described as a complete domination. He slew the azure-scaled snake, counter-killed 2 of the strongest long-armed ape kings, and achieved a final score of 12,981 points, leaving the historical record far behind. Li Wei's 1,900 points in second place. In comparison to this number, it was utterly overshadowed. Chu Feng's brilliance was so dazzling that it eclipsed everyone else. Historic. This guy's awakened talent and martial arts aptitude are both freakishly extreme. I just don't get it. Why is Chu Feng even attending a 4th-year high school class? With his abilities, he could easily get into Xinzhou University. Even if his current strength were halved, getting into the top 10 in the provincial college entrance exams wouldn't be a problem. The college entrance exams were just 2 months ago. He couldn't have been that much weaker 2 months ago. I can't figure it out. Everyone's gaze turned simultaneously to Feng Yu from Xinzhou University. In terms of status, he was the highest-ranking person present and had the most authority to speak. But at that moment, Feng Yu was on the phone and had no time to pay attention to them. On the other end of the line was the president of Xinzhou University. President, I've discovered an unparalleled genius. Feng Yu's voice trembled with excitement. A score of 12,000 in the 4-school tournament. The historical record in Nanjiang province is only 3,000 points, and the national record is just 8,000. If we recruit Chu Feng into Xinzhou University, we'll undoubtedly secure our position as the top university in the Dragon Nation. On the other end of the line, The tone was laced with impatience. The four-school tournament? Of course, President Xiang Jin knew about it. Wasn't it just a competition for fourth-year high school students? Those who couldn't get into college or their desired schools and had to repeat a year. What was there to be impressed by? No matter how strong they were, could they compare to the new batch of talents he had just recruited? Fourth-year high school students, no matter how powerful in combat, had limited potential. If they were truly talented, why didn't they get into Shinjo University directly? Why would they need to repeat a year? Xiang Jin spoke indifferently. All right, just bring him back. No need to make a fuss. With that, he hung up the phone, leaving Fang Yu standing alone in the Nanjiang gymnasium, full of excitement but at a loss for what to do. 13,000 points. I wiped the sweat from my forehead, staring at the score tracker on my wrist, and couldn't help but smile. For several hours straight, I had been unleashing the 3,000 thunder strikes. Lightning burst from my palms, and one ferocious beast after another fell at my feet. Tired? Of course I was. My school uniform was completely soaked, clinging to my body, and I could almost wring water out of it. But it was worth it. The historical record was only 3,000 points, and now I had more than quadrupled that. The spiritual energy in my dantian was still relatively abundant, slowly nourishing my body and helping me recover my stamina. I could have mobilized the spiritual energy to forcibly restore my combat strength, but there was no need. Spiritual energy was too precious. I still needed it to maintain the void reel technique. My true realm of first stage, 9th level, absolutely couldn't be revealed. Besides, the competition was almost over. What could possibly go wrong now? I lifted my foot and started walking toward the gymnasium. Just then, bang. A tightly bound body was thrown in front of me. It was Jiang Hao. His mouth was stuffed with cloth, and his entire body writhed on the ground like a worm. When he saw me, he struggled even more violently, his eyes filled with anger and humiliation. I frowned and looked around. Then, I saw Li Wei. His clothes were tattered, and there was a ferocious claw mark on his chest, clearly showing he had just been through an intense battle. But at this moment, his face was full of smugness as he looked at me. Behind him, two of his teammates were quietly flanking me from behind. "I've been waiting for you." Li Wei grinned. "A few hours of fighting must have worn you out, huh? Hand over your points obediently, and I'll spare you some pain." He kicked Jiang Hao, who was lying on the ground. "See that? This is what happens when you don't listen." I silently looked at him. Li Wei was at the second stage of the bone refining realm, collecting tolls here. He had no idea about my battle record. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago. In the gymnasium, the big screen was broadcasting this scene live. Wait, is Li Wei really this bold? A teacher was dumbfounded. Chu Feng's score is over 10,000. Even 5 or 6 Li Wei's combined wouldn't be enough to take on Chu Feng. You could just say Li Wei's unlucky. In the spectator stands, Principal Shinju of No. 2 High School stared at the screen, his vision darkening as he nearly fainted. He immediately covered his face and turned to leave the gymnasium. He couldn't bear to watch anymore. Nanjiang Great Forest. Li Wei was completely unaware of all this. Seeing that I ignored him, he said nothing and threw a punch straight at my head. His speed was astonishing, fully displaying the strength of a second-tier bone refining realm. I made up my mind. I didn't want to waste spiritual energy, but you insist on causing trouble? Zzz. Lightning instantly spread across my body. The next moment, no one could see what had happened. 3 figures were suddenly struck as if by a heavy blow, flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Each of them had a darkened palm print on their chest, faintly flickering with weak electric arcs. I only used a slap. If I had used the thunder finger, it wouldn't have been as simple as them passing out. Casually, I untied the ropes binding Jiang Hao. "The points of these 3 are yours," I said indifferently. "I'll be leaving now." Turning around, I walked away. Behind me, Jiang Hao was still frozen in place, dumbfounded. This strong. He had thought the gap between us was small. He hadn't expected that a second-tier bone refining realm martial artist couldn't even last a single move against me. Jiang Hao looked at the points of the 3 lying on the ground, totaling over 2,000. Adding his own, the total reached 2,208. The historical record is only 3,000 points. He muttered to himself. Chu Feng doesn't want these points. Could it be that he's already surpassed 3,000? In his mind, The voice of Dan Lao echoed. Little Hao, you'd better not compare yourself to Chu Feng. His combat power is beyond your imagination. Jiang Hao was unconvinced. He had only been ambushed. If it were a direct confrontation, he could have taken down Li Wei. He admitted Chu Feng was strong, but he believed he could still put up a fight. With this thought, Jiang Hao headed toward the gymnasium. He wanted to see just how many points Chu Feng had. After parting ways with Jiang Hao, I began planning my next steps. Over 12,000 points, leaving the historical record far behind. Special admission to Shenzhou University? Guaranteed. 10 billion dragon coins reward? In the bag. I had already decided how to spend this money. Dump it all into the Myriad Realms Mall to buy spirit stones. There's no other way. This broken world's spiritual energy is as thin as tap water. To break through, I can only rely on pouring resources into it. Once I reach the fourth layer of Qi refining, I can unlock the Thunder Law in the Lightning Control technique. Its attack power can directly pierce the flesh of Foundation Establishment cultivators, equivalent to a fourth-tier vein condensing realm martial artist. By then, if I encounter the green-scaled snake again, one strike to the head, leaving no trace behind. However, aside from cultivation levels, I'm still missing a crucial tool: detection methods. I wasted too much time earlier in the forest searching for fierce beasts. Otherwise, my score could have increased by several thousand. Moreover, with detection abilities, I could anticipate ambushes from the shadows, which could be life-saving in critical moments. As for martial arts resources, I'll ask the special admission teachers for more later to buy body refining pills and vitality pills. The pile of fierce beast corpses in my spatial storage also needs to be dealt with. Most will be sold, leaving a few large ones for me and my aunt to eat. Walking out of the Nanjiang Great Forest, I immediately spotted the recycling station. There were quite a few people in line, so I queued up behind them to wait. Just as I was thinking about clearing out my spoils, a burly man suddenly emerged from the edge of the forest, carrying a giant wolf on his shoulder. "Make way for me," he shouted at the top of his lungs. "See this? A second-tier silverback wolf." Everyone turned to look. The wolf was nearly 3 meters long, indeed quite intimidating. Whoa, a second-tier fierce beast. That's impressive. Who's that? Li Wei? No, it's Wang Dagong, a senior at 3rd high school, only at the 6th level of the first tier. A first-tier 6th level killing a second-tier beast? That's insane. Listening to the chatter, I glanced at the blood hole on the silverback wolf's head. The mark of the thunder finger, very familiar. I had killed an entire wolf pack, 20 or 30 of them, so missing 1 or 2 was normal. Consider this guy lucky to have picked up a ready-made kill. I couldn't be bothered to argue. Clearing out my spoils and settling my score was the priority. The line wasn't long, and it was soon my turn. Just as I was about to release the fierce beast from my spatial storage, suddenly, a figure forcibly cut in front of me. Wang Dagong directly threw the silverback wolf in front of the staff, his chin almost raised to the sky. "Check mine first. It's second tier. You definitely haven't received such high-quality goods before, have you?" My veins bulged. I had killed so many without cutting in line, and now you pick up a bargain and dare to step on me? Without a word, I kicked him straight in the waist. Bang! The force poured out, and Wang Dagong flew 5 meters away. "Get lost." I turned to the staff. "This silverback wolf was killed by me. Count it as mine. I originally didn't want to make a fuss, but since you insist on courting death, don't blame me." The entire place fell silent. A few seconds later, people began whispering. Is this guy crazy? Wang Dagong is someone who single-handedly killed a second-tier beast. A fight's about to break out. Step back quickly. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Everyone thought I was doomed. Wang Dagong's face was twisted with rage. He had been basking in glory moments ago, only to be publicly kicked away, losing all face. That silverback wolf was worth 10,000 dragon coins per pound, easily worth millions. How could he swallow this humiliation? "You're dead." He leapt up, his fist wrapped in fury, and charged straight at me. I frowned, making a decision in half a second. That kick earlier, I had held back. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to stand. Since he doesn't want the last shred of dignity I offered, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I moved, as fast as lightning. A rising dragon punch struck his chin hard. In front of me, he was like a child, completely unable to react. One punch, and he was sent flying. This time, I didn't hold back. I only spared his life. Wang Dagong flew several meters backward, landing with a thud at the feet of the special recruitment teachers, unconscious on the spot. The entire venue was dead silent. Wang Dagong, wasn't he the one who killed a second-tier silverback wolf? A powerhouse, second only to Li Wei. How could he not even take one hit? Who is this guy? Is he also a second-tier martial artist? The murmurs exploded, but I didn't care. The principal of third high school looked furious. Wang Dagong was his student. Some began to worry for me. Chu Feng is done for. He hit someone in front of the special recruitment teachers. His impression score is completely ruined. The principal of third high school will definitely hold him accountable. What's the use of being strong? If his character is problematic, top universities won't want him. Lu Hu from second high school sighed. Too impulsive. Couldn't he just endure it? I remained expressionless. Regret? Not a chance. If someone wants to make an issue out of this, then I won't attend that university. Then, Fang Yu, a special recruitment teacher from Xinzhou University and a seventh-tier martial artist, stepped over Wang Dagong's body and walked up to me. His tone was gentle. Xiao Feng, I'm Fang Yu, a special recruitment teacher from Xinzhou University, the best university in Dragon Country. You should. No. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. I'm from Baichao Tongji Medical Pavilion University. Join us, and you'll never have to worry about medicinal pills for life. Lingxiao Institute of Technology. The best equipment in Dragon Country. That soft armor you're wearing, which saved your life at a critical moment, was developed by us. A group of teachers swarmed over, surrounding me completely. Wang Dagong. No one spared him a glance. The principal of third high school stood in place, his face ashen, silent. Wang Dagong's actions had been witnessed by all the teachers. Utter disgrace. He sighed and walked away quietly. The students present were all dumbfounded. What's going on? He hit someone, and now they're fighting over him. He even took Wang Dagong's silverback wolf. Even Li Wei didn't get this kind of treatment, right? Top universities scrambling for him. Unheard of. How many points does Chu Feng have? At that moment, Jiang Hao emerged from the forest. Over 2,000 points, the second highest in history. He saw me surrounded by the crowd and froze. Then, he cleared his throat and displayed his wristband. 2,208 points. The crowd erupted. Another big shot. Over 2,000 points, solidly second place. Wait, why isn't a single special recruitment teacher paying attention to him? Jiang Hao stood in place, his expression gradually stiffening. All the teachers were still surrounding me, offering even better conditions, as if they wouldn't give up until I nodded. The students were completely stunned. How many points did Chu Feng get? Over 2,000 points and still ignored. At least a record breaker, right? 3,000. I guess 4,000. Otherwise, there's no way Jiang Hao would be overlooked. 2,000 points is definitely excellent. 4,000. That would require killing late-stage, second-tier fierce beasts. The rankings will be announced soon, and then we'll know. I stood in the center of the crowd, saying nothing. As for the score, they'll see for themselves in a moment. Jiang Hao, seeing everyone gathered around Chu Feng, felt stifled. Old Dan, how many points does Chu Feng have? I scored over 2,000 points, so why hasn't a single special recruitment teacher approached me? He asked the old monster residing in his sea of consciousness. Old Dan was silent for a long time. Xiao Haozi, don't ask. That guy is a freak. Let's just focus on our own path. I didn't believe it. Chu Feng is only at the 9th level of the first tier and hasn't even broken through to the second tier. My 2,000 plus points were taken from those 3 useless guys under Li Wei, plus I personally killed 4 second-tier fierce beasts. If I hadn't been ambushed, my score would have been even higher. He kept pressing Old Dan, but Old Dan just shook his head. Fine, I'll wait. When the scores are announced, I want to see what makes Chu Feng so special. Over on Chu Feng's side, things were already in chaos. The special recruitment teachers from 5 top universities were on the verge of fighting. Student Chu Feng, our Baichao University offers the Baichao Qi Nourishing Pill, each worth tens of millions of dragon coins, with unlimited supply. The white-bearded old Taoist was frantically promoting. Learn alchemy, and you'll easily earn tens of millions a day. Don't listen to his nonsense. Fang Yu from Xinzhou University immediately retorted. Relying on pills to boost your realm? That's ruining your talent. He turned to Chu Feng, speaking solemnly. Join Shinjo University. Being the #1 in Longhua is no exaggeration. The top mentors will train you in real combat, honing your realm through blood and fire. If you agree, 10 billion will be transferred to your account immediately. 10 billion? I raised an eyebrow. Lingxiao Polytechnic offered a set of 5th-tier soft armor, worth 70 to 80 billion on the market, capable of making me immune to all attacks below the 5th tier. Baichao University went even further. Unlimited pills, each worth tens of millions, an incalculable value. To be honest, Shinjo University's offer seemed a bit stingy. I looked at Fang Yu without saying a word. He understood. He immediately dialed a number. Principal Xiang, we don't have enough funds. The other schools are offering too much. An impatient voice came from the other end of the line. It's just a senior high school student. What's the big deal? If he's that good, wouldn't he have been admitted in his junior year? Forget it, let it go. Click. The call ended. Fang Yu's face darkened. Zhou Yanbai from Baichao University saw an opportunity, and his eyes lit up. He immediately called the admissions office and recounted my achievements in detail. A first-tier 9th-level cultivation, taking down 2 late-stage 2nd-tier fierce beasts. There was 3 seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Then an explosion. The strongest martial artist in Longhua's history, Wu Batian, had his proudest achievement of killing a fierce beast 1 major tier above him. And I had almost matched that record. The admissions office immediately contacted the principal and gave Zhou Yanbai a strict order. At all costs, bring Chu Feng back. Money? Baichao University had no shortage of money. Zhou Yanbai was busy contacting the admissions office. Meanwhile, I was watching Fang Yu from Shinjo University with great interest. What? Not raising the offer. Fang Yu felt my gaze, his face full of helplessness. He really couldn't offer more. What was he supposed to do? Pay out of his own pocket? If fate allows, we'll meet again at the 100 Schools Martial Meet. After saying this polite farewell, Fang Yu turned to leave. I smiled faintly, not stopping him. Without the support of a university, he really couldn't compete with Baichao University. Before leaving, Fang Yu's gaze inadvertently swept over Jiang Hao's bracelet score, over 2,000 points. Achieving this with a cultivation level of 1st stage, 8th layer was indeed impressive. But compared to my 2nd stage, 1st layer, it was far inferior. Fang Yu turned back and gave me one last complicated look. Then he froze. I noticed his gaze suddenly sharpen. Something was wrong. He had discovered something. As a 7th stage martial artist, Fang Yu quietly released his soul power to probe my true cultivation level. The next second, I clearly heard him gasp sharply. That's right. My bones were nearly pure white, completely lacking the black iron hue characteristic of bone refining stage martial artists. That black iron hue was merely a facade I created using a secret technique. My true cultivation level, only 1st stage, 9th layer. Fang Yu's expression instantly became colorful. 1st stage, 9th layer, yet effortlessly counter-killing 2 2nd stage, 9th layer long-armed ape kings? Such a feat, even the strongest martial overlord in human history couldn't achieve. Even more terrifying was that my disguise technique could completely block the probing of a 7th stage martial artist. I watched the shock, regret, and unwillingness on Fang Yu's face, and the corners of my mouth curled slightly. Regret it now? Too late. Fang Yu indeed regretted it so much that he wanted to call the principal. But he quickly calmed down. My cultivation talent was indeed average, taking over a year to reach 1st stage, 9th layer. Many freshmen at Shinjo University were already at 2nd stage, 4th layer, or even 2nd stage, 7th layer. The key point was that Baichao University had offered conditions that were too good. He simply couldn't compete. Fang Yu withdrew his soul power, turned to Jiang Hao, and casually asked, "Interested in coming to Shinjo University?" Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. "Of course. Then come with me." "Wait." Jiang Hao looked puzzled. "What about the 10 billion reward?" Fang Yu didn't even turn his head, coming or not. "If not, forget it." Jiang Hao nearly ground his molars to dust. "Why? Chu Feng gets 10 billion, 20 billion, and for him, not even a single cent. He was just 1 layer below Chu Feng in cultivation level. Why was the treatment so vastly different? But faced with Shinjo University's invitation, he didn't dare to act out. After all, It was the best university in Longhua. Jiang Hao grudgingly followed Fang Yu. The surrounding classmates cast envious glances. That's Shenzhou University. With its teaching resources, school connections, and gathering of geniuses, Jiang Hao's future is bound to soar. But Chu Feng actually rejected Shenzhou University's invitation. That's so bold. How many points did he get? I'm getting more and more curious. I couldn't be bothered with their discussions. Facing offers from various teachers, I remained calm, waiting for the highest bidder to appear. Soon, Zhou Yanbai received orders to spare no expense in bringing Chu Feng back. He immediately approached me, deliberately raising his voice. 20 billion. Plus all pill expenses during university. How about it? This is just the basic reward. As long as you complete your studies, Baichao University has endless resources waiting for you. The surroundings instantly erupted. 20 billion. Unlimited pill supply. Jiang Hao didn't get a single cent, but Chu Feng is offered a sky-high price. The difference is just too much. The special recruitment teachers from other schools fell silent, with many directly leaving. Lingxiao Polytechnic remained the same, offering a 5th stage soft armor, take it or leave it. I weighed my options. The 5th stage soft armor was indeed good, but they didn't offer cash, and the equipment couldn't be sold. And what do I need most right now? Cash, spirit stones, techniques, and secret arts from the Myriad Realms Mall. I choose Baichao University. Zhou Yanbai was overjoyed and immediately tried to pull me to register. I shook my head. Wait, I need to go back first. I had to inform my aunt and also deal with the pile of beast corpses in the system space. Zhou Yanbai fully understood, left his phone number, and handed me a badge engraved with a blade of grass. Just report in before next Monday. Then he operated on the spot and directly transferred 2 billion to my bank card, along with a bottle of Baichao Yunqi pills, 10 pills in total, capable of significantly accelerating body refinement training with almost no side effects. I carefully stored the pills, looked at the balance in my bank account, and already had a plan for my next training. After bidding farewell to Zhou Yanbai, I headed straight to the beast recycling point. The corpses that needed to be sold had to be sold. Keeping some as food was enough. The surrounding classmates looked shocked. He already got 2 billion, and he still wants to sell corpses? A second-tier beast is only worth a few million. How can it compare to 2 billion? Unless he killed an entire pack of silverback wolves, which might be worth over 1 billion. But is that even possible? Not far away, Jiang Hao stopped in his tracks, staring at me intently. He really wanted to know what kind of battle achievements I had. I walked to the recycling stall, stepped back a few paces, and made space for myself. Then, I waved my hand. Crash! Countless beast corpses poured out from my storage space, instantly piling into a small mountain. The entire scene fell silent. The silverback wolf that Wang Dagong had just been boasting about, I casually counted over a dozen here. There were also various large beasts, stacked layer upon layer. Did he sweep the entire competition field? Wait, that's the long-armed Ape King, a Tier 2, Level 9 beast. And there are 2 of them. Even Li Wei couldn't achieve this kind of record, right? Jiang Hao's previous 2,000 points. Now it seems like nothing. I ignored the surrounding chatter and quietly waited for the staff to tally up. In the distance, Jiang Hao fell completely silent. His pill master hadn't let him see my battle record, and now he understood why. Just the score from one long-armed Ape King alone could leave his 2,000 points far behind. Let's go. Fang Yu pulled Jiang Hao and turned to leave. Watching any further won't do you any good. Jiang Hao took a deep breath, his expression complicated, and followed Fang Yu as they disappeared into the crowd. At this moment, Wang Dagong, who I had knocked unconscious, slowly woke up. His first reaction was to seek revenge on me. Then he saw the mountain of corpses in front of me. He saw the 2 long-armed Ape Kings. His entire body froze in place, as if struck by lightning. A minute passed. Slap. He slapped himself hard. No way, he suddenly shouted, rushing in front of me. Everyone, don't be fooled. These corpses must have been prepared in advance. The highest historical score is only 3,000. How could he possibly get over 10,000? Someone questioned, what benefit would there be in deceiving us? Wouldn't the score be clear once it's announced? Wang Dagong, did you get hit so hard you lost your mind? Ding, the league officially ended. and the leaderboard was announced. First place, Chu Feng, 12,981 points. Second place, Jiang Hao, 2,208 points. Third place, Xian Mingming, 553 points. Last place, Li Wei, 0 points. The crowd erupted. Over 12,000 points. The second place doesn't even come close to his fraction. The historical record was 3,200, and he directly quadrupled it. Wang Dagong's face turned bright red, his lips trembling as he failed to speak, and he fled in embarrassment with his head down. I ignored him and continued waiting for the staff to tally up. At this moment, Li Wei, disheveled and with a clear palm print on his chest, crawled out of the woods. He saw the mountain of corpses in front of me, saw the two long-armed ape kings, and saw the score on the leaderboard. His entire body froze. He, a dignified Tier 2 bone refinement realm expert, couldn't even withstand a single move from me. And I was only Tier 1 level 9. The staff quickly finished calculating. Total, for 180 million. The person in charge glanced at me and smiled. Young man, your strength is astonishing. Let's round it up. 500 million will be transferred to you. I nodded in thanks and turned to find Principal Chun Ming to say goodbye. Chun Ming grinned from ear to ear. Over 12,000 points. This was the pride of First High School, enough for him to boast about for an entire year. Before leaving, he handed me a silver wrist guard. Tier 3 defensive gear, he said. It can block a Tier 3 attack at a critical moment. I didn't refuse. I stored it in my space and turned to head home. Under the table, I held her hand and signaled with my eyes. I pushed open the door to my house, and a table full of delicious dishes came into view. But my attention was instantly drawn to another person, a man in camouflage military uniform, standing in the living room, surveying his surroundings. He had a tall and upright figure, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. A strong presence, stronger than the principal. You're back. He looked over the moment I opened the door, a gentle smile on his face. Chu Feng, my name is Lin Zhanfeng. I was a comrade of your parents. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already in front of me, reaching out to ruffle my hair. I didn't even have time to react. This man was even more terrifying than I had imagined. Xiaofeng, come sit. My aunt came out carrying the last dish. This is your Uncle Lin. Back then, he was the one who brought your parents' ashes back. My heart stirred. Although I didn't have many memories of my parents in this world, it was clear that this man had come with goodwill. Thank you, Uncle Lin, I said sincerely. During the meal, Lin Zhanfeng kept observing me. I could feel his gaze sweeping over me, as if he were assessing something. I heard from your aunt that you awakened an S-grade lightning attribute talent, he suddenly asked. I didn't waste words and directly raised my hand. Azure lightning burst forth in my palm, arcs of electricity crackling and dancing, filling the air with a strong sense of aggression. Lin Zhanfeng's eyes lit up. Very strong. Its offensive power is top tier among all S-grade talents. What's it called? 9 Heavens Divine Lightning. He nodded repeatedly, a trace of fervor flashing in his eyes. I knew he was intrigued. But he changed his tone. For an S-grade talent, reaching Tier 2 level 4 within a year is the normal pace. You're only at Tier 1 level 9 right now. That's a bit slow. I was momentarily stunned. A year? I only awakened my talent the day before yesterday. Xiaofeng hasn't been cultivating for a year. My aunt interjected. He just awakened the day before yesterday. She suddenly froze mid-sentence, because she finally noticed the pale jade-like glow emanating from my skin. Jade skin stage. Awakened the day before yesterday, copper skin stage yesterday, and today, jade skin stage. Her expression completely froze. Lin Zhanfeng was also dumbfounded. Wait, you said he just awakened the day before yesterday? He frowned, clearly skeptical. Logically speaking, what can you accomplish in a single day? Some martial artists can't even understand a body tempering technique in one day. Cultivation is a process of injury, recovery, and strengthening. No one can skip these steps. Unless. He paused. He simultaneously awakened 7 or 8 S-grade talents, or he's practicing demonic cultivation techniques. He looked at me, his tone gentle but firm. It's okay. If you need to study for an extra year to get into a good university, that's fine. A 4th year of high school is no big deal. There's no need to hide it. Besides, you're attending Nanjing First High School. If I look into it a bit, I'll know what grade you're in. I didn't argue. If he wanted to misunderstand, let him. My cultivation was mine, and the misunderstanding was his. It even helped me conceal this freakish talent of mine. Perfect. But my aunt wasn't willing to let it go and wanted to explain further. Under the table, I held her hand and signaled with my eyes. Let it go. She glanced at me and took a deep breath. Fine, let it go. The atmosphere at the dining table was a bit subtle. I noticed Lin Zhanfeng's gaze shifting back and forth between me and my aunt, as if piecing together some clues. Whatever, I couldn't be bothered to explain. Who doesn't have a few secrets? Chu Feng, Lin Zhanfeng suddenly spoke. Are you interested in joining the military? I was momentarily stunned. Your S-level talent is very strong. After passing the recruit assessment, I'll directly place you in the 3rd Corps. With me backing you, your promotions will be smooth sailing. Training resources, techniques, everything will be provided in abundance. He paused, his gaze burning as he looked at me. When I retire, you might even have the chance to take over the entire 3rd Corps. To be honest, I'm not very interested. The military is a place with too many rules and little freedom. Uncle Lin said he'd protect me, but that also means my opportunities to hunt fierce beasts would be greatly reduced. And I need to hunt fierce beasts. The system's loot bags, the money from selling beast meat, the fact that a single spirit stone in the Universal Mall costs $1 million. Can the military provide me with these? Are the training resources sufficient? I asked directly. I want to hunt a lot of fierce beasts and make a lot of money. Blunt, but true. Lin Zhanfeng fell silent. The military's main task is to protect the people, he said slowly. Low-level warriors basically don't get the chance to go on missions. Want to hunt fierce beasts and make money? You'd need to be at least tier 4. I'm currently only tier 1. If I join the military, it'll be daily physical training, with no chance to encounter fierce beasts. Then forget it. I decisively shook my head. I'd rather go to university than join the military. Then I turned to my aunt and smiled. By the way, I just got specially admitted to Baichao University. What? Han Shui almost dropped her chopsticks, staring at me in shock. Baichao University? The 3rd-ranked one in the country. I nodded. Her expression was priceless. Just 2 days ago, I awakened my talent, and now I've secured admission to a university that others study hard for a year to get into? All in less than a day. Lin Zhanfeng was also stunned. He knew Baichao University all too well. Most of the country's top alchemists come from there, and its reputation, in some ways, surpasses even the #1 Shenzhou University. The way he looked at me changed. No wonder I refused to join the military. With this level of talent, focusing on university studies would undoubtedly lead to great achievements in the future. Take this. Lin Zhanfeng flipped his hand and retrieved an ancient brass bracelet from his storage ring, handing it to me. It can save your life in critical moments. Study well at university, and if you want to join the 3rd Corps after graduation, come find me anytime. I looked at the bracelet and hesitated for a second. He was a comrade of my parents, essentially an elder to me. When an elder gives you something, you accept it. Thank you, Uncle Lin. I'll repay him someday when I have the chance. For now, I do need life-saving equipment. The atmosphere at the dining table lightened up. Lin Zhanfeng started chatting with me about cultivation. Initially, he intended to give me some pointers, but he discovered that my understanding of martial arts was absurdly profound. Many issues I grasped instantly. Some problems that even he couldn't figure out, I resolved in just a few words. I could feel his gaze becoming increasingly peculiar. He was definitely thinking, "Kid, are you really not a senior high school student?" After the meal, we exchanged contact information, and Lin Zhanfeng took his leave. He hurried back to the temporary military camp, and the first thing he did was summon his adjutant. Investigate Chu Feng's background for me. He didn't believe it. Copper Skin Realm on day 1, Silver Skin Realm on day 2, Jade Skin Realm on day 3? Did they really think he, a corps commander, was a fool? There had to be something fishy. Soon, the adjutant returned with the information. Chu Feng is currently a senior at Nanjing City #1 High School, clearly having cultivated for over a year. Lin Zhanfeng nodded, just as he suspected. But why did Han Shui claim Chu Feng was a junior? As he pondered, the adjutant spoke again. However, there are many discrepancies in the details. Lin Zhanfeng's eyes sharpened. Speak. The atmosphere at the dining table was a bit subtle. I noticed Lin Zhanfeng's gaze shifting back and forth between my aunt and me, as if he were piecing together some clues. Whatever, I couldn't be bothered to explain. Who doesn't have a few secrets? Chu Feng, Lin Zhanfeng suddenly spoke. Are you interested in joining the military? I was taken aback. Your S-level talent is very strong. Once you pass the recruit assessment, I'll directly place you in the 3rd Corps. With me backing you, your promotions will be smooth sailing. Cultivation resources, techniques, everything will be provided in abundance. He paused, his gaze intense as he looked at me. When I retire, you might even have the chance to take over the entire 3rd Corps. To be honest, I wasn't very interested. The military is a place with too many rules and too little freedom. Uncle Lin said he'd protect me, but that also meant my opportunities to hunt fierce beasts would be greatly reduced. And I needed to hunt fierce beasts. The system's loot bags, the money from selling beast meat, a single spirit stone in the Universal Mall costing $1 million. Could the military provide me with these? Are the cultivation resources sufficient? I asked directly. I want to kill a lot of fierce beasts and make a lot of money. Blunt, but to the point. Lin Zhanfeng fell silent. The military's primary mission is to protect the people, he said slowly. Low-level warriors basically don't get the chance to go on missions. Want to kill fierce beasts and make money? You'd need to be at least tier 4. I'm only tier 1 right now. If I joined the military, I'd be doing physical training every day, with no chance to even encounter a fierce beast. Then forget it, I said decisively. I'd rather go to college than join the military. Then I turned to my aunt and smiled. By the way, I was just specially admitted to Baichao University. What? Han Shui almost dropped her chopsticks, staring at me in shock. Baichao University? The 3rd-ranked one in the country. I nodded. Her expression was priceless. Just 2 days ago, I had awakened my talent, and now I had managed to get into a university that others had to study hard for a year to qualify for. Lin Zhanfeng was also stunned. He knew Baichao University all too well. Most of the country's top alchemists came from there, and its reputation in some ways even surpassed that of the top-ranked Shenzhou University. The way he looked at me changed. No wonder I wasn't interested in joining the military. With this level of talent, focusing on university studies would undoubtedly lead to great achievements in the future. Take this. Lin Zhanfeng flipped his hand and retrieved an ancient brass bracelet from his storage ring, handing it to me. It could save your life in a critical moment. Study hard in university, and if you ever want to join the 3rd Corps after graduation, just come find me. I looked at the bracelet and hesitated for a second. He was a comrade of my parents, essentially an elder to me. When an elder gives you something, you should accept it. Thank you, Uncle Lin. I'll repay him someday. For now, I really did need life-saving equipment. The atmosphere at the dining table lightened up. Lin Zhanfeng started talking to me about cultivation. He initially intended to give me a few pointers, but he discovered that my understanding of martial arts was astonishingly profound. I grasped many concepts instantly. I even solved some problems in just a few words that he himself couldn't figure out. I could feel his gaze becoming increasingly peculiar. He was definitely thinking, "Kid, are you sure you're just a senior in high school?" After the meal, we exchanged contact information, and Lin Zhanfeng took his leave. He rushed back to the temporary military camp, and the first thing he did was summon his adjutant. Investigate Chu Feng's background for me. He didn't believe it. Advancing to copper skin in 1 day, silver skin in 2 days, and jade skin in 3 days? Did they really think he, a corps commander, was an idiot? Something was definitely off. Soon, the adjutant returned with the information. Chu Feng is currently a senior at Nanjing City No. 1 High School. It's clear he's been cultivating for over a year. Lin Zhanfeng nodded. As expected, it matched his suspicions. But why did Han Shui claim that Chu Feng was a junior? Just as he was pondering this, the adjutant spoke again. However, there are many inconsistencies. Lin Zhanfeng's eyes narrowed. Explain. Something's not right. The adjutant frowned. Chu Feng's enrollment time and date of birth don't match at all. The most critical thing is, he didn't even register for this year's college entrance exam. If he really is a senior repeating the 4th year, how could he not take the exam? Lin Zhanfeng remained silent. The adjutant continued. His academic records have been tampered with, and the method is very crude. Chu Feng is not a 4th-year student at all. He's actually a graduating senior this year. Senior year. The college entrance exam was just 2 months ago, which means I really advanced to the bronze skin realm in 1 day, the silver skin realm in 2 days, and the jade skin realm in 3 days. Lin Zhanfeng was stunned for a full quarter of an hour. An S-level talent, the nine heavens divine thunder, combined with such an extraordinary cultivation speed. This kid is destined to stand at the pinnacle of humanity in the future. He must be protected, he said instinctively. But then he thought, I've already been specially admitted to Baichao University, and will soon report there. That's the top martial arts academy in Longhua. Safety won't be an issue. Go and complete his academic records, Lin Zhanfeng finally ordered. Make them flawless. This was the only thing he could do for me. On my end, after finishing my meal and washing the dishes, I transferred 1 billion yuan to my aunt. Too much money can bring trouble. 1 billion is enough for her to spend. Take care of yourself. If you need more money, just let me know anytime. I boarded the high-speed train heading to Modu. Modu, the capital of Longhua, home to Baichao University and Shenzhou University. I booked an entire train car for myself. Not for luxury, but for cultivation. Martial arts cultivation, chi refinement, and the large number of unopened fortune bags I had saved up, there was no time to waste. Eternal life begins with the first step. If cultivation isn't fast enough, 100 years later, I'll just be a handful of dust. More importantly, there's my aunt. The thought of her aging and eventually passing away made my heart ache. So I must grow stronger. Strong enough. When the day comes that I ascend to immortality, I'll take her with me. I took out a Baichao spirit-nourishing pill and swallowed one. A surge of pure, immense energy exploded instantly. My bones were transforming, tempering, and being reborn. Faint black light flickered on my bones. My cultivation steadily climbed, heading straight for the second-tier bone refining realm. What originally would have taken 3 or 4 days to break through now only takes a few hours. Baichao University even provides an unlimited supply of these pills. Amazing. I split a trace of divine sense and entered the system space. A pile of fortune bags had accumulated. It was time to open them. 10 in a row. Opening tier, 2 level, 9 fortune bags. Congratulations, you've obtained inherited memory. Hongming alchemy technique, incomplete. I was shaken to my core. The Hongming alchemy technique, the legendary exclusive method of the Hongming saint. Countless alchemy experiences and techniques were directly poured into my mind. Impossible to resist, impossible to forget. This kind of inherited memory is hundreds of times faster than learning. Congratulations, you've obtained 35 low-grade spirit stones. Congratulations, you've obtained the spell, Dust Repelling Technique. Congratulations, you've obtained a low-grade magical artifact, Condensed Ice Flying Sword. Congratulations, you've obtained 21 low-grade spirit stones. I organized the alchemy memories in my mind. Although the incomplete Hongming alchemy technique wasn't complete, it included 3 pill recipes. Spirit Gathering Pill accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy and strengthens the body. Priced at 30 million per bottle in the Universal Mall. Light Wind Pill temporarily boosts speed, making one as light as the wind. Priced at 35 million for 2 bottles. Foundation Establishment Pill, essential for cultivators to establish their foundation. 1 pill costs 120 million. I can start refining them right now. Unfortunately, being on a train, if the furnace explodes, I'll be labeled a terrorist. Forget it. I'll wait until I get to Baichao University. I took stock of the remaining spoils. 203 spirit stones, equivalent to 2 billion. There were also various spells, magical artifacts, and even the alchemy furnace I needed. But my favorite was the Frost Condensation Flying Sword. A miniature flying sword, only as long as a forearm. I infused it with spiritual energy, buzz. The flying sword rose lightly into the air like a drone, resembling an icy spirit, dancing gracefully around me. With just a thought, it would shoot out with thunderous speed, annihilating any enemy. It carried an extreme frost power, capable of slowing opponents or even freezing them into ice sculptures. I played with it for a while before putting it away. Then I took out the spirit stones and immersed myself completely in cultivation. First, I needed to max out my realm. As for spells and martial arts, those would naturally come with time. I closed my eyes and frantically absorbed the spirit stones. 1, 10, 50. The spiritual energy from 200 spirit stones surged into my dantian like a torrent. Boom! My aura skyrocketed. Chi refining stage, level 7. I clenched my fists, feeling the surging power within me. Previously, when two long-armed ape kings attacked me together, I had to use all my strength just to escape. Now, I could tear them apart barehanded. But that wasn't enough. I spent 4 billion in one go, buying 400 spirit stones from the Myriad Realms marketplace. Time to break through again. What excited me even more was that I had mastered the minor thunder technique from the Thunder Command art. How terrifying was this move? Even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator standing still would be blasted to smithereens by me. Previously, I couldn't even break the defense of that green-scaled snake with my thunder finger. But if I had known the minor thunder technique back then, one strike would have killed it instantly. The train sped through the night, lights flickering outside the window. From Nanjiang to Modu, it was a 14-hour journey. I didn't waste a single second. I absorbed all 400 spirit stones. Chi refining stage, level 9 peak. My martial arts realm also broke through to tier 2, level 3, with my entire skeleton taking on a black iron hue. Fangyu, just you wait. See you at the 100 schools martial meet? I'll make you kneel and call me daddy. After arriving at the station, I immediately found a training room and spent the remaining 2 billion. My goal, foundation establishment. I swallowed a foundation establishment pill, and spiritual energy began constructing a Tao foundation in my dantian. But soon, my expression changed. Not enough spiritual energy. The Tao foundation was unstable and on the verge of collapse. I didn't hesitate for a second. I converted the remaining 1.85 billion into spirit stones. 1,850 spirit stones instantly surrounded me, and I, like a starving wolf in a sea of spiritual energy, devoured them madly. 1,000 stones. 1,500 stones. 1,700 stones. By Monday morning, as the sky began to brighten, boom, a majestic pressure erupted from within me. Foundation establishment achieved. I opened my eyes, a smile curling at the corners of my mouth. Now, my physical body was comparable to a tier 4 pulse condensation martial artist. More importantly, my soul power had awakened. Ordinary martial artists had to reach tier 7 to unlock soul power. But I already possessed it at foundation establishment. The only problem was, I opened the Myriad Realms marketplace to check the foundation establishment chapter of the Thunder Command art. Price, 180 billion dragon coins. I chuckled. I was out of money, and the spirit stones were gone too. Time to make more money again. But for now, it was time to report in. As the morning light broke, I stepped through the gates of Baichao University, and a strong medicinal fragrance instantly filled my nostrils. I immediately activated the illusory reality technique to suppress my cultivation to tier 2, level 1. No choice. Jumping from tier 2, level 1 to tier 2, level 3 in just one day was too outrageous. If I caught the attention of demonic cultivators, I'd be in trouble. At most, I currently had tier 4 combat power, and the risk of failure was too high. Low profile. I had to stay low profile. After contacting Zhou Yanbai, the white-haired, white-bearded old man in a Taoist robe quickly appeared, his face beaming as he led me on a tour of the campus. The teaching buildings were grand and imposing, the medicinal fields vast and boundless, with the fragrance of herbs wafting for miles. As Zhou Yanbai introduced the school's history, he also helped me complete the enrollment procedures. During registration, the admissions office teacher, Yi Hongyu, suddenly widened his eyes. I was instantly alert. This guy was actually using soul power to probe me. You must know, only a 7th rank warrior can possess soul power. But the moment he probed, I blocked it. Yi Hongyu's face changed dramatically, staring at me in disbelief. On the surface, I was just a 2nd rank rookie, yet I could block the soul detection of a 7th rank warrior? What's wrong? Zhou Yanbai, who was only at the 6th rank, couldn't see what was going on at all. Yi Hongyu was silent for a moment, a glint flashing in his eyes. Are you interested in participating in this year's 100 schools martial arts competition? Another competition? I raised an eyebrow. The rewards from the last 4 schools league had skyrocketed my cultivation like a rocket, and the dragon coins needed for my next stage of training were astronomical. Just one copy of the Thunder Command technique, cost over 10,000 spirit stones, equivalent to more than 100 billion dragon coins. What's the reward? I asked directly. Zhou Yanbai panicked. No way, no way. The contestants in the 100 schools martial arts competition are all third and fourth-year geniuses, at least third rank, and some are even late fourth rank. Sending Chu Feng, a second rank, to challenge them? Are you trying to throw the match? Yi Hongyu, however, shook his head, looking at me meaningfully. He knew I had soul power. Using this against anyone below the 7th rank would be an effortless crush. What's your talent? He asked. 9 heavens divine thunder. Then where did your soul power come from? It was only then that I realized the problem. Soul power is something that only awakens at the 7th rank. For me, a 2nd rank, to have it was indeed unusual. Zhou Yanbai was stunned for a full minute before reacting, his face turning red with excitement. Chu Feng, you must participate. The first place rewards are insane. First, there's the immaculate golden pill from Baichao University. Taking it almost guarantees becoming a 9th rank golden body powerhouse. Then there's the 9th rank Lingxiao War God armor from Lingxiao University, capable of withstanding a full force strike from a late 9th rank warrior. With it on, no one in the Dragon Kingdom can take your life. Finally, there's the 9-turn profound art from Shenzhou University, a body refining technique that makes you invincible at the same rank. If cultivated to the extreme, it can even break through the 9th rank. All 3 go to the first place winner. They all sounded incredible, but I only cared about one thing. How much can the immaculate golden pill sell for? I asked. Zhou Yanbai froze completely. A minute later, clutching his chest, he shouted, You prodigal! You want to sell the immaculate golden pill? How much do you need? I'll cover it for you. I scratched my head, thinking, I'm short over 180 billion. Can you cover that? But I couldn't say that, so I stayed silent. Zhou Yanbai seemed to sense something, pulling out a golden bank card and stuffing it into my hand. 10 billion. Train well. There's plenty of money. I took the card, smiling bitterly inside. 10 billion? Foundation building techniques cost 180 billion. It's a drop in the bucket. But having something is better than nothing. Kill more beasts, open more loot boxes, and the money will come eventually. Yi Hongyu didn't press further about the soul power, only saying, Will you participate in this year's 100 schools martial arts competition? If not, you can wait 2 years. I'll participate. I answered without hesitation. Those 9th rank items could fetch a fortune. If I secretly sold them, who could say anything? All right then. The 4th-year martial arts class, homeroom teacher Wei Shuhan. Let Zhou Yanbai take you to report. Sunlight spilled over the training field, where a dozen students in black training uniforms were practicing their morning exercises. Standing in front of them was a woman with flowing long hair, looking as gentle as water. Wei Shuhan, a 9th-rank golden body powerhouse, one of the top combat forces in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Teacher Wei, I've brought you a new student, Zhou Yanbai said politely. Wei Shuhan's brows furrowed instantly, her gaze turning cold. A new student? Are you joking with me? She glanced at me, her tone full of mockery. 2nd rank bone, refining realm? Sending him to the 100 schools martial arts competition. Is the school trying to miss the top 3 entirely? I stood there, motionless. He has awakened the power of the soul, Zhou Yanbai explained. His strength is no weaker than that of a 7th-tier martial artist, and he might achieve an unexpected victory. Soul power? These 4 words sparked a hint of curiosity in Wei Shuhan's eyes. The next second, I felt my whole body tighten. Her soul power directly pressed down on me. I instinctively resisted, but it was completely useless. Her power was too strong, tearing through my defenses and seeing me from head to toe. That feeling, it was like being stripped bare. My entire body was burning. Interesting, Wei Shuhan finally nodded. You're actually at the 2nd-tier 3rd level, and you even know how to conceal your cultivation. Zhou Yanbai froze, looking at me with a complex expression. He was probably thinking, 2 days ago, you were clearly at the 2nd-tier 1st level, so how are you at the 3rd level now? Breaking through 2 minor realms in 2 days? That's too outrageous. He definitely wouldn't believe it. Leave Chu Feng to me. You can go now. Wei Shuhan waved her hand. The martial arts class had a total of 15 people, 16 including me. But only 5 spots were available to participate in the 100 schools martial arts tournament. When the others heard that I was only at the second-tier cultivation level, no one took me seriously. The weakest senior present was at the third-tier 7th level. Me? In their eyes, I was just a reserve player. No matter. I swallowed 100 herbs, spirit concentrating pill, and began training with everyone. Combat techniques, physical fitness, theory. By the end of the day, I had gained a lot. A senior named Tian Hai took good care of me, occasionally giving me extra guidance. Chu Feng, straighten your back. Momentum is also part of combat. I humbly accepted his advice. If someone was willing to teach, I was willing to learn. By evening, my cultivation level was already approaching the second-tier 4th level. Tonight, I should be able to break through. Chu Feng, stay behind. After class, Wei Shihan called out to me. Her gaze carried a hint of amusement. Soul power is very special. Starting today, I will give you individual training. I took the book Wei Shihan handed me. The cover bore the words Soul Refining Technique, glowing faintly. Study it carefully, she said. It can strengthen your soul power. I was about to ask something when she spoke again. What is your talent? 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. I replied, S-level, attack type. She nodded, her expression calm. S-level talent? She had seen plenty of those. In her eyes, I was just a freshman who had just entered university. No matter how strong my talent was, so what? Any of those seasoned seniors could crush me effortlessly. First, master the soul refining technique. She then pulled another book from her ring and tossed it to me. Take this Starry Thunderstorm technique as well. It's a 7th-tier body refining method that uses thunder to temper the body with incredible power, but the side effects are equally severe. The thunder will tear your flesh apart, and ordinary pills won't be able to heal you. I silently accepted it. Remember, soul power is your key to competing against the seniors. Tomorrow morning at 8, here, combat training. She paused. I'll let you experience the true strength of the opponents in the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. Back at the dorm, I immediately opened the Soul Refining Manual. Soul cultivation is divided into 4 realms: soul condensation, wandering soul, soul core, and divine soul. And me? I'm at the lowest level, soul condensation. My soul is as fragile as paper, only capable of sensing the surrounding environment and barely predicting danger, with combat power close to 0. But the wandering soul realm is different. Your soul can leave your body and perform soul techniques. That's an attack on the soul level, something warriors below the 7th rank can't possibly withstand. The problem is, the book clearly states, the fastest genius in history to break through to the wandering soul realm took 6 months. And that person even consumed a rare treasure that could repair the divine soul. 6 months? The 100 Schools martial meet starts in just 1 month. I took a deep breath and began cultivating according to the manual. The principle is simple. Tear the soul, repair it, and tear it again. After tearing it 500,000 times, the soul becomes solid enough to leave the body. Sounds easy. Every tear comes with the excruciating pain of the soul being ripped apart, and recovery takes 3 to 4 days. Calculated, a normal person would need 2.5 years. But me, the moment I tore my soul for the first time, the pain indeed came. And then, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. My soul was completely intact. I was stunned. The life tide, talent can even repair soul damage. I immediately tore it again. Pain. Gone. Recovered. 3 seconds. Again. An entire night. When the first ray of sunlight streamed through the window, I stopped cultivating and looked at my stats, 60 times. In one night, I tore my soul a total of 60 times. The amount of cultivation that would take a normal person 2.5 years, I can complete in just 1 month. 100 Schools martial meet? Wandering soul realm? Just wait. I spent the whole night cultivating, but I didn't feel tired at all. Ever since breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, I realized I could go several days without sleep, and I didn't even need to eat. I could directly absorb spiritual energy. The problem is, I'm broke. To be precise, I'm reluctant to spend money on spirit stones. I need to save up to buy a foundation establishment manual, so I can only freeload at the school cafeteria. While eating breakfast, I suddenly realized a serious problem. Following teacher Wei Shihan's cultivation path, I might remain poor forever. The martial arts class provides food, lodging, and pills, so students don't need dragon coins at all. But I'm different. I have a system. As long as I have enough money, I'm fully confident I can break through to the Golden Core stage within a month. What does the Golden Core stage mean? It's equivalent to the blood transformation realm of a 7th rank warrior. And the strongest participant in the 100 schools martial meet is only at the 4th rank. If I break through to the Golden Core stage and combine it with the soul power of the Wandering Soul realm, that's a dimensional suppression. Unfortunately, the 10 billion given by Zhou Yanbai is far from enough. A foundation establishment manual costs 180 billion, plus spirit stones and other resources. Money is simply not enough. At 7:30, I arrived at the sports field. My classmates were already training, and teacher Wei Shuhan was standing on the side supervising. When she saw me, she didn't let me join the team, but instead waved me over. How's your progress with the soul refining technique? I was just about to report my progress, saying that I could elevate my soul from the soul condensation realm to the wandering soul realm within a month. But she didn't even give me a chance to speak. Reaching the wandering soul realm isn't something you can achieve in just 1 or 2 years, she said to herself. You're a freshman, so it's fine if you don't participate in this year's 100 schools martial meet. Wait until your soul power matures in your 3rd year. That's the time to make your move. As she spoke, she directly shoved a manual into my hands. This is the soul splitting technique. It can be used even in the soul condensation realm. It can make your opponent momentarily dazed. When your strength is evenly matched, a moment of distraction can determine the outcome. When you reach the wandering soul realm, the soul-splitting technique can directly incapacitate your opponent. For now, just focus on being a support. Then she waved her hand, signaling me to rejoin the team. The entire time, I barely had a chance to speak. Finally, I mustered up the courage to ask the question that had been on my mind. Teacher Wei, is there anywhere in our school where I can make a lot of money? I'm really short on funds for my cultivation. Short on money? She looked puzzled. The school covers your pills, food, and lodging. How could you be short on money? I stayed silent. I couldn't exactly tell her I had a system, could I? That would be too dangerous. Wei Shahan didn't press further and simply asked, how much do you need? I scratched my head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just a few 100 billion. The air suddenly grew still. 18 billion was just for the techniques. After that, I'd need spirit stones for cultivation, which would be another huge expense. To break through to the late foundation establishment stage, 2 or 300 billion was just the starting point. Wei Shahan was silent for several seconds. For a second-tier martial artist, that amount of money was indeed astronomical. The school could afford it, but without a valid reason or clear purpose, they definitely wouldn't approve it. In the end, she gave me a few suggestions. First, alchemy. Pills are the foundation of Baichao University, and it's true that they're profitable. But you're only at the 2nd tier, and learning alchemy takes time. The competition is fierce. You might not even be able to support yourself. Second, hunting fierce beasts. This depends solely on combatability, so it might suit you. I've reviewed your records. With a 2nd-tier 1st-level cultivation, you've single-handedly hunted 2 2nd-tier, 9th-level long-armed ape kings. Your talent is impressive. A 2nd-tier beast is worth a few million, and a 3rd-tier 1/10 of millions. She paused and then shared the most recommended option. However, if you can win 1st place in the 100 schools martial meet a month from now, any one of the top 3 prizes is worth trillions. If you win the championship, you can directly ask the school for a few 100 billion, and they wouldn't even blink. I nodded. The rewards from the 100 schools martial meet were indeed what I needed most. But what worried me was, my foundation establishment stage cultivation might not be enough to secure 1st place. That's why I wanted to improve my strength as much as possible before the competition. Alchemy. I have the Hongming alchemy technique, but I'm not sure how it compares at Baichao University. Hunting fierce beasts? That's what I'm most familiar with. Last time, I killed a bunch of 2nd-tier beasts and earned over 500 million. Now that I'm a foundation establishment cultivator and have mastered the minor thunder technique, a powerful skill capable of injuring 7th-tier martial artists, 3rd and 4th-tier beasts wouldn't pose any threat to me. Based on my previous efficiency, earning tens or even hundreds of billions a day shouldn't be a problem. That's right. If I want to make money, hunting fierce beasts is currently my best option. All right, rejoin the team, Wei Shuhan said. If you want to win 1st place, You need to prepare well. There was a hint of expectation in her eyes. Clearly, the intensity of the upcoming combat training was about to increase. Teacher, I need to take a month off, I said, looking directly into Wei Shuhan's eyes. I'm going to hunt fierce beasts to make money. I'll definitely be back before the 100 schools martial meet. There was no other way. The fastest path to improving my strength was to push my foundation establishment cultivation to the next level. Once I break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, my physical strength will directly rival that of a 5th-tier Tongzong realm martial artist. By then, the 100 schools martial arts tournament, I'll sweep through it. Going now. Wei Shihan was a bit surprised. She paused and said, shouldn't we first understand the opponent's strength? At least know what level you need to train to. I thought for a moment and nodded. It's true. I should gauge the situation. With my current early-stage foundation establishment realm, I'm equivalent to a 4th-tier martial artist. Coupled with the explosively powerful Little Thunder technique and the freakishly fast 3000 Thunder movement. Champion, I am determined to win. No problem, I said. Arrange the strongest opponent for me. Wei Shuhan was stunned. The strongest right away? She clearly didn't believe me. In her eyes, I was only at the 2nd-tier 3rd level, unable to even beat a substitute, yet I wanted to challenge the strongest? Tian Hai, you're up. She ignored my request and called a 4th-tier 5th-level contestant. At the same time, she signaled Tian Hai with her eyes. Go easy. This is just a teaching session. Let the newcomer understand the gap. Tian Hai walked up to me with a gentle smile. Do you need to prepare? I shook my head. To my left was the most skilled senior student from Baichao University, and to my right was Wei Shuhan. I turned to her and asked, can I go all out? The Little Thunder technique can injure 7th-tier martial artists. If I don't control my strength, I could easily blast Tian Hai into smithereens with one move. We're all classmates. There's no need to cause fatalities. However, this statement fell on the ears of those around me. What the heck? Challenging a 4th-tier opponent as a 2nd-tier is one thing, but going all out. Tian Hai, even outside, can easily crush ordinary 5th-tier martial artists, okay? There's a huge gap between 3rd-tier and 4th-tier. 4th-tier condensed vein realm martial artists can instantly increase their blood circulation speed several times over. Anyone below 4th-tier doesn't stand a chance. The strongest, Wang Xingyu, squinted his eyes. He was at the 4th-tier 9th level and confident enough to challenge ordinary 6th-tier martial artists. But back when he was at the 3rd-tier 9th level, he had to fight desperately to win against a typical 4th-tier opponent. And this Chu Feng was only at the early stage of the 2nd-tier bone refining realm. Tian Hai's actual combat strength was comparable to 5th-tier martial artists. In other words, 2nd-tier challenging 3 major realms higher against a 5th-tier opponent. No matter how you think about it, there's no chance of winning. Even surviving one move would be questionable. Wei Shihan cleared her throat. Both sides can go all out. I'll be watching. There won't be any accidents. This time, she didn't signal Tian Hai to hold back. She wanted Tian Hai to dampen my arrogance and let me understand that there are always stronger people out there. Prepare. Begin. I made the first move. A dazzling blue light exploded around me, and an unparalleled thunderous force surged into the sky before crashing down fiercely. The thunder carried a destructive momentum, striking directly at Tian Hai. Little Thunder technique. A terrifying spell capable of injuring 7th-tier experts. The spiritual energy in my Dantian poured out without reservation, perfect for testing the full combat power of a foundation establishment cultivator. The surrounding students watched the thunder descending from the sky, their expressions changing drastically. This power doesn't seem right. A 2nd-tier martial artist? Even with an S-grade talent, they shouldn't be able to unleash this level of attack. Look at the grass. The school field is specially reinforced. If it can tear up a patch of turf, it could kill me outright. Wang Xingyu's pupils contracted. The thunder's momentum was overwhelming. Without knowing its exact power, he absolutely wouldn't dare to take it head-on. He'd have to dodge. But Tian Hai wasn't an ordinary 4th-tier martial artist. In the arena, Tian Hai felt the power of the thunder, and his expression instantly froze. This strike was absolutely no weaker than a full-force attack from a 6th-tier martial artist. He silently glanced at me. noticing the black iron-like sheen on my body, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. What the hell? Is this guy really a second-tier martial artist? Without hesitation, he immediately activated his talent. Azure Sea. Boom. Transforming into a stream of water, he scattered and disappeared from his original position. Meanwhile, my thunder struck the grass field with ferocity. Boom. Oh my god! Someone screamed. The turf scattered like a bomb explosion, and a deep pit appeared on the ground, at least 10 centimeters deep. The entire place fell silent. No one dared to speak. Is this the kind of attack a second-rank martial artist can unleash? Someone finally broke the silence, their voice trembling. He could take my life 7 times over with just one move. Unbelievable. That lightning strike. Even a 6th-rank martial artist would die on the spot if they took it head-on. Can Wang Xingyu withstand it? Wang Xingyu said nothing. He calculated silently for a moment, then shook his head. Dodge. Perhaps he could avoid it. But if he were hit directly, death. If it weren't for the fact that my aura clearly indicated I was only at the 2nd rank, and if it weren't for Teacher Wei saying I was just a freshman, he might even think I was a senior who had graduated from Shinjo University years ago. As for Wei Shohan, she was completely stunned at this moment. She was a 9th-ranked Golden Body Realm expert. Yesterday, she had personally examined me. My cultivation was indeed at the 3rd level of the 2nd rank, without a doubt. But here's the problem. How could a 2nd-rank martial artist unleash an attack capable of injuring a 7th-rank martial artist? Tian Hai was only at the 4th rank. If that strike had hit him, he would have died on the spot, without question. If Tian Hai hadn't dodged in time, she might have had to step in to save him. No wonder I had asked her earlier if she could go all out. She had thought, how strong could a 2nd-rank martial artist possibly be? Now she knew, strong enough to annihilate every student present, including the strongest, Wang Xingyu. She took a deep breath, a trace of anticipation flashing in her eyes. Using 2nd-rank cultivation as bait, 7th-rank attacks as the killing blow, and adding soul control on top of that. This year's 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament, 1st place, is in the bag. But on my side, the situation was dire. No matter how strong the attack, missing the target meant nothing. Tian Hai's body turned into a stream of water and disappeared in an instant. I frowned and immediately released my soul power to investigate. Something was wrong. Tian Hai's soul aura had already surrounded me, seeping in from all directions. When did this happen? Without hesitation, I fully activated the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, my entire body erupting with dazzling blue lightning. 3,000 thunder strikes. I had to escape. However, in the next second, a large hand pressed down on the back of my neck from behind. You've lost. Tian Hai's voice sounded in my ear, eerily calm. I froze. My neck was gripped in his hand, and the 3,000 thunder strikes were now meaningless. If Tian Hai exerted even a little force, my neck would snap instantly. Not even the tide of life could save me. I lost. I didn't even know how I lost. My soul power had been probing the surroundings the entire time. There was no way he could have approached me without a sound. Battle over, Tian Hai wins. Wei Shahan announced. She walked over and patted me on the shoulder. It's normal to lose. Your talent hasn't been fully developed yet, but just in terms of attack power, you've already surpassed everyone here. The students nearby exchanged glances, their emotions complicated. They couldn't believe they were inferior to a 2nd-tier martial artist. Wang Xingyu pursed his lips, his eyes thoughtful. The talent is strong, but what about martial arts aptitude? A freshman only reaching the early bone refinement stage in a year. It's a bit slow. I ignored their gazes. How exactly did I lose? I asked. Wei Shahan explained. Tian Hai's talent is boundless sea. He can manipulate water and also merge into it. He's developed his talent to the extreme. He can merge into the invisible water vapor in the air and appear from any position. When he stood in front of you, the match was already over. Tian Hai demonstrated. His body turned into a stream of water and disappeared, reappearing out of thin air at another location the next second. No trace to follow. Your 9 Heavens Divine Thunder can also transform you into lightning. When you master that, you won't have to fear him anymore, Wei Shuhan said. Remember the cultivation technique I gave you? Train hard. Also, your attack power is extremely strong, something Tian Hai can't compare to. He just has excellent survival skills. When facing a powerful beast, he can only maneuver around it. But you're different. You can directly crush the beast head-on, which makes you far more valuable. I remained silent, replaying the entire battle in my mind. The conclusion was harsh. No matter what method I used, I couldn't defeat Tian Hai. Unless I covered the entire field with lightning or cultivated my soul power to the wandering soul stage to attack him on a soul level. Otherwise, at best, I could only manage a draw. And Tian Hai was just a contestant from Baichao University. Baichao University ranked third. What about the top-ranked Shenzhou University? How strong were their students? I had a clear judgment in my heart. For the 100 schools martial meet a month later, if I couldn't raise my cultivation to the mid or even late foundation establishment stage, I would have no chance of winning. And improving my strength required a large amount of dragon coins. Teacher, I still want to request a month's leave, I said. Wei Shihan looked puzzled. Short on money? Baichao University covers all the expenses for pills. I didn't explain. She didn't press further, but gave me a suggestion. The Sky Legion, she said. They have a lot of missions involving hunting fierce beasts with generous rewards. Wei Shihan pulled me aside, her gaze unusually serious. The Sky Legion is a beast-hunting organization established by the nation. She paused, lowering her voice. Beasts aren't limited to the 9th tier. There are entities that surpass the 9th tier. Such things are completely beyond human capability to contend with. My heart sank. The strongest humans are only at the 9th tier. If we encounter beasts of a higher tier. She didn't finish, but the implication was clear. That's why beasts must be eradicated in their infancy. The operation of the Legion is straightforward. Scouts locate beast nests, missions are issued, and hunters go to eliminate them. Not only are there mission rewards, but beast corpses can also be sold, and high-tier ores or rare spiritual herbs are often hidden near the nests. The profits are staggering. If you can single-handedly wipe out a few 3rd or 4th-tier beast nests. Wei Shihan looked at me. Earning tens of billions won't be a problem. My eyes lit up. But don't rush. She ruffled my hair. 1 month is too short. At the 100 schools martial meet 2 years from now, your teacher is waiting to see you sweep through everything. With that, she took out a set of red soft armor from her storage ring. Red Hawk battle armor, 8th tier defense gear. As long as you don't provoke beasts above the 7th tier, you basically won't die. Looking at the armor, I felt a warmth in my heart. The current no-edge soft armor I was wearing was only 2nd tier and had long been insufficient. I didn't refuse and accepted it directly. Don't worry, teacher. A month from now, the first place will be mine. After bidding farewell to Wei Shihan, I headed straight to the westernmost edge of the Magic City, the human frontline. Beastmaster City. A massive city stood before me, surrounded by high walls exuding a primal aura. The headquarters of the Sky Battle Regiment was located here, defending against the Western Beast Tide. Entering the city required no certification. As long as you came to hunt ferocious beasts, everyone was welcome. The buildings within the city were tall, constructed from yellowish-brown stone blocks. Stalls lined both sides of the streets. Beast meat, weapons, battle armor, elixirs, everything you could think of. I headed straight for the Sky Hall. The hall was spacious, with many warriors standing around, most of them bearing scars to varying degrees. Joining the Sky Battle Regiment had no threshold. After registration, I became a Tier 1 hunter, only eligible to take on Tier 1 missions. Completing one mission would allow me to advance to Tier 2. Tier 2 hunters could only take on Tier 2 missions and not Tier 1. This was to prevent higher-tier warriors from taking away the livelihood of lower-tier ones. But I had no intention of climbing up from Tier 1 step by step. I searched the recruitment board for Tier 3 regiments. Most Tier 3 regiments were composed of Tier 2 warriors. Strength in numbers allowed them to take down Tier 3 beasts. I happened to be Tier 2 and could easily kill Tier 2 beasts at the 9th level. I hadn't challenged a Tier 3 beast yet, but joining a Tier 3 regiment would let me skip the preliminary build-up. Soon, I found my target. Recruitment for Giant Bear Regiment. Looking for a long-range damage dealer, the stronger the better. Captain, Xiongzhan. Contact number. I dialed the number. The other party said they'd be there shortly. The reason I chose the Giant Bear Regiment was simple. I wanted to be the main damage dealer, responsible for the kills. This way, I could not only share in the spoils, but also earn extra rewards from the system's loot bags. Unfortunately, the recent 9.99 special offers didn't have anything good. If only I could buy a foundation establishment technique. But that wouldn't be enough. I still lacked spirit stones and techniques. Without spirit stones to provide spiritual energy, my cultivation would stagnate. Without powerful techniques, I wouldn't stand a chance against opponents like Tian Hai. In the end, it all came down to a lack of money. As I was pondering, a burly figure approached. He sized me up and down, his voice deep and resonant. "I'm Xiongzhan. You must be Chu Feng." I nodded. Then, I directly unleashed the nine heavens' divine thunder. Azure lightning enveloped my entire body, radiating a terrifying aura of destruction. With the talent Gigantification stacked on top, my attack power, even without using the Lesser Thunder technique, firmly reached Tier 3. If I used the Thunderstrike finger, I could even injure Tier 4 beasts. Xiongzhan's expression changed. As a Tier 2 warrior at the 8th level, he could clearly sense the threat of my lightning. At least an A-grade talent. He muttered to himself. Originally intending to test my attack power, he now saw no need. The hall buzzed with murmurs. What a strong talent. And so young, boundless potential. That's assuming he doesn't die young. I've seen many geniuses, but few truly grow to their full potential. Some even tried to recruit me right in front of Xiongzhan. But Xiongzhan turned them all away. I noticed that the atmosphere here was quite harmonious. There was no bullying of the weak, and even when Tier 4 warriors tried to recruit me, they didn't persist after being rejected. Tier 4 warriors joined Tier 5 regiments. After understanding Tian Hai's strength, I had developed a newfound respect for ferocious beasts. I wouldn't recklessly challenge higher tiers. What if I couldn't win? Beasts wouldn't show mercy like Tian Hai did. Seeing that no one had taken Chu Feng away, Xiongzhan's face immediately lit up with a smile. 5 members. The Giant Bear Regiment was now officially full. Target, Tier 3 Beast Lair. 2 Earth Dragon Lizards, Tier 3, Level 2. Xiongzhan briefly introduced. I'll hold off one, and the 4 of you will handle the other. I listened silently. Tier 3, Level 2? Not much of a threat to me. The real issue was, once I left the safe zone, no one would protect me. If I died, it would be a true death, my body devoured by beasts, leaving no trace behind. Do we need to prepare? Xiongzhan asked. No need. Let's go. I shook my head. Time is tight, only 1 month. The meat of a Tier 3 ferocious beast costs 100,000 dragon coins per pound. One beast is worth up to 1 billion. But I need 180 billion. At this rate, I'd have to kill over 10,000 Tier 3 ferocious beasts. No, my target is Tier 4 and Tier 5. A group of 5 squeezed into a camo off-road vehicle and drove away from Beastmaster City. To the west of the city lay a desolate wilderness. I slightly released my soul power and immediately sensed the killing intent lurking beneath a boulder. Ferocious beasts were everywhere. Prepare for battle. Lu Xiaoli, who was scouting ahead, suddenly shouted. Boom. A 3-meter-tall black giant scorpion burst out from the ground. Its massive pincers, carrying immense force, smashed directly toward the off-road vehicle. 3 people instantly kicked open the doors and fled. But Xiongzhan didn't move. The scorpion's pincers were already descending. Why wasn't he running? Lu Xiaoli pulled me behind a boulder. The next second, I saw it. Xiongzhan's body began to expand. His 1.8-meter frame instantly swelled to 6 meters. The off-road vehicle beneath his feet exploded into scrap metal flames, shooting skyward. Yet he was unharmed, standing amidst the blaze like a war god descending. The 6-meter giant looked down at the 3-meter scorpion. He leaped, descended, and struck with his elbow. Splat! The Tier 2 Level 7 giant scorpion was killed on the spot. Its brain matter splattered, and green blood sprayed everywhere, crushing opponents of the same tier, killing across tiers. So that's it, an A-rank talent, Gigantification. This was the confidence that allowed him to take on a Tier 3 Earth Dragon Lizard alone. What about the car? I asked. Only a few 100,000, Lu Xiaoli said indifferently. This scorpion is worth a few million. Ahead, it's all ferocious beasts. The engine noise would only attract more. I took note of this. As night fell, We finally reached our target, a dense cluster of earth dragon lizards beneath the dunes. Two 4-meter-long tier, 3 earth dragon lizards were coiled in the center, their bodies covered in earthy yellow rock-like armor. Their thick tails swayed slowly, exuding an oppressive aura. Lu Xiaoli, lure away the tier, 2 once. I'll handle the strongest one, Xiongzhan ordered, his gaze shifting to the 3 of us. The remaining one is yours. Don't worry, Captain. Wang Tao patted his chest in assurance. Li Jun nodded in agreement. As for me, Buzz, the divine thunder of the 9 heavens gathered in my palm. A destructive power, ready to strike. On the dune, sand swirled in the wind. Lu Xiaoli made the first move. She pulled out a bone flute and began to play. The moment the melody started, all the earth dragon lizards beneath the dunes raised their heads, including the 2 massive tier 3 beasts. The next second, the entire horde charged out. Yellow sand surged like a tidal wave as 100 earth dragon lizards stormed toward her. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoli turned and ran. Roar! Xiongzhan let out a thunderous shout, his body instantly swelling to 6 meters tall. He charged headfirst at the largest tier 3 earth dragon lizard. The remaining one naturally became mine. I watched as the tier 3 ferocious beast charged toward me, a slight smile curling at the corner of my mouth. We'll hold it off, Wang Tao and Li Jun shouted. Brother Chu, unleash your full power. Heh, hold it off? Not necessary. I raised my hand. Electric blue lightning danced at my fingertips, the divine thunder of the 9 heavens, ready to strike. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the entire dune. When the blue light faded, the tier 3 earth dragon lizard had already turned into a charred black lump, lying motionless on the ground. Dead. You have slain a ferocious beast and luckily obtained a tier 3 level 2 lucky bag. That's it, it's dead? Wang Tao's eyes widened. Brother Chu, are you really just a tier 2 warrior? Li Jun's voice trembled. They had hunted for years and only managed to kill a single tier 3 ferocious beast using poison powder. And me? One move. Not far away, Xiongzhan was completely dumbfounded. He was still locked in combat with the earth dragon lizard, trading blow for blow, yet unable to kill it. He had thought I could, at best, fight the earth dragon lizard to a draw. But unexpectedly, one strike was all it took. And my cultivation level was clearly only tier 2 level 3, far lower than his. Xiongzhan took a deep breath, his gaze shifting. He knew that if he didn't show his true skills, the position of captain of the giant bear battle regiment would likely be replaced. However, Buzz, a resonant hum suddenly echoed across the sky, directly piercing into his mind. Xiongzhan's expression changed drastically. He abruptly lifted the earth dragon lizard on his body and hurled it away with all his strength. Retreat, he roared, his voice filled with unprecedented fear. I didn't ask further. Raising my hand, I unleashed another bolt of lightning, directly reducing the flung earth dragon lizard to ashes. A casual move, but Xiongzhan didn't even glance at the corpse. He stared intently in the direction the sound had come from, the very direction Lu Xiaoli had left. She's in trouble, I said. Xiongzhan said nothing, turning and charging off immediately. Wang Tao explained with a bitter face. Sister Xiaoli might have provoked a high-level ferocious beast. The boss is going to save her. If they don't come back, we'll have to fend for ourselves. I nodded. You all stay here. I'll go take a look. Before the words had fully left my mouth, I was already sprinting toward the unknown danger. A Foundation establishment cultivator, with a body strength comparable to a 4th-tier martial artist. 4th-tier ferocious beast? I'm not afraid. Wait for me. Wang Tao shouted from behind. In his eyes, I was just a fragile long-range attacker, strong in offense but definitely unable to take a hit. How could someone be strong in attack, tough in body, and fast in speed? He was wrong. I had it all. Soon, I crossed the sand dunes, and the scene before me made my heart tighten. Amidst a sandstorm that blotted out the sky, the 6-meter-tall Xiongzhan looked like a mere speck of dust. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoli was surrounded by a large group of 2nd-tier earth dragon lizards, clutching a giant fang in her hand and barely holding on. I didn't waste words. A small lightning spell descended from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The group of earth dragon lizards was instantly reduced to dust. You have slain a ferocious beast and obtained a second-tier triple reward bag. You have slain a ferocious beast and obtained a second-tier six-fold reward bag. Lu Xiaoli was stunned. What's going on? Why is Xiongzhan trapped in the sandstorm? I asked. It's a sky dragon lizard about to break through to the fourth tier, she said, her voice trembling. It has mastered the power of the sandstorm and trapped the captain. I nodded and walked toward the sandstorm. Just then, a fierce wind rose. Sand and gravel slashed like knives. Xiongzhan's 6-meter-tall body was violently flung out, crashing to the ground, covered in bloody wounds. Immediately after, a massive, menacing head appeared in the sky. Its eyes alone were larger than Xiongzhan's entire body. My heart pounded. This is still a third-tier ferocious beast? Lu Xiaoli cried. The sky dragon lizard is the strongest of the third tier, with strength comparable to the sixth tier. Its potential can easily grow to the 10th tier, the tier higher than 9th tier golden body martial artists. Lying in a pool of blood, Xiongzhan used the last of his strength to shout at me, "Run! Take Lu Xiaoli and leave its sight if you want to live." I stared at the colossal head that blotted out the sky. It didn't attack immediately, seemingly observing us. Curious? Then it was giving me the sky dragon lizard tilted its head to scrutinize us, brimming with curiosity, much like humans observing ants. Especially the 6-meter-tall Xiongzhan, who was practically a giant toy in its eyes. It casually stirred up a breeze. To it, it was a breeze. To us, it was a deadly storm. Gravel scraped against Xiongzhan's skin like blades, blood splattering everywhere. Yet the same gravel hitting me didn't even break the skin. Cultivators truly have abnormal physiques. But this was no reason for me to relax. The sky dragon lizard extended its massive claw and picked up Xiongzhan like a toy. A 6-meter giant was reduced to the size of a fingernail in its grasp. As for Lu Xiaoli and me, we were practically invisible, just like humans playing with ants. Once bored, they casually crushed them to death. No, I couldn't sit idly by. I summoned the lucky bag system and frantically opened all the rewards. Spirit stones, junk, trash. Opened a tier 3 level 2 lucky bag. Congratulations. You've obtained the foundation establishment spell Great Thunder Technique. My eyes widened abruptly. A foundation establishment spell? The Lesser Thunder Technique was merely a chi refining spell, yet it could severely injure a golden core cultivator. And the Great Thunder Technique was enough to annihilate a tier 9 powerhouse. I immediately flipped through the technique in my mind, absorbing every word with fervor. My talent was fully unleashed. Information flooded into my brain like a torrent. A few minutes later, I had completely mastered the spell. The sky dragon lizard began to grow impatient. I could sense its shift in mood, like a human bored of playing with ants, ready to crush them casually. The most dangerous moment had arrived. The divine thunder of the 9 heavens surged wildly within me. My spiritual energy pushed to its limit. Come on. If you dare make a move, I'll show you the true meaning of thunderous wrath. Meanwhile, at the highest level of the Celestial Hall in Beastmaster City, dozens of Tier 9 Golden Body Realm martial artists had gathered, each one representing the pinnacle of combat power in the Dragon Nation. At the forefront, Jiang Qin's expression was grave. The dimensional rift has appeared again, and there are Tier 10 or even higher level beasts inside. Dangerous, but also an opportunity. It might hold the key to breaking through Tier 10. Those willing to go, come with me. Those unwilling, stay and guard the Dragon Nation. As his words fell, all the martial artists stood up simultaneously. Not a single one hesitated. These individuals, standing at the peak of martial arts, were not the type to fear death. But Jiang Chun furrowed his brows. Draw lots. Only half can go, he said solemnly. The risk is too great, and the Dragon Nation needs defenders. The drawing was completed. Those chosen, follow me. Those not chosen, deal with the sky dragon lizards, Jiang Chun added finally. Several have appeared outside Beastmaster City. Don't let them harm our people. I was unaware that reinforcements were on their way. At this moment, I only knew one thing. The Great Thunder Technique was fully charged. The sky dragon lizard's claw tightened slightly. It was about to strike. And I was ready. My vision went black. The massive claws of the sky dragon lizard were closing in. It had had its fun and was ready to crush us. Li Jun and Wang Tao finally arrived, but upon seeing the mountain-like sky dragon lizard in the sky, they collapsed to the ground in terror. I didn't blame them. Its sheer size was beyond anything humans could contend with. But I couldn't just sit and wait for death. Great thunder spell, ready to strike. Electric blue lightning instantly coursed over my entire body, and I pushed the 3,000 thunder movement to its limit. I darted through the gaps in the sky dragon lizard's claws, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, heading straight for its head. Sandstorm. Torn apart. Gale winds. Ignored. In the blink of an eye, I was standing atop the sky dragon lizard's head. Die. Terrifying lightning erupted from within me, pouring out like a sea of thunder. Before the sky dragon lizard could react, its entire head was engulfed. Lightning surged madly into its eyes, ears, and nostrils. Moments later, its head was charred to a crisp. You have slain a ferocious beast and obtained a tier 3 ninefold fortune bag. Boom. The massive body of the sky dragon lizard collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Meanwhile, Xiongchang and Lu Xiaoli were still exchanging their final words, completely unaware that the crisis had been resolved. It wasn't until the sensation of weightlessness hit them that they realized the sky dragon lizard was dead. That's great. It must have been a Tier 9 expert from Beastmaster City. Xiongchang exclaimed excitedly. We have to properly thank that senior. Lu Xiaoli said, patting her chest in relief. They looked around, trying to find their savior. Wait, where's Chu Feng? Lu Xiaoli suddenly asked. Xiongchang scanned the surroundings, but didn't see me either. Frowning, he said, could he have been blown away by the sandstorm? Just then, Lu Xiaoli let out a startled cry. Chu Feng. She saw that as the thunderstorm atop the sky dragon lizard's head dissipated, what was revealed was not some Tier 9 powerhouse. It was me. Exhausted, I was sliding down from the sky dragon lizard's head. Xiongchang's pupils contracted, and in an instant, he understood everything. Without hesitation, he pushed through his injuries, rushed over, and extended his arms to catch me. In the distance, Li Jun and Wang Tao stood frozen, muttering to themselves, Impossible. This is impossible. They had witnessed everything with their own eyes. A Tier 2 level 3 martial artist had slain a sky dragon lizard comparable to Tier 6. Speed so fast they couldn't even see a shadow, and an attack so powerful it was a one-hit kill. If they had faced me, they probably wouldn't have survived even a single move. At that moment, a majestic aura descended from the sky. A Tier 9 expert, Qian Feng, arrived at the scene. Xiongchang, holding my unconscious body, respectfully said, Senior. I looked at the heavenly dragon lizard that had collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash and let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was killed. If that great thunderstorm spell just now hadn't finished it off, I'd already be done for. Did you kill the heavenly dragon lizard? A stranger's voice came from behind. I turned my head and saw a middle-aged man staring at me, his gaze as if he were looking at some kind of monster. I nodded. I killed it. Is there a problem? He frowned, sizing me up and down, his eyes full of doubt. I could understand his reaction. I was only at the second tier, 3rd level, not even as strong as the strongest fighter in our team, Bearjean. And that heavenly dragon lizard? A 3rd-tier ferocious beast, with combat power comparable to the 6th tier. On paper, there was no way I could win. Can you demonstrate it again? He asked. I gave a wry smile. My dantian was empty, my spiritual energy completely drained. I couldn't even electrocute a chicken right now. I really can't release it now. He didn't believe me. If I were him, I wouldn't believe me either. At that moment, Bearjean spoke up. I can vouch for him. It was Chu Feng who did it. That lightning strike on the heavenly dragon lizard's head was released by him. Wang Tao and Li Jun nodded in agreement. We saw it with our own eyes. He turned into a bolt of lightning and charged forward, killing it in one blow. The middle-aged man was silent for a few seconds, then said something that made my blood pressure skyrocket. If you can demonstrate the method you used to kill the heavenly dragon lizard, I'll reward you with 10 trillion dragon coins. 10 trillion. My breath stopped for a second. You have to understand, the corpse of that heavenly dragon lizard would barely sell for 70 or 80 million. And he was directly offering 10 trillion? Foundation building techniques, spirit stones, cultivation resources, they'd all be taken care of. But the problem was, I was truly drained right now. The spiritual energy in this world was absurdly thin, and recovering in a short time? Dream on. I took a deep breath, trying to appear as composed as possible. Sure, but you'll have to wait until tomorrow, I said. Leave me your contact information, and once I've recovered, I'll let you see as much as you want. Deal. Qian Feng nodded. He stared into my eyes, half skeptical, but said nothing. After all, only if I proved my strength would he hand over that trillion dragon coins. We exchanged contact information. He glanced again at the corpse of the giant beast behind me and said, "This sky dragon lizard is only at the 3rd tier. Its market price, at most, is 1 trillion. I'll buy it at that price. How about it?" I immediately understood his intention. He was helping me. Such a massive corpse was impossible for me to carry away. Thanks. 1 trillion dragon coins, directly in hand. Next, I needed to go into seclusion for cultivation. With this money, breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage was no longer a problem. By then, my physical strength would rival that of a 6th-tier martial artist. If I could achieve the Golden Core stage, although the physical body of the Golden Core stage is only equivalent to a 7th-tier martial artist, combined with magical techniques, even if a 9th-tier martial artist stood before me, I'd have the confidence to slay them. That great thunder technique earlier had already proven everything. Qian Feng stored the corpse and completed the transfer. There are other sky dragon lizards to deal with, so I'll take my leave first, he said. Once you've recovered, come find me. As long as you prove your strength, I'll gladly hand over the trillion reward. With that, he stepped into the air and left. The remaining members of the giant bear battle group stood there, dumbfounded, watching his disappearing figure. After a long while, Li Jun finally came to his senses. 1 trillion. Wang Tao's eyes were full of envy. 1 trillion dragon coins. How many years of struggle would that save him? You have to know, the reward for killing a 3rd-tier ferocious beast is only 100 million. Killing one sky dragon lizard was equivalent to completing 10,000 missions. Even if you did one mission a day, it would take 30 years. How many 30 years does a martial artist have? I glanced at them and waved my hand. I don't want the reward for this mission. Also, I'm leaving the battle group. Thank you all for taking care of me. With the money, I needed to focus entirely on cultivation. A month from now, at the 100 Schools Martial Meet, I had to take first place. No way. The members of the bear battle group refused in unison. In this mission, I had killed both 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. Moreover, if I hadn't stepped in, Xiongzhan and Lu Xiaoli would have already died. They insisted on giving me all the proceeds. It wasn't just gratitude. It was also an attempt to build a good relationship with me. To be able to slay a ferocious beast comparable to a 6th-tier martial artist while only being at the 2nd tier, who wouldn't want to befriend such a genius? In the end, Xiongzhan forcibly pulled together 10 billion dragon coins and handed them to me. 10 billion wasn't much help to me, but it was significant for them. I initially wanted to refuse, but seeing their determined expressions, I accepted it. I also didn't leave the battle group. Once I became stronger, I'd take them on a mission and easily earn back 10 billion dragon coins. As night fell, we returned to Beastmaster City. After bidding farewell to my teammates, I rented a training room, preparing to cultivate through the night. The first thing I did was spend 180 billion to purchase the Thunder Command Technique, Foundation Establishment Chapter. This cultivation method could be practiced all the way to the Purple Sky Thunder Command True Technique, eliminating the need to switch techniques or waste time converting spiritual energy. The Foundation Establishment Chapter also came with a spell, 10,000 Thunder Net. Thunder transforms into a net of lightning, surrounding the body. It can detect enemies, kill enemies, and, when tightened, directly bind and kill opponents. Once I mastered this move, defeating Tian Hai would be a certainty. I then spent 20 million to buy a large number of spirit stones, absorbing their energy to crazily enhance my foundation establishment strength. But this time, I didn't neglect martial arts. Last time at 100 Herbs University, Tian Hai's ability was too strong. He could transform himself into lightning, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. I wanted that kind of power too. I took out this stellar thunderstorm technique, given to me by teacher Wei Shuhan. Once this technique was fully mastered, I too could transform into true lightning. In 1 month, I had to reach Tian Hai's level. All night, I frantically absorbed spirit stones. Each spirit stone turned into pure energy, surging into my body. My cultivation soared like a rocket, nearing the mid-foundation establishment stage. But that wasn't enough. I opened the Myriad Worlds marketplace, and my eyes instantly lit up. Bone condensation pill directly increases martial arts realm by 1 level, 30 million dragon coins. 30 million? For ordinary martial artists, that's an astronomical figure. But for me, there's a trillion lying in my account. 30 million doesn't even count as pocket change. After consuming 6 bone condensing pills, my realm skyrocketed from Tier 2 Level 3 straight to Tier 2 Level 9. If an ordinary person broke through like this, they'd have long lost control of their power and gone berserk. But I'm different. My body is already equivalent to that of a Tier 4 martial artist. This amount of power? A piece of cake. Since that's the case, continue. Meat refining pills. Break through 1 level, 1 billion dragon coins. 9 pills. My realm once again climbed crazily, shooting straight to Tier 3 Level 9. But this is not the end. My true goal is Tier 4. Because the Starry Thunderstorm technique clearly states, only by breaking through Tier 4 will your talent awaken brand new abilities. 200 billion dragon coins for a vein gathering pill? Swallow. Boom. The moment I broke through Tier 4, it felt as if an invisible shackle within me was completely shattered, and a torrent of power surged forth. I felt it. All 3 of my S-level talents evolved. Talent gigantification, passive triple amplification, active activation 6-fold. What does this mean? One of my S-level talents is equivalent to 13 of someone else's. Life tides, limb regeneration. As long as my head remains intact, I won't die. Heart crushed? I'll revive in seconds. 9 heavens divine thunder. Transform into lightning. No longer just running fast, but truly becoming a bolt of lightning, possessing world-destroying destructive power. Now, with a casual little lightning technique, I can instantly kill a Tier 6 level Thunder Dragon Lizard. I looked at the rising sun outside the window, the corners of my mouth lifting. Money is truly a wonderful thing. After taking a shower, I contacted Qian Feng. That trillion dragon coins in his hands. I must get it. Soon, a message came back. I'm giving a lecture in the Sky Hall, a class on pill refining. If you're interested, you can come and listen. Pill refining? A piece of information flashed through my mind. Hongming pill refining technique. I almost forgot that I also possess this top-tier pill refining technique. Perfect timing. I'll go see how he teaches pill refining. I packed up my spirit stones and used the void reality technique to suppress my cultivation to Tier 2 Level 3. Breaking through 2 major tiers overnight? Too shocking. Better to keep a low profile. I stepped toward the Sky Hall. The corners of the Sky Hall were packed with people. As I squeezed into the crowd, I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. On stage, that Tier 9 expert named Qian Feng was actually using an electric stove to refine pills. This isn't pill refining. This is clearly cooking. The Hongming pill refining technique in my mind protested furiously. This is completely different. But I suppressed my curiosity and continued watching. Spirit Herb Essence Pill. Qian Feng raised his voice. The signature pill of Spirit Herb University. I instantly understood. This thing is hard to refine, like advanced mathematics. The book is right in front of you, telling you that mastering it will lead to great success, but most people still can't learn it. Qian Feng explained in great detail. The key is the heat. You must extract the medicinal properties to the extreme. I watched his operation, my brows furrowing tighter and tighter. Using a pot to boil. Wouldn't all the medicinal properties of the ingredients mix together? According to the Hongming pill refining technique, the liquid from each ingredient should be extracted separately and refined step by step. Qian Feng's method wastes at least half of the medicinal properties. Wait, I suddenly realized. Extracting the liquid requires soul power, and only martial artists above Tier 7 possess soul power. Most of the people in the audience are low-tier martial artists and can't use advanced techniques. So that's it. Qian Feng is accommodating ordinary people. I set aside my prejudice and carefully analyzed the core difficulty of this pill, the fire poison in blood spirit vine. Removing 100% of the fire poison results in a top-tier pill. Removing 95% is the standard. Below 95%, it's just a spirit essence pill, and eating too many will lead to poisoning. Qianfeng explained it well, but I discovered a blind spot that everyone overlooked. Why remove the fire poison? I can convert the fire poison into energy. You only need to add one first-grade spirit ice grass. After neutralizing the ice poison and fire poison, not only will there be no toxicity, but it will also become nourishment for martial artists. One blood spirit vine, and the medicinal effect doubles. No side effects. Cost: almost zero. The corners of my mouth slightly curved upward. Any questions? Qianfeng scanned the room. Dead silence. Those who didn't understand didn't dare to ask. They were afraid of embarrassing themselves. Those who did understand were shouting, "No questions." I nodded along. Indeed, no issues. Except for two areas that could be improved. But I couldn't be bothered to mention them. After all, I wasn't going to refine it myself. Second-grade pills, worth only a few million, were insignificant to me now. What I was after was that trillion. Just then, Qianfeng's gaze locked onto me. "You," he directly called me out. "Come up and demonstrate." The room instantly fell silent. Everyone was relieved they had dodged the bullet, while casting sympathetic glances my way. I froze. The crowd erupted. Standing there under the gaze of 1,000 people, my mind went blank. Me? What's going on? Qianfeng clearly knows me. So why is he calling me up to refine pills? Wasn't the plan to showcase the Great Thunder technique today, grab the trillion, and leave? Why has the script changed? The alchemists around me whispered among themselves, their eyes full of relief. Thank goodness it's not me. If he can't do it, he'll lose all face. The key is, he'll lose face in front of Elder Qian, a ninth-grade powerhouse, a core figure of the Celestial Battle Group. The Celestial Battle Group, the most elite martial artist organization in the Dragon Nation, composed entirely of ninth-grade experts at the pinnacle. What if he actually has the skills? Don't kid yourself. No one knows who he is. If he were someone important, he'd already be famous in the alchemy world. I don't even know his name. I quickly waved my hand. Elder Qian, let's focus on the main event. Qianfeng squinted, a smile playing on his lips. I saw you nodding just now. You said you could refine pills yourself. Don't try to back out now. My face stiffened. No escape. Another wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Who is he to dare bargain with Elder Qian? A second-grade bone refining stage, an early stage at that. He actually dares to refuse a ninth-grade powerhouse. If it were me, I'd go up even if I couldn't refine anything. I took a deep breath, walked up to the high platform, and stood in front of the alchemy furnace. No choice. I hadn't gotten the trillion yet, and offending Qianfeng now wasn't worth it. Qianfeng reassured me. It's fine, just treat it as practice. He didn't believe I could refine pills at all. Martial arts and alchemy, reaching the pinnacle in either required choosing one path. My feat of slaying a sky dragon lizard comparable to a 6th-grade expert with my 2nd-grade cultivation had already proven I'd reached the peak in martial arts. Alchemy? Most likely a lost cause. But he was curious. What did my nod earlier mean? Fine. If I couldn't avoid it, I might as well take it seriously this once. I raised my hand, lightly brushing my fingertips. A cluster of azure spiritual flames appeared out of thin air. The room fell into dead silence. Then, chaos erupted. What is that? I've never seen it before. Summoning flames out of thin air? Is this a talent? Flame talent. Alchemists with this talent are several times more efficient than ordinary people. Extremely sensitive to temperature, making it easy to refine high-grade pills. Among the alchemists I know, only one has this talent. I've never even seen one. They thought it was a talent. But Qianfeng's pupils contracted sharply. As a 9th-grade martial artist, he knew the truth. This wasn't a talent, it was spiritual energy. The spiritual energy recorded in ancient texts, the legendary spiritual energy. In this world, spiritual energy was incredibly scarce. No matter how talented a martial artist was, it was nearly impossible to cultivate spiritual energy. At most, one could reach the 9th level of qi refining, but any higher was a dead end. Qianfeng himself had tried. only to be stuck at the first level of chi refining, unable to even defeat a second-grade martial artist, let alone achieve what I just did, freely transforming spiritual energy into spiritual flames. To reach this level, at least the fourth level of chi refining. This kid has a background. Qianfeng's heart surged. I ignored the murmurs around me, counted the medicinal ingredients on the table, and then the herbs went into the fire, extracting the medicinal liquid. My soul power extended, manipulating the separation of the liquid. It was all done in one go, smooth and seamless. The audience erupted. Is this how alchemy is done? Even Master Qian can't achieve this level. Unbelievable. Where did this genius come from? But some sneered. What's the rush? Whether he's skilled or not depends on the final product. No matter how flashy the technique, if he can't produce results, it's just for show. However, Qian Feng could no longer remain calm. Spiritual power, he could tolerate. But soul power, that was something only a 7th-tier martial artist could awaken. How could a 2nd-tier martial artist possibly master it? Moreover, as an alchemy master, he could tell at a glance that my alchemy method could significantly reduce the consumption of medicinal liquid and maximize the efficacy of the pills. It was far superior to the alchemy techniques he had spent years mastering. As I continued refining, I suddenly stopped. Something felt off. I initially thought about just muddling through, but since I had come this far, why not test my true capabilities? Bring me a spirit ice herb, I said. The blood spirit vine contained fire poison, and using the spirit ice herb to neutralize it could transform the poison into medicinal power. This 100-herb spirit pill, I wanted to achieve 200% effectiveness. The moment the spirit ice herb was handed to me, I tossed it directly into the spiritual flame. Wait, that's a poisonous herb, Qian Feng exclaimed. Too late. The cyan flames devoured the spirit ice herb, refining it into medicinal liquid in an instant. Using my soul power, I controlled and extracted all the liquid, merging it into the final pill-forming stage. The murmurs behind me exploded into chaos. Is he insane? Adding a poisonous herb to the 100-herb spirit pill? This is the signature formula of 100-herb University. If it could be improved, it would have been done long ago. This kid is just messing around. I couldn't be bothered to respond. A group of second-rate alchemists, what could they possibly understand? The legacy of the Hongming alchemy technique flowed through my mind. Refining a second-tier pill like this was child's play for someone who had already surpassed the foundation establishment stage. The medicinal liquid rotated, tempered, and fused within the spiritual flame. I didn't even need a pill furnace. That's right, refining pills in midair. This technique was something the people here had likely never seen in their entire lives. He's not even using a pill furnace? What kind of technique is this? The murmurs grew louder, but I paid no attention. My movements became increasingly fluid. Finally, I formed a hand seal and shouted, "Condense." The medicinal liquid coalesced within the spiritual flame, taking shape. 3 crystal-clear 100-herb spirit pills floated before me. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Just one whiff, and it was clear, top quality. The entire venue fell silent. For a full quarter of an hour, no one spoke. Finally, someone stammered, 1 set of ingredients, 3 pills, this level of skill. And he added spirit ice herb. This is an improved formula. If these pills are truly consumable, then his alchemy skills. The corners of my mouth lifted slightly. Consumable? What a joke. By adding the spirit ice herb, not only did it neutralize the excessive heat of the 100-herb spirit pill, but it also enhanced its efficacy by 30%. This basic knowledge could be found casually flipping through the Hongming alchemy technique's legacy. What a pity. The alchemists of this world don't even understand something so simple. At the back of the crowd, I noticed a few familiar faces: Xiong Zhan, Lu Xiaoli, Wang Tao, and Li Jun. The members of the giant bear battle group were staring at me, dumbfounded. Yesterday, I had defeated a 6th-tier sky dragon lizard with my 2nd-tier cultivation. Today, I had publicly refined pills in midair and improved a formula. The shock on their faces was simply priceless. But this is just the beginning. They haven't even seen a tenth of what I'm capable of. I completed refining 3 pills, lifted them with soul power, and presented them to Qian Feng. Take a look. How effective is my 100-herb spirit pill? Qianfeng took out a small porcelain bottle, stored 2 pills, and left one to examine closely. Then, he retrieved 2 white mice from the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Ferocious beasts specifically bred to test medicinal efficacy. The stronger the medicine, the more pronounced their growth. He fed one of my pills to one mouse and one of his own pills to the other. At first, the growth rates of the 2 mice were neck and neck. Qianfeng's mouse even slightly outpaced mine. But in the next second, his mouse stopped growing. Mine, however, continued to expand wildly. In the end, my mouse doubled in size. Moreover, it was lively and energetic, showing no signs of discomfort. The crowd erupted. Genius. Unprecedented. This kid is only at the 2nd tier. I noticed Qianfeng's gaze fixed on me, as if he were staring at a priceless treasure. Then, this 9th tier master spoke. Chu Feng, can you explain why you added spirit ice grass? The audience boiled over again. Old Qian actually didn't understand. He's asking a 2nd tier martial artist for advice? I didn't hold back and began explaining directly. The ice toxin in spirit ice grass can neutralize the fire toxin in blood spirit grass, even converting it into energy for cultivation. The key lies in the timing of its addition, dosage control, and the technique of separating the medicinal liquid. This reduces waste and doubles the pill's efficacy while tripling its yield. At the end of my explanation, I added, the main factor is the manipulation of soul power. The room fell silent. Soul power? That's something only 7th tier martial artists can awaken. The alchemists in the audience exchanged glances, their notebooks frozen mid-air. They had intended to learn my method, only to realize it was impossible for them to replicate. At the back of the crowd, Xiongzhan and his group were utterly dumbfounded. What part of this kid resembles a human martial artist? Xiongzhan muttered. Lu Xiaoli murmured. At least, he only has one martial talent, right? Xiongzhan smiled bitterly and nodded. But it no longer mattered. Even if they had 2 talents in front of me, they couldn't muster the thought of comparison. I held my teacup, gazing out at the scenery of the entire beast city. 1 trillion dragon coins. That was my true purpose for coming here. Refining a spirit pill? Just a casual endeavor. But old Qian was clearly still immersed in the shock of earlier, his eyes shining as if he couldn't wait to rush to the furnace and try the method I had taught him. Follow me. He finally snapped out of it and led me toward the elevator. The 9th floor, the highest level of the Celestial Hall, his exclusive training room. Ding! The elevator doors opened. 6 people squeezed in. I instantly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Each of these 6 emitted an aura stronger than Qianfeng. Qianfeng was already a 9th tier martial artist, and I had never heard of the existence of a 10th tier, which meant this group represented the pinnacle combat power of the Celestial Battle Corps. Captain Jiang. Qianfeng immediately greeted respectfully. Jiang Chun, the man who, according to legend, single-handedly slew a 10th tier ferocious beast. One of the guardians of the entire dragon nation. He casually handed a storage ring to Qianfeng. Herbs harvested from the dimensional space. See if they're useful for humans. Then, his gaze swept toward me. Just one glance. Is this your disciple? His cultivation level is a bit weak. Me, 2nd tier. Qianfeng paused for a moment, then shook his head. His realm is indeed low, but his understanding of alchemy is already on par with mine. Buzz, the elevator instantly fell silent. 6 pairs of eyes simultaneously fixed on me. To know who Qianfeng is, the Celestial Battle Corps' chief alchemist. The 9-turn rebirth pill capable of pulling someone back from the gates of death. He's the only one in the entire Corps who can refine it. He is the second life of these martial artists. And now, he's saying, my understanding of alchemy is equal to his? Ding! The elevator reached the 9th floor. No one moved. Everyone was scrutinizing me, as if trying to see through me. Jiang Chen spoke. What's your name? I was about to answer when Qianfeng stepped forward. His name is Chu Feng. His talent in alchemy is exceptional. Once he matures, he will definitely inherit my mantle. Inherit the mantle? Does that mean I'll be able to refine the 9-turn revival pill in the future? This information was too important. Jiang Chen finally nodded. Got it. Let's go. He left with his people to inventory the spoils of the dimensional secret realm. In his eyes, alchemy talent was important, but it couldn't change the situation in the Dragon Nation. Tier 10 and Tier 11 ferocious beasts constantly threatened the safety of the entire country. What the Dragon Nation truly needed were top-tier warriors who could break through Tier 9, geniuses capable of defeating enemies across tiers. Not an alchemist. I watched his departing figure without saying a word. Soon, Qian Feng took me to the training room. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of Beastmaster City. He poured me a cup of tea, his eyes brimming with excitement, clearly eager to discuss alchemy with me. But I spoke directly. Master Qian, I'm ready. I can replicate the attack power that defeated the Sky Dragon Lizard yesterday. 1 trillion dragon coins. I had never forgotten. Qian Feng slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing. He almost forgot the main matter. Chu Feng. He almost forgot one thing. My talent in martial arts was just as ridiculously monstrous. He led me to a corner of the training room, where a dummy stood. Its head was a monitor, specifically designed to measure attack strength. Hit it. Qian Feng pointed at the dummy. If it shows tier 6 or above, the trillion is yours. He stepped aside, his expression full of condescension. I didn't move. This dummy, can it withstand a tier 9 attack? Tier 9? Qian Feng froze, his face practically spelling out. Are you kidding me? I was a tier 2 martial artist, and he was a tier 9 powerhouse. In his eyes, the gap between us was like that of a speck of dust on the ground and the sun in the sky. Impossible to bridge. Don't worry, it absolutely can. He patted his chest. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. All right, you said it. I took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy within me began to boil. Zzz. Azure lightning enveloped my entire body, writhing wildly like serpents. Qian Feng's eyes lit up for a moment. Not bad. This level of talent. Barely enough to injure a tier 5 martial artist. He mentally gave me a score. Passable, but that's about it. Heh. Talent. Gigantify. 6-fold amplification. The lightning serpents around me instantly swelled, transforming into a massive azure python with fangs bared and claws extended. Qian Feng's smile froze on his face. He instinctively took a step back. But this was just the beginning. Great thunder technique. The spiritual energy in my dantian burned wildly, and a terrifying power took shape in an instant. Qian Feng's expression changed drastically. He wanted to speak to stop me, but found he couldn't utter a single word. This oppressive force made it difficult for him, a tier 9 martial artist, to even breathe. Boom! The thunder poured out, all its power unleashed upon the dummy. At the same time, in the 9th floor conference room, Jiang Chun, the captain of the Sky Dome Battle Regiment, was hosting a meeting to discuss strategies against Tier 11 ferocious beasts. Everyone, the urgent task is to uncover more geniuses before he could finish. A suffocating sense of dread gripped the hearts of all the Tier 9 martial artists present. Enemy attack. Jiang Chun shot to his feet, crossing his arms over his chest in the strongest defensive stance. He was the strongest combat force in Beastmaster City. If he fell back, the entire city would be lost. Boom! The walls shattered. Azure lightning consumed everyone's vision. All the martial artists in the Golden Body realm activated their golden bodies, bracing themselves in their strongest forms against the terrifying thunder. Damn it! A lightning attribute, ferocious beast. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth. When did it infiltrate Beastmaster City? Why didn't I sense it at all? He felt the power. It was on par with the tier 10 ferocious beasts he had fought before. Fortunately, the target wasn't them, or most of them would have been seriously injured. At this moment, Jiang Chun had only one thought. Please don't let it be the 11th tier. Otherwise, the entire Beastmaster City would fall. To be continued.